Irmachuirta hirna Dáil Nífa Corfún, Conchina Stúra na Gníomhra agus neart de Grasta Branoáin Canida Hodge Concree. As go Wésa a Hosafar Arilla Vrihar agus Arilla Gníomh Fasta agus go Tríad a Creedna Farid Tre Christ Argierna. I will commence with questions to the Minister for Transport, Tourism and Sport. The priorities, and the first priority is tabled by Deputy Robert Troy, who has 30 seconds to introduce his question.
Can I ask the Minister for Transport if his attention has been drawn to the considerable disruption and inconvenience that has been caused to commuters on the Maynooth M3 Parkway line, the Northern Commuter line, the New Bridge and Hazel Hatch line, the Houston Commuter line, my own line coming in from Mullingar and Longford, the Sligo line. If your attention has been drawn to the disruption as a result of the new timetable that has been introduced by Irish Rail on the 9th of September, and if you could advise the House what measures your department is going to take to address these long delays.
I'd like to thank the Deputy for this very topical question. As Minister for Transport, Tourism and Sport, I have responsibility for policy and overall funding in relation to public transport. I am not involved in the day-to-day operations of public transport. As the Deputy is aware, the operation of Éireann services, including the new timetables on the dot, is a matter for the company, with oversight by the NTA, the National Transport Authority. One of the features of Dublin's future transport infrastructure that is proposed in the NTA's transport strategy for the GDA 2016-235 is implementation of the full DART expansion programme. The DART expansion programme is a series of projects that will create a full metropolitan area DART network for Dublin, with all the lines linked and connected. While interlinked, the projects will also have benefits as standalone projects. The National Development Plan 2018-27 includes delivery of the priority elements of the overall DART expansion programme. Also, by optimising the delivery of both passenger and network benefits through a large NDP capital investment that builds first on optimising the existing rail infrastructure, there should also be better value for money for the taxpayer. As part of the DART expansion programme and the move to a 10-minute frequency for DART services, Éireann introduced a new timetable on Sunday the 9th of September to provide for enhanced DART frequency. Éireann has stated that the new timetable provides for a 28% increase in overall DART capacity and moves from 156 services per day to 195 services per day. The company also indicated that the more frequent off-peak DART was introduced as a direct response to market research, which showed greater demand for off-peak services. As sometimes occurs when new timetables are introduced, some teething issues arise that need to be reviewed and adjusted in order to ensure that the new arrangements reasonably address customers' needs. I understand that while the vast majority of this new timetable has provided much enhanced service to DART commuters now and enables the provision of additional off-peak commuter services from December of this year, some capacity issues have arisen. I am assured that IE is working with the NTA to iron out those problems. The main issue that has arisen is around capacity on the north side of Dublin, and Éireann has responded swiftly to customers concerned by scheduling additional morning peak services from Portmarnock and Clongriffin. From Monday 17th this week, there will be a 7:29 service from Portmarnock Station to Pearse Street Station. There will also be a service from Portmarnock to Bray. Clongriffin will have an additional service provided by IE at 7:45, which will run from Clongriffin to Bray. In summary, with these further services now added by Éireann, Portmarnock now has the same number of peak morning services as it had before the timetable change, and Clongriffin has one extra. Éireann has stated that it believes that these changes will address the frequency concerns from passengers from Portmarnock and Clongriffin and the capacity issues that have arisen, particularly at DART stations such as Harmelstown and Gillester.
Deputy, 1 minute.
Minister, and hardly surprised that you're not taking responsibility, because that's a general trend that you've taken. Teething problems. Charlie Weston tweeted this morning, he takes the train every morning, it has never been on time since the 9th of September. The DART frequency that you allude to, yes, it's every 10 minutes now, but I understand there are shorter trains, so there's no increase in capacity. And at a time when, as a country, we're failing to meet our emission targets, at a time when we're trying to encourage people to migrate from their cars to public transport, can I ask your opinion on an example in relation to a commuter from Mullingar? The former 7:31 a.m. train from Mullingar, which I used to get into work for 9 a.m, now leaves 15 minutes earlier, but is scheduled to arrive 5 minutes sooner than the current train. The return journey leaves at 5:10 and it arrives in Mullingar 10 minutes later. So we have a situation where the busiest train, leaving 15 minutes earlier, to arrive 5 minutes sooner, and in the evening it takes 10 minutes longer to get home. That's an extra 20 minutes a day for a commuter who pays €3,600 per annum for the benefit of that service. So can I ask, Minister, when is the last time Irish Rail purchased rolling stock? And when will that rolling stock be delivered? And I heard you at the weekend on the This Week show talking about your budget priorities. And Minister, I was surprised to hear you not mention once that you have a priority for an increase in spending in public transport. And perhaps what is your responsibility is to ensure that the funding to Irish Rail is returned to what it was in the early 2008-2009.
Minister.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Deputy Troy. I don't think you'd expect me to intervene specifically in the Mullingar route, and indeed you, I think, might be the first to criticise me if I did so. If you have got a particular problem in that route, and it appears that you have, the appropriate place to go is elsewhere, and you know that. It would be wrong for me to step in and say that Deputy Troy has made representations, and I want to ensure that his particular area is looked after in that way. Having said that, I sympathise if the passengers in your area are being discommoded by these by these changes. I think it would be reasonable for you to go to the NTA or to go to Éireann and make that case, and I hope you've already done so. As you can see, the changes that have taken place, as I've said, have not been universally successful. In certain areas, they've had to make further changes as a result of what's happened. And one of the features of this change in the DART expansion is that, in fact, the NTA and Éireann have been extremely flexible. And one of the qualities, I suppose, of a good transport service, public transport service, is that when you introduce measures of this sort, like the Lewis has happened as well, that you are prepared to be flexible in the face of passenger movements and passenger changes. And this is what has happened. And my guess is that in the case of Mullingar, which you mentioned, it will come under the same sort of criteria and scrutiny, and will get similar responses to the one which was won by Clongriffin and by Portmallett.
Thank you, Dascan Corley. Well, I use Mullingar as an example, Minister, and at the outset I listed out every area commuter line that is experiencing serious disruption. And the reason why we're experiencing serious disruption, Minister, is because quite simply we don't have sufficient rolling stock in our ownership in order to expand our services. That's fact. And I ask you a specific question. When is the last time Irish Rail ordered new rolling stock? When can we expect the delivery of the new rolling stock? And in relation to your interview on the This Week show this week, I asked in relation to your budget priorities for public transport, because you seem to go through many different departments but fail to acknowledge the responsibility you have, that you're fortunate to be charged with. You have a responsibility for public transport. And what can we expect in terms of increased budget So people like the one person I used as an example, who are paying €3,600 a year, are not going to be, as a result of changes by Irish Rail, left with a journey time of 20 minutes longer a day. Would you take public transport if it meant you were going to be 20 minutes longer a day to get to work? I seriously doubt it.
Minister, 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, the Deputy will be aware that despite his because his prophecies of doom, that passenger journeys on Irish Rail increased by 6% in 2017. And the DART and commuter rail service to which he refers carried almost 33 million passengers in the Dublin region in 2017, an increase of 6%. So it's booming. It's booming. And in answer to your question, what about procurement? The procurement process for additional DART fleet is expected to commence this year with a contract for approximately some 300 new rail carriages expected to be awarded in the second half of 2019. 28 refurbished carriages are to re-enter service in 2019. This will add capacity to a number of services. Inrad Éireann and NTA are currently assessing the availability of additional fleet that could be introduced to passenger services on the rail network across Ireland in the short term. So don't tell me that they're not considering this. We've got 300 there, and we've got also 28 refurbished as well. You asked me about when they're being ordered and when the procurement.
They were last ordered, and when they would be delivered, is what I asked.
Now, if I might answer your other question about public transport priorities, there's an estimates process going on. You're probably not aware of that, Deputy Troy, but there is, and I will be making my public transport requirements quite clear during those estimates programme. What I was being asked at the weekend was in a completely indifferent capacity, and you know that perfectly well.
Deputy Munster, 30 seconds.
Thanks, Cahir. Just to ask the Minister the reason the Port Access Northern Cross route is not included in Project Ireland 2040 or indeed the National Development Plan, and will he make a statement on the matter?
2 minutes.
I'd like to thank Deputy Munster for this question, which I know is very important in her area. As Minister for Transport, Tourism and Sport, I have responsibility for policy and overall funding in relation to public transport. I am not involved in the day-to-day operations of public transport. As the Deputy is well aware, the operation of Inrad Éireann services, including the new timetables on the DART, is a matter for the company with oversight by the National Transport Authority. One of the features of Dublin's future transport infrastructure that is proposed in the NTA's transport strategy. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. I should be.
Number 2 is about.
Sorry. I apologise. The improvement and maintenance of regional and local roads is a statutory responsibility of the relevant county or city council in accordance with the provisions of Section 13 of the Roads Act 1993. Works on those roads are funded from the council's own resources, supplemented by state road grants. The initial selection and prioritisation of works to be funded is also a matter for the council. Prior to the financial crisis, applications for funding for road improvement projects would have been considered as part of the specific improvement and strategic regional and local road grant schemes. However, the extent of the cutbacks in grant funding during the crisis meant these grant schemes had to be curtailed after 2013 because expenditure on maintenance renewal was falling well short of what was required to adequately maintain the regional and local road network. The NDP does provide for the gradual build-up in funding for the road network, but it will take some years yet to reach the level required for the adequate maintenance and renewal of the network. For this reason, there is limited scope at present for funding projects under specific and strategic grant programmes. Any projects proposed by local authorities for consideration under the specific and strategic grant programmes are assessed by the Department on a case-by-case basis. All projects put forward by local authorities for consideration must comply with the requirements of the Public Spending Code and my Department's Capital Appraisal Framework, and it's important for local authorities to prioritise projects within their overall area of responsibility with these requirements in mind. Under the Capital Project appraisal process, a preliminary appraisal has to be submitted in relation to each proposed project. Once an appraisal is received, it is assessed, taking into account other competing projects and the overall roads budget. To date, no application is received by my department from Louth County Council in relation to the Port Access Northern Cross Road. It is, of course, open to the local authority to bring forward a proposal subject to the Public Spending Code and Capital Appraisal Framework. It would then be considered in conjunction with other proposals, taking account of limited resources.
Deputy Minister, 1 minute.
Thanks, Cahirlock. Minister, I've raised this with you on several occasions, as you're aware, and each time the response is the same. And the last previous responses you'd given were that given the cutbacks in state funding for regional and local roads since the financial crisis, it has been necessary to curtail the grant programme for major new regional and local road schemes and for major realignment schemes in order to protect the funding available for the maintenance of the existing network. Now, you've regurgitated that each time I've submitted a question to you, but you say curtail. I mean, that's a little bit of an statement, Minister. Curtailed the applications or the opportunities to apply for grants has literally been non-existent. And as I said that I've raised it with you before, I want to just explain what the Northern Environs Programme is. It's a plan to build 3 neighbourhoods consisting of over 7,000 houses, which will mean an increase in population of over 20,000 in the town of Drogheda. Now, to say that the Port Access Northern Cross Route is a vital piece of infrastructure is an understatement, you know, and it was a dismal failure of yourself and your government. No surprise, though, that you didn't include it in your Project Ireland 2040 plan. Not even a reference of it, in fact just third-tier status for Drogheda. And just for reference, the CEO of Louth County Council has also stated that there were due to the reduction in funding from your department, that there were little to no real opportunities to apply for this grant. Minister.
1 minute.
No, I understand the deputy's need for this road and the fact that she has made a very good case for it. It does seem a bit strange to me that no application was received by my department from Louth County Council in relation to the Port Access Northern Cross Road. That seems a bit odd. That it would have been logical if it was one of their priorities, that it should have come to my desk as an early opportunity. Now, no doubt they have more important roads, but I would have thought that the first port of call for her would have been to go to the local authority and say, look, why don't you put an application for this? Because it's very difficult for me to do anything or respond to this if the local authority hasn't in itself put forward a case for this road, for which you put forward a very good case.
Sure, 1 minute.
Well, as I said, the CEO of Louth County Council said that there were no real opportunities to apply for funding with all the cutbacks that were made to your department, Minister. But I have a bit of good news for you, because Louth County Council are working on a project submission for the urban and renewal regeneration funding under the Ireland 2040, and the Northern Cross Route is going to be a part of that. So will you give a commitment now, Minister, to grant the application to provide the necessary funding for this vital piece of infrastructure? Will you give a commitment here and now that once you receive that application, given the magnitude of the development, given the necessity for this port access crossroad, given that Drogheda is actually in gridlock as it stands without trying to accommodate 20,000 people. And by the way, there's already planning permission given for 5,000 of these houses. So will you give a commitment that when you receive the application, because you said that you haven't received one, so I'm hoping now that when you do, you will release the funding that's required, and it will also be included in the Project Ireland 2040 plan.
Final response.
I don't think this application will come to me. So I can't give this commitment. I'm afraid the Urban Regeneration Development Fund is under the aegis, I think, of the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government. As part of Project Ireland 2040, this fund was launched to support the regeneration of the 5 cities and large towns. This fund will operate on a competitive bid-based exchequer grant basis with matching 25% funding from other private sector sources. The closing date for application, I think, is this week or next. It's the 28th of September, and a further call is anticipated in mid-2019. I'm very glad that they have made this application now, but as far as I know, it won't be coming to my desk. It will be going. It should be well. It won't come to my desk. It will be going to the Minister for for housing planning and local government. And so maybe you should make that application to him. The department understands, my department, that Louth County Council submitted this application, an application under the Local Infrastructure Housing Activation Fund. And the estimated cost of the project was of the order of 7 million, with the proposed funding of 5.4 million. The Northern Cross route was not among the projects selected for that application either.
Move on to the next in the name of Deputy Troy. 30 seconds to introduce your question.
Thank you, Laskin Corla. Can I ask the Minister for Transport what his views on whether asylum seekers should be able to obtain driving licences in view of the recent decision to award asylum seekers the right to work?
2 minutes, Minister. I've asked you to observe it.
Thank you, Deputy. As the Deputy will be aware, historically Ireland has not issued driving licences to asylum seekers. The court ruling earlier this year stating that asylum seekers may work while awaiting the outcome of their asylum applications has little or no direct relevance to driver licensing law. The two issues are legally quite distinct, and the court ruling does not change the position. I have, however, asked my officials to re-examine the question of whether we should issue driving licences to asylum seekers, as I know some EU member states do. The matters at issue in the case of driver licences for asylum seekers are matters of both EU and national driver licensing law. I understand, based on legal advice, that it would be possible to issue asylum seekers with driving licences, and I would be happy to consider that once other matters are resolved. The other matters relate to the integrity of the driver licensing system. Driving licences allow people to drive, but they are also widely used as proof of identity in other circumstances. It is a core component of the driver licensing system that the identity of applicants has to be verified. The government's policy is that identity for applicants for licences should be verified to what is called Safe 2 standard. It would not be acceptable to issue driving licences to some people only if they meet this standard of ID verification, while allowing others to receive a licence without meeting this standard. I appreciate that some asylum seekers will not be able to verify their ID to this level. Finally, we have to consider what will happen if an asylum seeker receives a driving licence and is subsequently turned down for asylum. It will be necessary to have a mechanism in place so that the RSA, the Road Safety Authority, as the National Driver Licensing Authority, can be notified immediately and can cancel the licence. I have written to my colleague, the Minister for Justice and Equality, regarding these issues. When the issues concerned have been resolved, I will be happy to consider issuing driving licences to asylum seekers. I shall consider the situation further when these matters have been addressed.
Deputy Troy.
Thank you, Laskin Corla. Well, Minister, you're right. You alluded to the decision by the Supreme Court in May of last year, which struck down the absolute ban on asylum seekers from working as being unconstitutional, and it forced the government to finally address the need to reform the direct provision system. And you're right, historically asylum seekers couldn't work, but because of the Supreme Court decision, they now have a right to gain access to work. And, you know, I believe, particularly for asylum seekers that's living in an area where there is not the readily available access to public transport, if we are serious about helping these people into the workforce, well then one of the essential requirements is the ability, or that they can have the ability to obtain a driving licence and buy a car and travel to work. I welcome the fact that you have confirmed on the floor today that you are reviewing this and that there are a number of possible difficulties that you have to overcome. Could I ask that we put a tight timeline in terms of when can we expect you to revert back to the Dáil with an answer, and when can asylum seekers reasonably expect that they will be in a position to apply for a driving licence?
Minister.
Deputy, I don't want to give you a very firm date because it's quite a complicated legal issue, and identity verification I think is difficult. I'm enthusiastic as you are to resolve this problem, and to see that there is no overriding obstacle to asylum seekers getting driving licences. The key difficulty in issuing driving licence to asylum seekers is identity verification. Ireland has determined that the appropriate level of ID verification is the standard referred to as SAFE, but it's Standard Authentication Framework Environment Level 2. Asylum seekers come to the jurisdiction with a variety of documentation, or potentially, in some cases, with no documentation at all. Verification of ID to SAFE 2 level may be, practically speaking, impossible in some cases. In terms of ID verification, if we're considering issuing driving licences to asylum seekers, it would be possible to take one of the three positions. It would make sense to issue licences only to asylum seekers whose ID would be verified to SAFE 2 standard. There is obviously a problem also of a post-refusal of asylum. In cases where a person was refused asylum, they would no longer have a right to remain in the jurisdiction. In these cases, it's surely arguable they are no longer, which is one of the qualifications, normally resident, and therefore no longer eligible to be issued with a licence. A decision would then have to be made as to whether a driving licence issued to an asylum seeker should be cancelled if their application for asylum were rejected.
I'll ask all members to cooperate with me, because we're going to be embarrassed again today by only answering a few questions. So the clocks are very obvious. Deputy Troy.
Minister, you've already confirmed yourself that asylum seekers in other EU states do have access to a driving licence. So therefore, I don't believe the challenges are insurmountable, and I do believe that you do need to set a tight time frame in terms of something to work towards. If you don't, well then this has the potential to go on and on and on. And as a consequence then, there are people who come to my clinic, and I'm sure other clinics, who want to work, who are eligible to work, but can't get to work quite simply because they're living in an area where they don't have access to public transport to bring them to work. You cited the issue in relation to if someone was refused the right to remain and their continued eligibility. Well, Minister, people in Ireland lose their driving licence every day of the week. That in itself is not insurmountable. So can I ask you, please put a tight time frame in place that we can know and work towards to ensure that these people who want to go out to work can have access to a motor car to ensure they're able to do so.
Carmichael, thanks for observing the time. Minister, 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm very eager to expedite this, and I've responded to the Department of Justice on this particular issue, which is recognised isn't an issue, and I acknowledge that other countries don't have necessarily have the same problems, and that they do, in fact, they have already granted this particular avenue. I will ask my officials to engage urgently with the Department of Justice on this, with a view to resolving the problem which the Deputy has rightly identified, and looking at the problem not just of normal residency, but of a post-refusal of asylum, and the problems of identification, which obviously are thorny and difficult ones. I would say to the Deputy, yes, he would be aware that the legislative process is slow, but that there are ways of us hurrying it up. But this will obviously be subject to Attorney General's advice, which has the potential to look very thoroughly at an issue of this sort, but also not to hurry it up, but to make sure that we have a robust law when we introduce it.
Deputy Harty has 30 seconds to introduce his question.
Thank you very much, Lascan Corla. To ask the Minister for Transport, Tourism and Sport the reason why Shannon Airport continues to be under the regulation of the Commission of Aviation Regulation for the purposes of airport charges, in view of the fact that Shannon is an independent airport and has passenger numbers at the threshold for participation in the Regional Airports Programme.
Carmichael, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank Deputy Harty for the question. Shannon Airport is subject to very limited regulation by the Commission for Regulation, whereby CAR sets charges for access to certain terminal facilities in compliance with the EU Directive on Ground Handling Services. It is not subject to economic regulation like Dublin Airport, whereby the regulator sets the maximum passenger charge which can be levied by that airport on airlines for the use of airport facilities and services due to its dominance in the market. Ireland's Regional Airports Programme is intended to support necessary safety and security investments and activities by the smaller regional airports at Donegal, Knock, Kerry and Waterford to enable them to continue to contribute to enhanced regional connectivity. There are a number of schemes under this programme by which Exchequer funding is allocated to cover capital as well as operational expenditure at those airports. Passenger numbers at these small airports are less than 1 million per year, and the support provided helps them to comply with international safety and security regulatory obligations. There are no plans at present to extend this programme to other airports. Shannon Airport is a business within Shannon Group, which was established in 2014 following a decision by government to combine Shannon Airport with the restructured Shannon development. The purpose of the group is to promote and facilitate air transport and aviation services in and around Shannon Airport, and to optimise the return on its land and property and on its shareholdings in subsidiary companies. Shannon Group, with its board, management and staff, is to be commended for its achievements since then, growing its passenger numbers by around 25% to 1.75 million in 2017, increasing its services and routes, successfully delivering the first phase of an investment programme in new and upgraded property solutions, as well as growing its aviation cluster from around 40 companies with around 1,400 employees to around 60 companies with around 2,600 employees. It is a business investing in its various sites, improving its product for tourists, as well as winning contracts for the management of other sites, including GPO, visitor centres and Newbridge House. As a state-owned enterprise with a fully commercial mandate, it is not considered appropriate or necessary to bring Shannon Airport within the framework of the Regional Airports Programme. It is a matter for Shannon Airport to ensure that it operates within that mandate as efficiently and effectively as possible so that it can cover its capital investments and operational expenditure.
Thank you, Minister. And it's good to be discussing affairs in relation to Shannon Airport's future on the floor of the Dáil. The future of Shannon Airport is inextricably linked with balanced regional development, both in the Midwestern region and along the Atlantic Economic Corridor. Shannon is a key economic driver in the region, and foreign direct investment companies see Shannon as a critical piece of infrastructure and key to the economic success of the region. EU rules allow capital expenditure support to airports of less than 3 million passengers. However, the Irish Government gives no financial support to Shannon, which has a passenger number of 1.7 million, but does to smaller privately owned regional airports. That support is in relation to capital investment and to operational matters such as security matters. A policy change is needed, Minister, to treat all airports outside Dublin on an equal basis. And if you are sincere in your ambition in relation to Project 2040 to drive effective balanced regional development, you need to ensure that Shannon is supported by policy change of equitable support. And in that regard, the EU in 2017 made an amendment to the General Block Exemption Regulation, which allows airports of less than 3 million passengers to be aided for investment in safety and security. So I would ask you, Minister, to consider looking at that regulation and implementing policy change.
1 minute.
Yeah, the Deputy is right. Its aid is restricted to safety and security. And my understanding, and the Deputy can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but the real problem at Shannon is its identified concerns regarding capital expenditure required in the mandatory upgrading of equipment in order to comply with revised hold baggage screening standards. This expenditure, which has not been accounted for in Shannon Group's financial forecasts, is likely to be approximately 10 million and will present significant difficulties for the group. And the new HBS requirements are mandatory for all airports. And I understand there is a which is one which Shannon Airport is faced with and will have to overcome. I believe my officials are engaging with the Shannon Group to better understand all the elements relating to this issue. But if it even were to be included in the regional airports funding, I'm not sure whether safety and security would be part of that particular funding, because it wouldn't really fulfil the needs that Shannon has at the moment.
Supplementary.
Shannon is a different creature from those ones. It doesn't offer the, it does have competitors. It doesn't have a regulator.
Thank you, Minister. And related to that is the ability of Shannon to grow its passenger numbers and to be a successful airport. And I think there does need to be a policy change in relation to supporting the connectivity and the traffic numbers coming through Shannon. In the last 5 years, 95% of all passenger growth has been in Dublin Airport. And again, Project Ireland 40 has given a vision for attracting jobs to our regions and ensuring a fair distribution of economic growth. IDA has regional targets for foreign direct investment, and in turn I think Tourism Ireland should also have regional targets to ensure a fair distribution of visitors to Ireland and through our other airports, including Shannon. In 2016, 12.6 million was invested in Marketing Ireland. But 95% of the growth has occurred in the Dublin region, and Dublin has 87% of the incoming traffic. So it would appear that the vast majority of that money has been spent in the Dublin region and not in our regions. So I think there should be a look at how our investment in marketing is dispersed throughout the other airports, because Shannon is not getting a fair distribution of that funding, in my view. So, Minister, I would like to ask you how much was spent on marketing of airports outside Dublin, and will you implement policies to attract more traffic to our regional airports and reverse the total dominance of Dublin?
1 minute.
Yeah, I think the problem here is that Shannon is a different creature from both Dublin, which has a monopoly, and Dublin obviously has to have a regulator for that reason, and it regulates very strictly all elements of the activities at Dublin Airport. The regulation in Shannon is very, very much restricted, as I said in my opening remarks, to terminals and other groups. The difficulty here is, I think, that it's a business within the Shannon Group, which was established in 2014. And as a state-owned enterprise with a fully commercial mandate, it's not considered appropriate or necessary to bring Shannon Airport within the framework of the regional airports programme. They are nakedly and openly subsidised, but Shannon Airport is not considered suitable for a very clear subsidy, because it has a commercial mandate, it has competitors, and it is not regulated by the CAR except in very small circumstances.
Deputy Russian Shortall, 30 seconds.
Minister, in view of the very significant increase in the number of people who are commuting by bicycle and the ongoing dangers posed to cyclists by the lack of safe cycling facilities, and particularly the lack of segregated cycle lanes segregated from general traffic, will you outline your plans to significantly increase the funding provided to cyclists in terms of providing segregated cycling lanes and other safety measures which are so urgently needed?
Oh my God, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Deputy for this very topical and very important question. Over recent years, data published from various sources shows the increase in the number of persons commuting by bicycle. For example, recent data published by Dublin City Council and the NTA in the annual Canal Cordon Report shows an upward trend of cyclists crossing the canal that continued between 2016 and 2017, with numbers increasing by 3%. There has been a steady year-on-year growth in the number of cyclists crossing the cordon since 2010. Indeed, in 2017, almost 12,500 cyclists crossed the cordon in the morning peak period. This represents an increase of over 150% when compared to 2006, and represents an increase of over 57% in the last 5 years. The Central Statistics Office has also published statistical information on cycling, including the National Travel Survey, which illustrates the prevalence of cycling and the upward trends in the cycling numbers. Clearly, cycling numbers have shown a steady increase in recent years, and this is one of the reasons why I work to secure a substantial multi-annual funding allocation for this area as part of Budget 2018. The increase I secured has allowed over 110 million of capital funding to be directly allocated to develop cycling and walking infrastructure in the Greater Dublin area, Galway, Limerick, Cork and Waterford over the period 2018 to 2021. This programme will provide safe alternative active travel routes that will help alleviate congestion by providing viable alternatives and connectivity with existing public transport infrastructure. Details of individual projects are managed by the NTA. Over the same period, a further 135 million capital funding is allocated for investment in sustainable urban transport projects. And these will include projects that will provide either direct or indirect improvements for urban cycling. This programme builds on investment to date to deliver improvements in public and sustainable transport infrastructure in the regional cities and the GDA. It includes traffic management, bus priority and other smarter travel projects which will allow transport infrastructure to function more effectively and will help relieve traffic congestion and therefore improve safety for cyclists.
The remainder will be included in the official report.
Okay.
Deputy Shortall.
Thank you, Minister. I think we all recognise that there has been a substantial increase in the number of people commuting by bicycle, but at the same time it only amounts to 3% of commuters, and in relation to children commuting to school, it's an even lower figure at 2%. So clearly, you know, the potential for more and more people to cycle is there, and that's a very laudable objective, and an objective that the government should be clearly behind, both in terms of its impact on personal health, activity levels, helping to reduce congestion, helping to reduce CO2 emissions and so on. So, you know, there's a lot to benefit society by encouraging and supporting more people in cycling. But, you know, this all does boil down to funding. And unfortunately, the funding levels have been incredibly low over recent years. In a recent reply to me, you stated that the amount provided for cycling was only 2.2% of the overall road transport budget last year. So clearly, there's a huge amount of ground to make up. And it is about setting very clear targets. And do you accept, Minister, that the safer you make cycling, the more people will actually start commuting by bicycle, and that the lack of safety and the lack of segregation of cycle lanes is the big barrier to people taking that step of deciding to cycle to work or to school or college? So, Minister, you know, can you set out what your targets are in terms of the percentage of the road transport budget that you believe Minister, needs to be dedicated to cycling?
Minister, 1 minute.
In answer to the Deputy, first of all, I accept what she says, that the safer the roads are for cyclists, the more cyclists there will be. I think that's indisputably true. And I think maybe because I didn't finish my first part, I didn't spell out some of the other intentions that we have with cycling and the commitments that we have made. Apart from the 110 million, which is a trebling of the amount to be spent on walking and cycling, I think which is indicative of the fact that, first of all, I acknowledge that we were behind. I think that's right. I think what the Deputy is saying is correct. We didn't allocate enough to cycling, and we've got a lot of catch-up to do, and we're well behind a lot of countries. And I acknowledge all the benefits which he says, and I bought in, I think I said to Deputy Troy earlier, I bought into cycling. I think this is something we've got to spend money on, and we've got to commit to for all sorts of reasons, not just the very obvious ones, but the health ones. But, you know, the bus connects, which is coming through in Dublin, as you know, and we're going to debate later this evening, it'll deliver over 200 kilometres of cycle lanes on the key radial routes into Dublin city centre that will provide for safe cycling arrangements. These will be largely segregated, which is what the Deputy is looking for. These will be, I'm not going to say completely segregated, but wherever practical, will be largely segregated. That is a huge commitment, not just to cyclists, but to cyclists' safety as well. And that's coming in, and that we're spending, you know, approximately 750 million on bus connects, and cycling is a very large and very important ingredient of that. On top of that, we're spending a large amount of money on greenways. There's now a capital allocation of over 55 million for greenways, which is obviously going to be a commitment to cyclists. and a further 135 million capital funding is allocated over the period coming to sustainable transport.
Just all of my suggestions are falling on deaf ears. Deputy Shortall, your final supplementary.
Right, thank you. Minister, as you know, cyclists.ie have called for a 10% allocation to improving cycling facilities, 10% of the overall transport budget. Do you accept this figure? You've said you're committed to improving facilities for cyclists. What target are you working towards in terms of the percentage of transport funding that you will allocate to improving cycling facilities? And would you accept that setting a clear target is the only way of making progress in this area? You spoke about Bus Connects. What percentage of the Bus Connects budget are you saying will be allocated to cycling? And while the greenways are very popular and a great help towards, improving tourist numbers, really my concern is principally in relation to commuting in Dublin in particular, but also in the other cities. So can you tell us now today what target percentage are you talking about allocating towards cycling, and what kind of timescale have you got in mind in order to reach that target?
Final response.
Let me respond to that as much as I can. I can't give you and won't give you a percentage commitment of allocation to cycling, but what I can give you is the figure that we've got 110 million, which is a trebling of what we had before. That is a very, very large and significant step change in a commitment to cycling, which wasn't here in recent years. And I concede fully that that is necessary. And what we have got to do is to educate people and provide the facilities for people and to reassure everybody that cycling is safe. There is a narrative which is current, which is that cycling has not been safe. And that has got some justification, and it's certainly got some support, and it's got a little bit of movement and traction. I want to reassure people by giving these segregated cycling lanes, particularly in the cities to which you refer, and by introducing other measures. And safety is the most important element in the whole of the road safety, the whole of the transport portfolio, that by introducing other measures, and I'll be making announcements shortly about it, that cyclist safety is a top priority.
Deputy Clare Daly has 30 seconds to introduce.
Corla, and I'm absolutely shocked that we're only leaving priority questions now at 11:20, and I assure the Minister that I'll be sticking to the time, and I hope he does too. I'm obviously, like other deputies in my constituency, we had to spend the summer dealing with really irate, and the last 2 weeks really in particular, irate Portmarnock train users who became the victim of a so-called improvement in Éireann Dart services to the north side and beyond of Dublin, but it came at the expense of Portmarnock residents. I'm wondering, is the Minister aware of it? Has he done anything about it?
Minister, 2 minutes and 2 minutes only.
I propose to take PQs 6 and 53 together with your permission. Can I call it?
Okay.
As Minister for Transport, Tourism and Sport, I have responsibility for policy and overall funding in relation to public transport. I am not involved in the day-to-day operations of public transport. The operation of IE services, including the new timetables on the DART, is a matter for the company, with oversight by the National Transport Authority. The DART and communal rail services carried almost 33 million passenger journeys in the Dublin region in 2017, an increase of 6% compared to 2016, and growth rates of 29% for the DART in the period 2013 to 2017. As I mentioned in my earlier response to Deputy Troy, the DART expansion programme is a key feature of Dublin's future transport infrastructure that is proposed in the NTA's transport strategy for the GDA 2016 to 2035. The DART expansion programme is a series of projects that will create a full metropolitan area DART network for Dublin, with all the lines linked and connected. The estimated cost of the DART expansion programme is €2 billion. The NTA and Inrad Éireann are currently in the process of defining an overall integrated schedule for the DART expansion programme, with numerous projects to be completed by 2027. As I mentioned earlier, as part of the DART expansion programme and the move to a 10-minute frequency for DART services, Inrad Éireann introduced a new timetable on Sunday the 9th of September to provide for an enhanced DART frequency. The new DART timetable involves increasing from a 15-minute frequency between Bray and Howth Junction Donaghmede to a 10-minute frequency with the Howth Junction Donaghmede to Howth and Malahide segments of the network, improving from a 30-minute DART service to a 20-minute DART service. The Greystones to Bray DART service remains at a 30-minute service. Frequently, the introduction of new timetables gives rise to some teething issues that need to be addressed in order to improve the services for customers. As I indicated in my response to the Deputy's earlier priority question, the main issue that has arisen with the timetable range relates to capacity on the north side of Dublin. I'm assured that Inrad Éireann is working with the NTA to iron out these problems, and I'm aware that as a direct response to customer feedback, Inrad Éireann has introduced additional services which will particularly benefit those commuters in Portmonnock. In summary, with the 2 additional services now added by Inrad Éireann, Portmonnock now has the same number of peak morning services as it had before the timetable change, and Clongriffin has 1 extra. Inrad Éireann has stated that it believes that these changes will address the frequency concerns from customers from Portmonnock and Clongriffin and the capacity issues that have arisen particularly at DART stations such as Harmonstown and Gloucester.
Well, Minister, as you say, Portmarnock now has the same numbers. I would put it to you that that's as a result of the outcry by commuters, and indeed which had to be articulated by the public reps, and the week to 10 days of a nightmare endured by them. You might also note the fact that what hasn't gone back and what they're not on a par with is the evening service. And while nobody expects you to micromanage Éireann Éireann, you weren't asked to do that. But presumably, as the Minister responsible for Éireann Éireann, you do have a role to play on commenting, for example, on situations where the health and safety of passengers is endangered. You presumably have a view on the fact that when public reps contact Éireann Éireann seeking information to try and find out why Portmarnock was selected for a reduced service in order to supposedly enhance the service in other areas, when we ask for example, how did that decision reach? What was the passenger data used to calculate to say that Portmarnock should be the one that would be hit in the service, an area with 1,000 new houses coming on stream? Presumably you would have a view and a role to play there where you could step in and actually do something to correct those bad practices.
Minister.
Well, I'm glad that the Deputy acknowledges that I don't, and I think it's the first acknowledgement I've had in this House from anybody, that I'm not expected to micromanage every particular railway route and in the country, which is obviously something which I cannot do. But what I can do, and I obviously do, is when new projects of this sort are introduced, I monitor them very closely to see if they're successful and to see if passengers are being discommoded generally or in specific places. And what I have been struck by, and I have to say this in the cases that were raised by Deputy Troy earlier and which have been raised by you as well in this, is the fact that the NTA in fact has reacted very, very positively and very fast to the difficulties which are inevitable. You know, we've seen difficulties in North Dublin over the DART expansion scheme, which is absolutely inevitable when a large scheme of this sort happens, and we've seen similar difficulties with the Lewis in South Dublin. But they have been marked by the fact that the trains have been switched back, have been restored where there were difficulties, and in fact the overcrowding to which you have which you've addressed has in fact been sorted. And that's what a good train or bus operator should do. They should be prepared to make radical changes, and when they have actually miscalculated, and it's not an exact science, they should adjust accordingly. I suggest that's what they've done in Portmonnock.
Deputy Daly's supplementary.
Yes, that they didn't, and I can tell you it wasn't very fast for the people who were on the front line dealing with this issue solidly for the past week, and indeed the passengers who had to endure it. Now, I've never said that you should micromanage the service, but presumably as the Minister for Transport, when the national rail operator puts forward an improvement in the service, yes, brings more darts, but smaller carriages, more frequency, but less spaces for people. When you identify there's a problem, and you said it in your introduction, there's a problem on the capacity, not on the south side of Dublin, on the north side of Dublin. What are you doing to address that problem more expediently? Because this is the area where we expect, and to take Portmarnock as an example, 1,000 new houses due in the next year alone, many more thousands planned in the immediate future. These are the people who the Taoiseach loves, the people who get up in the morning to stand in Portmarnock Dart Station as the trains go by them, or to mash in pregnant women, children standing the whole way into town. It's unacceptable, and you should be doing a hell of a lot more on that.
So to incorporate Deputy Troy's question.
Thank you, Laskin Corda. Will just give me an opportunity to seek clarification from the Minister, because what you do have responsibility is the funding that you give to Irish Rail in relation to their ability to purchase new rolling stock. So if I could be very clear, because you said I wasn't in my original questions, has the reconditional carriages been ordered? If so, when were they ordered? And when do you expect delivery of same? As in what quarter 2019? How many reconditioned carriages will be delivered for use for Irish Rail? When were they ordered? And if they haven't been ordered, when will they be ordered? You alluded to 300 new carriages in 2020. Can I ask, when have they been ordered? Have they been ordered already? If not, when are they due to be ordered? And again, when will they be delivered and in use? And again, if I could just hold you to what year and what quarter.
Minister, to answer both questions.
Thank you. I think I told the Deputy the answer to these questions, but maybe he wasn't happy with the answers. The procurement process for additional DART fleet is expected to commence this year, with a contract for approximately some 300 new rail carriages expected to be awarded in the second half of 2019. 28 refurbished carriages are to re-enter service in 2019, and this will add to capacity to a number of services. Dáil Éireann and the NTA are currently assessing the availability of additional fleet that could be introduced to passenger services on the rail network across Ireland in the short term. That is a considerable commitment to new carriages in the coming years, which I hope will satisfy the Deputy. The Deputy Daly was mentioning the numbers of new houses being built in the area of Portmarnock. You're right. There are thousands, I think you said, 1,000 new houses. That's to be welcome. That's absolutely to be welcome. I'm glad you're acknowledging that there is a build-up of houses in that area. And there is, of course, a race to meet them with the necessary infrastructure. And that is what is being done. And it is a critical problem that we have at the moment, in that we're building so many houses and we're trying to keep the infrastructure going at the same pace. And that is what is being achieved by these projects which are being introduced, not just with the DART, but with the Lewis and with the buses. And to suggest that we're not actually meeting the requirements, and we don't have the energy or the ambition to meet the requirements of the housing, which is also being supplied, is, I think, disingenuous.
Deputy Durkan is 30 seconds.
Thank you, Laskin Corda. This question relates to the ongoing Bus Connect review of services, which is intended to obviously improve and expand the efficiency and availability of services, but in some cases also has a negative effect on some of the existing services, and hence the question.
2 minutes, and notice a long answer.
Thank you. Last month, the National Transport Authority published the Dublin Area Bus Network Redesign Public Consultation Report. This report notes that the existing bus network in Dublin, including the main towns in North County Kildare, is very complex, and that it is designed primarily around overlapping and long radial routes from the city suburbs, taking people into the city centre, but with very few orbital routes. Also, recent and proposed improvements to the rail and tram networks require changes to the bus services in order to gain the full potential from the improvements. Finally, as the Deputy is aware, the city and the Greater Dublin area, including its main towns, for example Maynooth and Selbridge, are growing and changing, as are the bus journeys people are taking. The report identifies 4 key strategies to address the issues with current network: standardised service categories, simplify radial services, build frequent orbitals, and grow suburban feeder networks. Bus Connect's Dublin aims to overhaul the current bus system in the wider Dublin region by building a network of new bus corridors on the busiest bus routes to make passenger bus journeys faster, predictable and reliable. Completely redesigning the network of bus routes to provide passengers with a more efficient network, connecting more places and carrying more people. Developing a state-of-the-art ticketing system using credit and debit cards or mobile phones to link with payment accounts and making payment much more convenient for the travelling public. Implementing a cashless payment system to vastly speed up passenger boarding times. Revamping the fare system to provide a simpler fare structure. Allowing seamless movement of passengers between different public transport services without financial penalty. Implementing a new bus livery, providing a modern look and feel to the new bus system. Rolling out new bus stops with better signage and passenger information, increasing the provision of additional bus shelters and transitioning, starting now, to a new bus fleet using low-emission vehicle technologies. Against this context, the NTR are progressing the rollout of Bus Connects, commencing in Dublin. Bus Connects Dublin provides the foundation to this overall transport system, with the revised bus system projected to carry the majority of passengers across the region and provide key linkages to serve the needs of Dublin into the future.
Will be included in the official report.
Okay.
I want to give Deputy Durkin an opportunity.
Thank you. And that's kind of thank the Minister for his reply. Essentially, what I'm trying to ask the Minister here is, and I thank her for the comprehensive reply, is that the presumption is that the target is to improve the quality, frequency and efficiency of services in moving people from place A to B as quickly and as effectively as possible. It also involves, unfortunately, interference with some of the existing services in a way that might be difficult for people who have mobility issues and who have already become accustomed to the services. So could I ask the Minister if he would make a particular effort to ensure that people, generally speaking, in the middle of the towns or close by, that they will continue to have available to them the services that they have become accustomed to, for very obvious reasons, that if you take something away from people that have become accustomed to it for years, it creates a problem. And if the Minister might respond to that.
Minister, 1 minute.
Yeah, I can understand the Deputy's concerned, and indeed there are always huge concerns when you get something as major as this happening, and particularly amongst people who've travelled on the same bus at the same time for many, many years, and particularly senior citizens who find these changes difficult to cope with. But they are necessary, and they will come to accept them as getting people from one place to another much more quickly. On mobility concerns, which you specifically addressed, at the interchange points, which are being introduced as part of the Bus Connects project, there are going to be special efforts made to keep them close to any changes close to each other, so that people with mobility concerns won't have to move very far, particularly at junctions. And there are also going to be special information available as well to accommodate them, and with shelters as special shelters as well. I'd also point out, and I think the Deputy would be aware, that I've appointed directors to all the transport companies who have experience of disabilities or are advocates in that session, who I think will look after mobility concerns particularly well in this particular project.
Final supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your reply. And the only thing that worries me a little bit there is I saw a reply to a letter I sent to Transport recently, where it was indicated that one bus stop was close to another one. I can assure you that for people with mobility issues, it wasn't. The reality was at least 300-400 metres away. So that's, to an able-bodied person, is nothing. To a person with mobility issues, it's quite a long distance. So can I just say this, that if he would, insofar as is possible, do his best to ensure that the services to which people have become accustomed, and incidentally, there was no bus service between Maynooth and Selbridge when I became involved in this business first. There was no bus service to the Captain's Hill in Leixlip, and I certainly would like to see those services continue uninterrupted and with an enhanced level of service, rather than an interference with them to accommodate the wider issues, which need to be dealt with as well. So it's a combination of doing the two together, if possible.
Thanks for observing the time, Minister. You do the same.
Yeah, Deputy, I think I sympathise with what you're saying. and some of these changes obviously will not be suitable as they are portrayed at the moment. But let me just say this to you, and I think every deputy should take this seriously, that there has been widespread consultation, and there have been a large number of meetings held throughout the Dublin region to accommodate people who have difficulties. And some of the concerns which are being expressed are totally justified, and some of them are ones which I think will be considered by the NTA sympathetically, particularly where communities are being cut off or being inconvenienced in a way which is unacceptable. And with my conversations with the NTA when they made these presentations and the feedback which I'm getting from the consultations, it is that there is a real dialogue going on this Bus Connect, that where there are real difficulties and a large number of people who are encountering problems, there will be some adjustments made.
Deputy Claire Daly, 30 seconds.
Where the legislation to establish the competent authority under EU Regulation 598/14 is. I pose the question particularly in the context that at the moment Fingal County Council is advertising a Dublin Airport Noise Action Plan and operating as the competent authority, which we know is the Minister and the Government's preference, but they haven't been given that power in law, and I'm wondering what you're going to do if we decide not to give it to them.
2 minutes.
Yes, I note the Deputy's consistent interest, and I welcome it in this particular issue. As the Deputy is aware, the Government has agreed to my proposal to pursue an accelerated process in support of draft legislation to give effect to EU Regulation 598/14. Before the summer recess, I presented an outline of the proposed legislative approach and a detailed timeline for its implementation to the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Transport, very shortly after it had been endorsed by Government. I also directed my officials to brief other members of this House on the same matter, and I understand that a number of advisers attended in place of some members. Good progress has been made during the summer. My department, in very close cooperation with the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government, has been working in accordance with the agreed timeline, which envisages the publication of a bill at the end of October and which banks on a speedy legislative process to make it an act by the end of the year. That is a challenge, but every effort is being made to make sure that it happens as planned. The complexity in the drafting of this bill should not be underestimated, given that there is a significant amount of interaction between Regulation 598, the 2002 Environmental Noise Directive, and our domestic planning and development framework. It is also important to note that the EU regulation requires full public consultation before the competent authority makes a final decision about noise-related operating measures or restrictions at the airport. And we are working to make sure that the bill will afford all stakeholders the opportunity to express their views. The bill will also provide for an independent appeals process, with An Bord Pleanála to be appointed as the appeals body. As I have already said in this House, I have every intention of bringing forward a bill that strikes a balance between the rights of local residents, the DAA as the regulated entity, and the broader national interest in recognition of the crucial importance of our primary national airport. As a next step, a general scheme of the bill will be presented to and discussed in session with the Joint Oireachtas Committee within the next few weeks in accordance with pre-legislative scrutiny arrangements. The formal bill will then be finalised during October, in advance of being presented to this House in very early November. I am more than happy to keep deputies appraised of developments as we move through the next month or so, and I very much hope that this will allow broad support for the bill when it's presented.
Deputy Daly has 1 minute.
I have obviously studied all of the documents from the Minister's briefing. I note your point here that you're confident that you're on schedule. We'll see. We'll take that up at the time. But I suppose the point you didn't answer is, what are you going to do if in your period of consultation, and if when the legislation comes before this House doesn't agree with the Government's decision to appoint Fingal County Council, which has been an incredibly controversial decision locally. And I want to quote from an exchange between yourself and Deputy Troy at the pre-legislative scrutiny, where you answered Deputy Troy by saying that some jurisdictions appointed organisations the equivalent of the IAA, but that most, you said, appointed body similar to Fingal County Council in other jurisdictions. Now, I would put it to you, and you listed countries: Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Hungary, Greece, Finland and France. I'd put it to you, how is the Danish Transport Authority, the Dutch Ministry for Infrastructure, the Luxembourg Ministry for Infrastructure, the Hungarian Ministry for Natural Development, the French Director of Civil Aviation and the Department of Environment and Finnish Transport Safety Agency, how are they the equivalent of Fingal County Council?
Minister, 1 minute.
Sorry, I'm not saying they're the equivalent of Fingal County Council. In answer to your question about Fingal acting now, it is preparing, certainly, for this appointment, and it is the competent authority designate. And that is obviously, you're right, in anticipation, in the hope that members of this House will approve this. Obviously, this House is sovereign, and if it doesn't approve it, that is that, and we would have to go back to the drawing board. But we are making the preparations. We are making the preparations for this because it's urgent and it's something that has to be done as soon as possible. As the Deputy will be well aware, earlier in this story there were delays which were unexpected, mostly in the Attorney General's office, which meant that we were unexpectedly had to make decisions which we didn't anticipate making in the first place. But we are now on target. Fingal is the competent authority designate. If the House decides differently, that is completely and utterly a matter for the House.
Deputy Daly's final supplementary.
You say you're making the preparations, but you're spending a lot of public money which might be wasted. If you were really making the preparations, you would have brought forward the legislation to this House as the first step prior to now. The point I was making about the other jurisdictions, and we are an outlier now, we're taking a different view than most of Europe. Okay, you didn't say equivalent, you said similar. Well, Fingal County Council is not similar to any of those organisations. Fingal County Council has the DAA as its biggest ratepayer and has operated in relation to the previous planning permission. In no way could it be viewed as independent, and independence in relation to noise regulation is the key in terms of this regulation. It's supposed to be for the benefit of communities and in that sense a listening experience. So I want you to respond to my point. You've said we can overturn it, which could be a big waste of money in terms of what Fingal is doing, but why have you chosen that route when no other jurisdiction has done anything similar?
Ministers, 1 minute.
As I explained to the Joint Oireachtas Committee in July, Fingal County Council already has responsibilities under an EU Environmental Noise Directive, which encapsulates responsibilities relating to noise caused by conurbations and major transport infrastructures, including roads, railways and airports. In addition, having regard to its planning functions, it has considerable experience and expertise in the conduct of environmental impact assessments, appropriate assessments, and in managing extensive public consultations. There are therefore synergies arising from the assignment of this additional role. On the issue of whether Fingal County Council is conflicted, I am aware that concerns have been raised around the designation of Fingal as the competent authority and whether they are independent given the rates they receive from DAA. However, when the figures are examined more closely, it's my understanding that the DAA rate of demand for 2018 is approximately 15% of the total rates levied by Fingal and represents approximately 8% of Fingal's overall budgeted income. Therefore, I do not accept the claim that Fingal is unduly beholden to DAA for its income. Furthermore, the Council will be provided with the appropriate resources to undertake the additional role.
Deputy Mary Butler, 30 seconds to introduce.
Minister, my question is, will you consider undertaking a road traffic and speed survey on a portion of the N25 from Kilmeaden to Carl's Cross?
Number 9.
I'd like to thank the Deputy for her question. And I have to repeat what I've already said to other deputies, but I will be as helpful as I possibly can within that context. As Minister for Transport, Tourism and Sport, I have responsibility for overall policy and funding in relation to the National Roads Programme. Under the Roads Act 1993 to 2015, the planning, design and operation of individual roads is a matter for the relevant road authority in relation to local and regional roads, or for Transport Infrastructure Ireland in conjunction with the local authorities concerned in relation to national roads. Consequently, Transport Infrastructure Ireland and the local authorities have responsibility for signs and road markings in accordance with the Traffic Signs Manual, which is issued under my direction as Minister for Transport, Tourism and Sport. The Traffic Signs Manual sets out the standards for signing and road markings to be used on all roads in the country. With regard to the specific question raised by the Deputy, I understand from TII the N25 route was remarked under the National Road Delineation Programme in 2015. Road markings on each road route are designed from end to end by a contracted competent team in accordance with the TSM. Any non-compliant markings or markings that do not accord with the provisions of the manual are removed as part of the remarking contract. Proposals regarding safety improvement works are matters which are normally developed in the first instance by the relevant local authority, in this case Waterford City and County Council. In order for TII to fully consider any such proposals related to national roads, the local authority is required to carry out an analysis of the collision history at the location and design an appropriate scheme to deal with any safety issues identified. In addition, the local authority is required to carry out an economic appraisal of the proposal, fully cost the scheme, prepare a feasibility study and prioritise the scheme in relation to other works being proposed by the local authority. There are no specific road markings or arrows for turn-offs for residential access. All junctions are marked in accordance with the provisions of the DSM, as I have just outlined. Ultimately, the aim is to have consistency of approach across the country, and it's the responsibility of each local authority in conjunction with TII with regard to national roads to ensure that the appropriate standards as set out in the TSM are adhered to. Adhering to a consistent approach to road signs and markings delivers better safety results.
Deputy Butler.
Actually really explains the problem. And if I could just explain briefly, the road we're talking about is the N25, so it's the main road obviously from Waterford to Cork. So any traffic that is exiting from Rosslare Port and it's coming down the motorway, it's coming to the N25. Traffic is naturally fast as vehicles have just exited the motorway. Now, you've quite rightly said that the delineation was carried out in 2015. Unfortunately, the delineation was very good in parts, but it was not quite as good in other parts. And I know you stated there that in areas where there's residential people living, that they won't put in markings. But the problem we have is that you have people exiting the motorway 2 miles up the road on the right-hand side. There are 8 houses on a residential road. It's called Kilmaggy Mogue East. And this road leads on to another road that has 100 houses. Now, so you can just imagine there's a lot of traffic. The school bus is on this road as well. And there is major concerns from the residents living there that there's going to be a serious accident. So it's a simple requirement looking for line markings on a road so for health and safety purposes.
Minister for Supply.
Well, I'd say the Deputy, she becomes more convincing the more I listen to her. The point she makes, I think, is probably a good one, but the issue of road safety is obviously what she's really getting at here. And I suppose to some extent I didn't understand that from the question. I think if she wants to make representations on that, it would be best if she did make a representation, as you know, to the TII on that and see what they have to say about it. They have a particular interest, and indeed they have funding available for road safety black spots. And what I'd say to her is this: is when we're addressing issues of this sort, they obviously look at the collision record in this area if they're looking if they're considering it for special treatment. And the TII, I think, is always particularly sympathetic when road safety issues are raised, particularly if there's evidence, if it's evidence-based, that there are dangers on this particular stretch of road. So I suggest she makes that particular suggestion to them.
Thank you, Minister, and I will make a representation to the TII. And it's just if I could reiterate again, I suppose, the main reason why the residents are so concerned, because on other road exits, whether they're laneways or whether they're secondary roads, there are markings, and they can't understand for their particular roadway why there wouldn't be any markings. And they're just very, very concerned every time they indicate a turn right that they will be rear-ended from behind because of the speed of other traffic exiting the motorway. Thank you very much.
Minister.
I'll say to the Deputy, I will not, obviously I can't get involved in this directly myself, I don't think, but what I will do, because I think she's made a very good case for this, I would suggest that she makes a case to the TII, provides a full record of what has happened on that road, particularly any accidents which have occurred, which would make a convincing case. And I will refer her case to them, because I think that road safety must be the top priority, and it's one of the ingredients of our war against road safety, that the TIA should spend on black spots a certain amount of money. And so I will recommend to them that they look at this as and put this on their list as something to be examined, and do it in the near future.
Number 10, Deputy McWallis is grouped with 35, and what I would suggest, there's only 6 minutes left, 30 seconds, and then two supplementaries, one each.
Thanks, Cahill. Minister, I'd like to know your views on the ownership model of Rosslare Europort. Do you believe having a rail company operating the port makes sense? Do you believe that the fact that they strip out the profits is year on year, if you think that makes any sense? And do you believe that not investing in the closest port we have to mainland Europe, with Brexit looming, does it make any sense? Minister, I just want to know if you believe Rosslare Europort is being run at the moment in the state's best interest.
Minister, 10 and 53.
I propose to take 10 and 35 together.
Agreed.
The Deputy will be aware that Rosslare Europort is unique among the state-owned ports, as is not a commercial company operating under the Harbours Act, but is instead operated as a division of Éireann. Technically, the port forms part of the Fishguard and Rosslare Railways and Harbours Company, which is a 19th century joint venture company consisting today of Éireann on the Irish side and Stena Line on the Welsh Fishguard side. The status of the port and whether its current status potentially inhibits its development was considered in a strategic review commissioned by my department and carried out by Indicon Economic Consultants. Their report concluded that the creation of an independent port authority would be extremely difficult, given the port's complex legal structure. Instead, it was recommended that the port remain in public ownership and that the possibilities for increased private sector involvement be investigated. In order to assist Éireann's overall consideration of how best to move forward, the company then engaged consultants to assess market interest. The assessment was largely positive in terms of the potential for increased private sector investment in the port. However, it did identify implementation issues due to the complicated legislative basis of the port. Following that assessment, my department sought and received detailed advice from the Office of the Attorney-General on the matter. That advice identified a number of legal issues with any such proposal, and those issues remain under consideration by my department. I visited Rosslare Europort earlier this year at the invitation of my ministerial colleague Paul Keogh, and was briefed by the Europort's management on the port's commercial position. This was a particularly valuable opportunity for me as Minister to witness the central role that Rosslare Europort plays within the economy of Wexford, and indeed the wider South East, and to see it at first hand and its potential in terms of future development as a vital part of our country's trading infrastructure.
Deputy Wallace.
Finally, my department has been engaging with Rosslare Europort with regard to Brexit, and these discussions are ongoing.
Good stuff. Deputy Wallace. Thank you, Concorda. Minister, I think you have to agree that Rosslare is not being prioritised. It isn't getting state backing like would say Dublin Port gets now, and I'm not saying that Dublin Port shouldn't get it, but apart from the fact that it would be such a boost to Wexford, which is one of the most deprived counties in Ireland, the fact that we have more mental health challenges than most and one of the highest rates of suicide is directly linked to the fact that the county is seriously deprived. And we're laughing at the Brits for not knowing whether they're going left, right or centre with Brexit. But I mean, how well are we preparing for Brexit ourselves? Does it not make sense for the government to address the ownership of Rosslare Europort and get ready for Brexit? And do you not think, Minister, seriously yourself, do you not think that strategically it would be a good advance for the government, a positive move to actually take a different approach and to really grab this issue and progress Rosslare Port into a real port that would make a massive difference to the area and to Ireland in general, given that we're looking at Brexit and the problems across Britain are going to increase?
Deputy James Brown.
Thank you, Minister. As you know, I'm regularly bringing up this issue, and I checked recently that Rosslare Europort have brought it up every second week since elected to the Dáil. It's a port that makes €2.5 billion profit a year. It's not only self-sufficient, it's a very profitable port. Yet the port down there looks like a ghost town. That's because it's owned by CIE, who sucks the profit out of it every year and puts that in to subsidise other parts of the railway network that they're not unprepared to actually deal with in a proper manner. It is the second busiest port in the country for passengers of roll-on, roll-off traffic, and that money should be put back into that port at €2.5 million per annum. It would leverage approximately 15 million on the international market, which would allow that port to be one of the top ports in Europe, which it should be because of its location. It's the closest port in Ireland to the continent. There are ships steaming past that every single few minutes, going on to England or France or on to Hamburg or Rotterdam. We should be even a minuscule proportion of that business would make that port one of the top ports in Europe, in my view, Minister. And it's time that action was taken to actually either take it off CIE or at least make them put it into a standalone company so the profits are kept in that port. It should be a driver of the economy for the entire region.
Minister, to conclude on this matter, please.
I think both deputies are right. I think it's a crucial time. It's coming near a time of not necessarily decision about its structure. We've examined that, but it's coming at a time when Rosslare is going to be critical, and both deputies will be aware of the importance of Brexit and the importance which Rosslare may assume now in the process of preparing for Brexit. The Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Taoiseach have previously informed the House that Brexit negotiations are at a critical stage, and clearly the outcome of that negotiation process will implications for this country's ports, notably Rosslare, in view of its position as an import-export trading route to mainland Europe. The Irish Maritime Development Office, in conjunction with my department, has undertaken a study into the use of the UK land bridge to other European countries by the Irish road transport industry, importers and exporters. This could have an effect on the future of Rosslare as well. The purpose of this report is to establish the volume of traffic using the UK land bridge at present, the potential consequences that Brexit will have on land bridge usage, and the various alternative options that may be viable. This study is expected to be finalised shortly and to be published thereafter.
Thank you very much, Minister. That concludes question time. We proceed now to Leaders' Questions under Standing Order 29. Are you doing Leaders' Questions, Minister Ross? No, not on this occasion. Mr. Doherty, you're very welcome. Deputy Derek O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Minister. This morning, the country is taking a bit of a battering, and we think of all of those that are out working, our Gardaí, our local authority workers, service workers. We also send, as a House, our sympathies to the family of the lady who was seemingly killed this morning in a storm-related incident, and we wish safety to everybody else. But among those responding this morning, Minister, to this weather challenge are members of our Defence Forces, and who will do so with dedication and commitment as they do for everything. And the country is rightly proud of our Defence Forces, how they serve and protect our country, how they serve and protect our world, and how they've contributed over many years. 60 years actually was marked earlier this year in Lebanon, in Syria, in the Golan Heights, to mention but a few. Irish soldiers, Irish naval forces and Air Corps personnel are valued across the globe, and we all admire their work here at home for their dedication and their expertise. And we remember with pride their participation in the centenary of the 1916 Rising, and in particular what their participation brought to that occasion. However, Minister, compliments and commendations don't put meals on tables. And despite many debates here in the Dáil, despite a report commissioned by the University of Limerick on the Defence Forces, nothing has been done by this government in relation to the concerns affecting the Defence Forces at the moment. Members of the Defence Forces are men and women who have the same costs as the rest of us, but are now finding it impossible to rear families, to get a mortgage, to tackle the day-to-day costs because they're serving our country. A large proportion of Defence Force members have had to sign up to family income supplement, or the working family payment, as it's now known. Defence Force personnel are leaving on a weekly basis, expertise being lost to the state, colleagues losing colleagues because the private sector are putting much better offers on the table. That expertise has been lost to the state. The current numbers in our forces are actually the lowest in the history of the state. There's just over 9,000 personnel, 490 below the current agreed strength. And I know in your response you will say there is a recruitment campaign underway, but you won't say how many are leaving on a weekly or a monthly basis. That's nullifying that recruitment campaign. That exodus has been underway since 2012, and actually the number of army officers has also dropped by 15%, from 966 to 817. So at every level in our Defence Forces there is a crisis. And that crisis has grown so large, Minister, that today there will be a parade around to this House so that attention can once again focus on the challenge facing our Defence Forces. Former members of the Defence Forces, including some very senior former personnel who have given world service, and current family members have had to mobilise to get attention and to draw the government's attention to their plight. Minister, do you accept that numbers in our Defence Forces are unacceptable? And the exodus of personnel, the exodus of expertise has to be stopped. What occasion or what engagement has the Taoiseach, who is apparently the Minister of Defence, or Minister Keogh had with Defence Forces to address the concerns? And what is the response of your government to the parade today?
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Cleary. And first of all, can I suppose on behalf of everybody in the House, including government, to offer my sincere condolences to the family and the friends of the lady who passed away this morning due to the adverse weather conditions down in Galway. I think I agree with probably a lot of what you said, because at home and indeed overseas, the men and women of our Defence Forces serve Ireland with absolute distinction. The Defence Forces are part of a bedrock which underpins the safety and security of every single person in this country, and indeed further afield. And I think it probably would be understated to say that the government values each and every member and the roles that they carry out, whether it's peacekeeping or at home supporting other state agencies, like indeed we see today with the Defence Forces helping the ESB because of unadverse weather conditions. And it's for that very reason that the government has tasked the Public Sector Pay Commission to examine the recruitment that you spoke about and the retention issues that do exist in the Defence Forces, and that we are well aware of them, just in case you think we're not. The process is underway, the submissions have been made, and the Commission is engaging with the individual serving members. And I think that's only just one element of the efforts to improve pay and conditions of the members of the Defence Forces, because, like other areas of our public services, the members of the Defence Forces are benefiting from pay increases due under the pay agreements and the revised pay scales from post-2013 recruits, and they've already been implemented, because members of the Defence Forces are benefiting from increases in pay ranging from about 6.2% to 7.4%, and also the restoration to pre-FEMPI levels for everybody that's earning under €70,000. The first 1% increase became payable on the 1st of January 2018. The second increase is due to be applied on the 1st of October 2018, and also the restoration of the 5% reduction in the allowances that happened because of the cuts of FEMPI, because of the economic and financial positions that the state was in during those very precarious years from 2010 to very, very recently. They're scheduled to be recovered very, very soon. I think, given the unique and demanding nature of the military life, I think we accept that the turnover within the Defence Forces is probably going to be higher than in some of our other agencies. But what we're not prepared to accept is the fact that, and I hope I do surprise you when I tell you that I do acknowledge that it is 8% and that it is too high. And that's exactly why we've organised recruitment and retention measures to be implemented, such as addressing the work-life balance, such as a comprehensive skill gas analysis across the entire Defence Forces, and indeed a review of the contract of services for enlisted personnel in the context of capability requirements and appropriate age profiles, and to develop the options and to expand direct entry of specialists and the re-entry of former members of the Permanent Defence Forces with the required skill set.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Cleary, you have 1 minute.
Thanks, Minister. The Government values each and every member. Again, Minister, platitudes do not put food on the table. The pay structure of the Defence Forces is particularly unique in that allowances are a key part of that pay, and they haven't been restored. Our Defence Forces don't get overtime. Defence Forces on duty for the papal visit were given a paltry amount compared to other people who did overtime. And that's why there is a parade today. They don't have confidence in the Public Service Pay Commission. They don't have confidence in all these initiatives you're saying, because they have been on the waiting list and put on the long finger for far too long. The exodus of personnel is happening since 2012. And when you see the words of somebody who has served the state across the world, ex-Brigadier General George Ahern, who's saying that the bond between Defence Force and state has been broken, that's the reality. That's the feeling of senior personnel and personnel at every level of the Defence Forces. And that's why there's a parade today. When members of our Defence Forces, Óglaigh na hÉireann, to whom we owe so much respect, are dependent on family income supplement to supplement their wages, that's one hell of an indictment from a government to Óglaigh na hÉireann.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, to conclude on this matter.
Thanks, Deputy. I have to tell you that I'm not really interested in platitudes, and I hope for the very, very most part I don't engage in them. What I am interested in is the substance of the actions that have actually been taken by the Minister for Defence and indeed by extension government. The significant improvements of pay under the Lansdowne Road Agreement and the further increases over the lifetime of the Public Service Stability Agreement from 2018 or 2020 is not a platitude. It's a substantial action that has been taken by this government, and it's only been able to be taken because of the recovering economy. The Public Pay Service Commission has been tasked with providing detailed, objective analysis on recruitment and retention in the defence sector. That's not a platitude. That's an actual, tangible target and project for that particular agency, and it will reap dividends. And finally, the Government has increased the numbers of serving overseas by an additional 100 personnel deployed to UNIFIL shortly. That's not a platitude. That's a tangible, substantial increase in confidence in our abilities to defend other nations overseas. We're not interested in platitudes. I'm really sorry that the fact that people are outside parading today, but it gives us an opportunity for us, for you and for me and everybody else in this House, to talk about the pride that we have in our Defence Forces, to talk about reinstilling a recruitment process and a retention process to make sure that it is up to the numbers that we expected, and to talk about a recovering economy providing for every single part of the public service the proper paying conditions that they should be getting, that were depleted because of actions of previous governments in the last number of years.
I too want to extend solidarity to the family and the former members of the Defence Forces who are currently parading, as they've specified, through the streets of Dublin and making their way towards this House. Members of the Defence Force and their representative organisations have consistently been sidelined in the public service pay negotiations, are in fact excluded from trade union membership or affiliation to ICTU, and are legally prevented from public demonstration or protest over terms and conditions, which is why they have to rely on their representative organisations to raise the issues, or their family members and former members to parade through this city. This government has taken full advantage of the fact that as the former Brigade General has said, the loyalty, and he has outlined that the bond between that has been broken between the members and the state is now broken. I've recently met with the representative organisations of the Defence Forces, and Minister, they confirmed to me that there is absolute chaos in the Defence Forces. The Defence Forces are hemorrhaging members, not just the long-serving ones, but also many of those who are new recruits. And this is causing extra pressure on the existing low morale, the foundation of which any Army, Navy or Air Corps has to have. The government is well aware of this fact, has been made aware of it since the University of Limerick report in 2017 and before that. Recently, PD4 were forced to go to the High Court in order to vindicate the rights of the Defence Force members to the provisions of the Working Time Directive. They were forced to go to the European Committee on Social Rights to vindicate the right to collective bargaining over working terms and conditions. The fact that members of the Defence Forces have had to fight this government tooth and nail, both at home and in Europe, to have basic workers' rights vindicated is an absolute disgrace. What is even more disgraceful is the fact that the government has still not taken action to implement these court decisions. The Defence Forces are expected to lose another 700 members this year, many of them going to the private sector for better pay and working conditions. Minister, because the Defence Forces members are being unappreciated by this and the last government, this state now has to outsource many of the provisions and the work that was done by the Air Ambulance Service, for instance, and that's penny wise and pound foolish. Minister, I have a number of questions for you. One is, can you explain what is the delay with the Department's submission to the Public Service Pay Commission? Is there a dispute between the Department and the military authorities in relation to the content of that submission, which hasn't been made? Can you please explain to me when this government intends to give effect to the rights of the Defence Force members under the Working Time Directive? And finally, will you provide for the collective bargaining rights for Defence Force members?
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Councillor, and thanks, Deputy. The first thing I'll say to you is that the Minister genuinely engages regularly with the two representative bodies that you've just described, and hears very, very loudly and clearly not only the concerns, but in a lot of cases sometimes the objections that the members of the Defence Forces raise with us, and we take them very, very seriously, as we do take the pride in our Defence Forces very, very seriously. And so I'll say again what I said to Deputy Cleary. The Defence Forces are the bedrock which underpins the safety and the security of both society and our nation. And I can't emphasise that. That is evidently true. And that's why government have taken the significant actions in the last number of years. The improvements in pay under the Lansdowne Road Agreement, the further increases over the lifetime of the Public Services Stability Agreement from 2018 to 2020, the Pay Commission being tasked with providing a retention and a recruitment action plan to make sure that the concerns that have been raised by the people who remain in the Defence Forces are addressed, and also the recruitment to bring those numbers back up, which are depleted by 470, as Dara said earlier on, to make sure that we have a full complement of men and women who are providing the security and the safety both of the people in this country and abroad. I think it's testament to the fact that the Minister will be accepting the submission from the organisers of today's parade. We will look at it very, very carefully, and we will respond once the submission objectives or recommendations have been analysed. To say that there is a delay, so to specifically answer the questions that you've asked. To say that there is a delay in the submission, there is no delay. The submission is currently being worked upon, and when it's finished, it will be presented to the body. I'll have to come back to you genuinely on the Working Time Directive, because I don't know and have a response on that for you. But what is absolutely fundamental here is that every single man, woman and child in this country has pride in the Defence Forces and the actions that they take both abroad and Ireland in protecting peace, security and the safety of Irish people on abroad. We have difficulties with regard to pay over the last number of years, but it's not, it's not without having good reasons. Every single public and civil servant in the country had their pay cut over a number of years because of the economic crash. It's thankful that we're in a position that we can unravel those cuts, that we're in a position to be able to bring forward new pay agreements and new stability agreements for the years going ahead. It's because of a recovering economy that we can do that. And it's because we value and want to retain the people in the Defence Forces that we put an action plan around retention and recruitment to make sure that we have our full capacity of numbers. Thanks, Councillor.
Yes, and I agree with you in relation to pride that the Irish society has in the Defence Forces. But this isn't just about pride. Pride doesn't put food on the table and put a roof over the heads of those young recruits who have to sleep in cars because they've been rostered on in barracks or on duties that's far from their homes, and then it's not feasible to drive home and then drive back again at the same time. Current recruitment levels will also not fill the vacancies. Thus, those vacancies are causing a huge increase in the workload of remaining members, meaning extra shifts, longer hours, not seeing their families, not enough hours between rosters, having to sleep in tents, as we saw in the rain in the Phoenix Park, when other emergency services were being appreciated and were able to go home or were accommodated in safe and secure accommodation. Why would anybody join the Defence Forces facing the prospect of having to sleep in a car outside the barracks? Why would you volunteer to go on overseas duties when you have to take suspect medication, which has left colleagues debilitated, where you can't afford a home or to be able to rent, despite the fact that you are providing one of the most dangerous jobs in this state? Why would you join to become a bomb disposal expert, for instance, when you could be faced with 120 hours on duty because the flood of soldiers leaving the force? I will reiterate again, why is there the delay? And there is a delay in terms of the submission to the Public Service Pay Commission. Will you look again at the supplementary pension to bring the Defence Forces into line with other public service workers? And will you assure the House and those who are parading outside that measures taken in the budget this year will appreciate properly, for once and for all, the Defence Force members?
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Deputy, you asked on a number of occasions why anybody would join the Defence Forces, and you've listed off a litany of things that you think are wrong. And yet people are joining the Defence Forces, both historically and currently. And the reason they're joining the Defence Forces, both historically and currently, is because they have a graw for public service, and they have a pride in the security that they provide for every man and woman who goes to bed at night time safe in this country. That's why people join the Defence Forces. The substantive action that we have taken over the last number of months, and will continue to take, and I'll reiterate it again in case I wasn't clear, is that we are benefiting in the Defence Forces from the increase in pay ranging from 6.2% to 7.4% of what was cut because of the economic crash in the last number of years. They are benefiting from the restoration of the FEMPI cuts of 5% to their allowances. Now, I wish to God none of those cuts had been made, as I'm sure every single person in this House does, but they were made. And they're now, financially, the country is in a position to be able to restore those pay and to look forward to a new stability process of pay agreements between 2018 and 2020. We are lucky as a country that we can actually recognise with pride the people in our Defence Forces and to be able to pay them effectively. It also extends to the government investing in capital equipment, platforms, including those that increase the forces' protection, such as armoured personnel carriers, and also to build infrastructure. 35 million worth of projects are at various stages, Count Corla, of implementation, ranging from a design to construction, and 14.2 million has been provided for the delivery of these infrastructural development projects between now and 2018.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Joan Collins, please.
Minister, there was a debate here last night in the closure of 159 plus post offices in rural communities. As reported all over the country, there have been very large angry meetings in response to these proposals, and communities are opposed to these closures. Now, Minister, similarly, in Dublin City and the Greater Dublin region, there have been very large angry meetings in response to the proposed Bus Connects, aptly renamed Bus Disconnects. And these meetings have not been called by the NTA, they've been called by residents' associations, they've been called by councillors and TDs and advertised. So in Crumlin there were over 400 people at a meeting, in Swords there was over 400 people at a meeting, in Drimna over 300. Green Hills Residents Association have called meetings. Last night was Perrystown, over 150 people, with Terranure Road residents and Whitehall Road residents. The present cross-city buses have evolved over the decades through our estates and have created connectivity across the city. It's an excellent connectivity, may meander a bit around estates, but they connect the community, and that's the crucial thing. It's a public service for the public. This so-called plan for our bus services is a disaster. It means, for example, in my constituency that I represent, there will be a withdrawal from estates of bus numbers 18, 17, 150, 123, 122, 68, 69, 13, 9 and 15A. Hospitals are losing their connectivity. 27B and the 17A have been withdrawn from Beaumont Hospital. The 123 has been withdrawn from Jamestown or James's Hospital. The 47 will not go by Vincent's Hospital. It will particularly affect older citizens, the disabled, children going to school, and one particular school, Louise and Rathmines, and the residents have worked out that it will take 3 buses to actually get from their area to the school. People with knee problems, heart problems, lungs, visual impairment are going to be affected. Janet Walker said no one's going to be more than 400 metres away from a bus stop. Yet in Drimna, after a public meeting on Thursday night, we worked out that up to 40 to 43% of residents will not be within that 400 metres. There is a need for a review of our public transport in the city and outer suburbs. The aim of the review should be to increase, not decrease, services for local communities, and at the very minimum maintain existing services. The reality is the Dublin bus fleet has been cut from 1,160 to 1,000 over the last 10 years, and they're now carrying 27 million extra passengers. This review must be done with proper consultation with service users. There should be a full consultation with those who provide the service, not management, but those who provide and know the service. These are the people who would make very sensible suggestions as to how the service could be made more efficient and more suited to the needs of the communities. Minister, 10% of our bus service have been privatised with Go Ahead, even though Dublin Bus tendered 5% less. There's going to be a new tendering process come into place, and there's a huge question that these new 7 spines are going to be used to tender out to private bus services. Private bus services don't want to know about routes going through estates with 10 people on them. I'm just going to finish on this. Minister, either you or your government, or Minister Ross, has the power to actually scrap this, and it should be scrapped. Either your government will stop it, or I guarantee there will be thousands of people on the streets with this, because people are very, very angry, and you'll feel it in your neck.
Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Deputy. First of all, I'd say the Bus Connect is one of the flagship investments that's going to be delivered by Project 2040 that was launched by Government earlier on this year, which is our 10-year National Development Plan. And the reports show that approximately 70% of people travelling into Dublin City each morning do so by sustainable and public transport, which is, I actually think, is very, very welcome. Well over half of the public transport trips are by bus, and 136 million passenger journeys take place every single year. And all this is proposing to do, all the NTA are proposing to do, is to improve those services, to allow people to spend more time with their families, or learning a foreign language, or doing whatever it is that people choose to do in their spare time, instead of spending hours and hours on public transport. So the one thing I will agree with you is that you said we have a need for a review. Well, that's exactly what this is, and we have a need for full public consultation, and that's exactly what this is. So I'll say, for the record, in June the NTA published a discussion document that focused on some 230 kilometres of continuous bus lanes across 16 core corridor or bus routes, and that's expected to achieve upwards of 40 to 50% of time travelling for the passengers that travel on those buses in journey savings times. It's also noted, I think, that the routes and the options are indicative initiative at this stage, and it's for the NTA to conduct all of their public consultations meetings, which they're currently doing off the back of the public consultation report that they issued in July. They're having public consultation meetings up and around the length and breadth of the city, and indeed in my own county of Meath, where we have Dublin Bus looking after some of our residents. The purpose of these public consultation meetings is to hear either the objections, the concerns, or the praise for what it is they're trying to do. And absolutely more importantly, for the NTA to get that information to be able to feed back into what will ultimately be the end design. The end design may be absolutely nowhere near what the initial public consultation document was put out to, and what's absolutely vital is all of the public meetings that you've just described and all of the people's views and feelings that are raised during those public meetings be brought to the attention of the NTA, so that when we get a final draft document to appraise and approve of, collectively and publicly, that we will have a better infrastructure for our public transport network, that we will have much less time for people to be sitting on buses going to or from either work or college or school every single day, and that people will have a better work-life balance because they will be spending more of their free time doing what they want with it as opposed to being sitting in traffic on a bus.
Minister, when you drill down into this bus disconnects, you'll see that that is not what's happening. Communities are being cannibalised by their routes being pulled out of them. I'll give you one example. Stand at the bus stop in Wellington Lane for 1 hour. Buses at present, you have 354As, 415As, 450s, that's a total of 11 buses. With Bus Connect, you'll have 5 F1s and F2s and 3 D4s, a total of 8 buses. In areas, they've been halved at the routes and they're being proposed. Minister, the NTA have not done proper consultation, they haven't been advertised widely. We have done it, councillors, TDs, public reps have done it. No, they haven't. There's been no consultation in Raheny, no consultation in Drimna, and I know that's across the city. I'm saying to you, Minister, your government should scrap this deal, or this proposal. They should scrap it, and your Minister should. You have the power to do it under Section 26 of the legislation, and it should be a proper consultation. Bus drivers weren't consult about this with Jarlath Walker. He came in with these proposals, with remit of the NTA, and has been presented to the people. This deal should not be accepted. Money should be invested properly into the bus services they are and develop them, but this should not be accepted and you should scrap it.
Conclude on this matter.
With the height of respect to you, you tell us that there was no public consultation, and yet you've just ended that we presented proposals to the people for their representative views. There's a meeting for 4 hours in Dublin tomorrow. There's a meeting for 5 hours in Dunboyne and County Meath on Friday. There have been meetings day after day after day for the last number of weeks. First of all, the report was issued in July. The consultation process report was issued in June. The consultation report was issued in July, and that's what we're having our public meetings on. And all you have to do is to go back to the local newspapers in Dublin and see the notices of the public meetings that are the public consultation that's been happening. The purpose of this is to improve the bus service, the public bus service that 136 million journeys relied on last year, to make it better, to make it more efficient, and to make people, actually more people, value the fact that they can get on a bus and get off the bus in the quickest jig time to get to and from work or wherever they're going. Your input is entirely valuable and wanted, and that's why we are doing a public process, a consultation process. And as I said, the end game may be nowhere close to the beginning game, but that's why our input is relied upon and is absolutely
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Michael Healy-Rae, please.
Thank you very much, Ceann Calder. Minister, I want to raise this morning very serious concerns that I have about Kerry University Hospital and health services in general in County Kerry. As you may or may not be aware, since the first week in June of this year, all scheduled operations at Kerry University Hospital have been cancelled. The only operations that take place are actually emergency operations. So to put this in a simple format to you, if a person is waiting for hip or knee operations or any other scheduled operations, waiting, they are left. And I think this is a disgrace at a time when I'm terribly worried about the future status of the hospital, despite the assurances given last week at a meeting where it was stated that we would retain our university status. The ever-increasing departure of consultants and what I would consider the downgrading on a continuous basis by management of the HSE of our hospital, that leaves me extremely worried. I just want to use the opportunity to compliment the hard-working staff, the people in A&E, the people on the wards, who, when a patient is in front of them, they do everything they can to help those patients. And anybody that avails of the service are grateful and are thankful for the individuals who are working there. But I've marched with these people, for example, from A&E, who quite simply say they want government to wake up and to realise the pressure that they are under. The nurses, the doctors working in the A&E departments. I've been in there late at night, I've been in there early in the morning. I use this summer opportunity to be there a lot because I wanted to see and understand firsthand what is going on inside there. And I do understand it fully. And I have a perfect understanding of the difficulties and the pressures that they are under. But what I'm asking is, does the Minister for Health understand that? And this whole idea, and it was set up here many years ago, this idea of, well, the Minister for Health doesn't actually have responsibility for health. That is rubbish. The buck stops with the Minister. The buck for health stops with the government and not with the HSE, and this hiding behind layers and layers of bureaucracy. That has to end. People have to take responsibility. If you have the title of Minister for Health and if people are waiting endlessly for operations, you have to take responsibility for that. You have to sit down with the heads of the different departments and you have to say, right, what can we do to tackle this problem? I want to give you an example. Why is it, or how is it, that a person who is waiting to have their tonsils removed will have to wait for 3 years as it stands right now? And at the same time, if a person will present today and say, I want my tonsils removed, I can arrange for them to be removed above in Belfast in the month of November, in the first couple of weeks of November. For God's sake, this is not outer Mongolia or somewhere like that when it comes to health. We shouldn't be saying to people here, well, we'll fix your tonsils and we'll do it in 3 years' time. Anybody that knows how uncomfortable it is to have a problem in that department, they'll know that it's ridiculous to be told you have to wait for 3 years. And can you please explain to me why this is being allowed to happen under all of your watch?
Minister Doherty, please.
Thanks, Ken Corlett. The other esteemed deputy from Kerry raised Kerry local hospital yesterday and was invited by the Taoiseach because the Taoiseach didn't have specific information on Kerry yesterday to come and meet him. I don't have specific information today, but I will extend on the Taoiseach's behalf that invitation to you to maybe join with your brother to come and meet the Taoiseach and indeed the Minister for Health on that specific aspect. But to talk to you just in general terms, I mentioned earlier on that we're in a recovering economy and it's a good place to be, and it's because of that the government is investing in our health services and focusing on the improving needs, building capacity and investing in infrastructure and indeed the new GP contract and delivering a transformational 10-year reform programme based on the all-party report that came from Sláintecare that came from the all-party committee. We're building new major infrastructure like the National Children's Hospital, the new maternity hospital, and I think it's these new facilities are going to be a hallmark of a modern health system. Capital funding has been committed in the National Development Plan to deliver 2,600 additional hospital beds, 4,500 additional community care beds recommended by the capacity review, and 3 new elective hospitals. And some, if not a lot of those, have to feed in to your county that you represent to improve the outcomes for the patients and the people who are living in your county. So again, can I say to you, the invitation stands. Please bring the specific information with regard to the details that you've talked about from Kerry Hospital to the attention of the Minister and the Taoiseach, and I'm sure he'll be happy to.
Minister, Deputy Healy-Rae.
Well, I'm sorry, but your reply and the Taoiseach's reply are all outdated because I have brought these problems to the attention of the Minister for Health. I have brought people up from Kerry, specialists, to sit down with him and to outline the problems that we have, and to date the Minister, the Department and all of you have failed to do what you're supposed to do, and that is take care of sick people. Because at the end of the day, if we can't take care of people who are waiting to have knee operations, who are suffering distress, waiting for hips and telling them they have to wait endlessly only for the fact of the great service that is being provided through the treatment abroad, many people would be going blind. Last weekend, I arranged for 14 people in one bus to go up and have their operations for their cataracts, to have the cataracts removed. This is ridiculous to have to be doing that. It is great that the service is there, it is great to be able to avail of it, but now the story is, well, it's not just going to be cataracts, they'll have to go to get their tonsils, they'll have to go to get their hips, they'll have to go to get their knees. For God's sake, what are we going to tell sick people? Don't get sick in Ireland, you must travel up to the north, you have to go to hospitals above there to get your treatment.
Thank you,
it is absolutely ridiculous, and it is happening while all of you are in government, all of you are in your ministerial roles, and you're allowing this to happen.
Thank you, Deputy.
Wake up to the situation that we have on the ground, and please do something to help people who are ill.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, to conclude, please.
Thanks, Deputy. This is a national statistics, but it certainly comes from hospitals like your own. Cataract waiting lists have been reduced by 2,734 in the last year, and particularly 3,000 in the category of waiting over 9 months. There were 400 new beds introduced in the system between 2013 and 2017. There were 240 new beds introduced to the system last year. There is an extra 1.35 million allocated to a Healthy Ireland fund to enable and encourage people to actually mind themselves, as you probably facetiously expect people not to become sick. But it's to try and empower people to look after their good health, to make sure that they don't get sick. And those programmes are in place, yes indeed. There's an additional 7.10 million made for the improvement to our ambulance services. Indeed, GP training intake was up by 194, particularly in our rural GP practices. So we're planning for the future, we're investing in our future. And with respect, the only thing that we can do is to ensure that the money is there, that the programme and that the management is there within the HSE to provide for Irish citizens. That's what Sláintecare is doing. That's what the money that's going to be embedded and the personnel embedded to produce the roadmap for Sláintecare is doing. If I can finish, I've answered your question. I have answered your question. So I'll finish by saying, if you have specific concerns around Galway Hospital, I will invite you to attend the meeting with your brother, with the Taoiseach.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. That concludes Leaders' Questions. We move now for 30 minutes to questions on promise to legislation. 1 minute for one question per Deputy. Deputy Cleary.
Minister, I started this morning by expressing our good wishes to those involved in the response to Storm Alley, but as I observe in the last while, the conditions seem to be worsening and the level of preparedness doesn't seem to be as effective as it previously was. Your own department has just announced 11 offices have closed. There's considerable trees down. There are difficulties with transmitters. Can I ask, did the Emergency Coordination Committee meet in advance of the storm? And just so that we don't have any they did superb work last winter. Can I ask that this situation and this level of relative unpreparedness does not arise again during the course of this winter?
I have to refute, and I very rarely disagree with you, but I would have to disagree with you this morning that the level of preparedness for this morning was planned for. The National Director of Fire and Emergency Management has been monitoring the evolving situation and met with Met Éireann on a daily basis for the last week. So the fact that I've closed offices is to protect the safety of my own people and indeed the clients and customers that use our offices, to make sure that they don't have to go outside if they don't need to. The fact that the ploughing was cancelled today was to protect the tens of thousands of people that would be putting themselves in the line of an orange and a yellow warning event today. So we are prepared. The warnings had been issued over the last number of days. The security forces and the local authorities and the ESB forces are out in their numbers this morning, looking after the 140,000 people who are without electricity, clearing the roads of the branches and the trees that have been damaged over the night time. So we can only do what we are doing, which is responding to something that we were prepared for in the last number of days, and the yellow and orange warnings will remain in place until this evening.
Minister, Deputy O'Snoddy.
In the programme for government on page 134, there's a promise for a decent public service system that is essential to the everyday lives of many citizens and is essential in reducing social isolation. And Minister, I heard you respond and dismiss the concerns of my constituency colleague earlier regarding your flagship project Bus Connects. I would ask you not to dismiss the valid concerns regarding the bus route changes, because I'm hearing so far, would increase social exclusion in some parts of Dublin, areas of high concentration of elderly, disabled and poor in the city. If this plan would be allowed to go ahead, there'd be an increase in social exclusion. So I'd ask you specifically also, do you expect legislation to have to be introduced to change the public service obligation which the Dublin Bus, the NTA and this government would have in relation to public transport systems in this city?
Minister.
Deputy, I'm surprised that you heard me dissing people's concerns this morning, because on a number of occasions, and I'll say it again, I welcome people's comments on the flagship changes that are being proposed by the NTA. And the reason we welcome them is because there is absolutely no monopoly in wisdom, not in the Department of Transport, not my own transport, indeed not in the benches, any benches of this particular House. The reason we have public consultation is to improve the plan, or indeed entirely change it to suit the people's needs, because at the end of the day, public service is what it's about, improving the efficiency and the capacity of that public service to serve the public. So the reason we're having public consultation and meetings, the length and breadth of the city and indeed parts of my own county that are serviced by this particular public transport, is to hear the concerns, the objections, the positive comments with regard to the changes that are being proposed, to listen to them and to take effect and heed of them.
By expressing my concern and sharing the concerns expressed by others in relation to all those who are adversely affected by current storm conditions, and hopefully that we will have no more fatalities later in the day. Can I ask specifically in relation to a programme for government commitment to monitor and benchmark the use of by local authorities of the new vacant site levy legislated for by the previous government? A recent statement by the Minister for Finance, Paschal Donoghue, states that he apparently is not in favour of taxing vacant property. It is reported to be considering instead a tax break as a positive incentive, specifically a capital gains reduction to 15% rather than 33%. Such a proposal, in my view, narrows the tax break and makes the whole taxation system more fragile. It's the path that was followed to ruin and destruction by Fianna Fáil previously, and it's not one that we should follow now. So can I ask you specifically, will there be an increase in the vacant tax levy, or is that to be abandoned in favour instead of a tax break for property owners?
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister English.
On the planning site levy, in the planning bill that we passed in July here, there is allowance in that for the increase from the 7% up to from the 3% to 7% for the year, for the second year of the levy. 260 sites are on the register at the moment, but 180 would be due to pay a levy in 2019, and 180 out of the 260 will be due to pay the levy so far that we're aware of in the year starting in January 2019, and the second rate then kicks in 2020 as passed by legislation in July.
Thank you, Deputy McBarry.
Ceann Comhairle, 500,000 young people are locked out of the housing market. Can't afford to buy, can't afford to rent. They're the locked out generation. Now, yesterday, Father Peter McVerry said that emergency situations require emergency action. And he gave his support to the Take Back the City campaign, which is being supported by very many of these young people. It's well established in Dublin, and I think will go national around the country this Saturday, something which Solidarity supports. Now, in terms of legislation, yesterday I addressed this question to Minister English. You said that that campaign was a disgrace. I put it to you, what is a real disgrace is the inaction on the part of yourself and your government. What legislation of an emergency character do you propose to introduce to get to grips with this issue? Is it to be more tax breaks for landlords, or real serious vacant site levies, compulsory purchase orders, and the type of measures that are necessary, that the state would take over private property and provides the housing that people need in this emergency?
Minister English.
In Concur, there's a range of initiatives announced to try to tackle vacancy and try to tackle supply of housing. Some are having great success, but there's an action plan for housing, which is House is supported. The 6 billion put behind that as well. In that includes legislation updates as well to tackle this. I did deem it a disgrace because it's taking over someone's house is unnecessary. It's not part of our plans. It is not needed. There are CPO legislation is there. Some authorities choose to use it, others don't. There's complicated reasons behind every individual case in relation to the houses that we're talking about as well.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Matty McGrath.
I too want to be associated on behalf of the rural independents with the people who are out there on frontline services today and appeal to people that are leaving the Pound match to be careful and people at home to remain indoors. And also, Minister, I want to ask you today, I did ask that Minister Creed here in early July, about the severe fodder crisis that we have in the south east, especially East Cork, South Tipperary, East Waterford and Ronnie to Kilkenny and Carlow. It's really very, very severe. It might be in some other areas. And the lack of fodder and the fact that so much has been used now, the fodder that they saved in first cut. And the Minister told me he'd do a fodder count in September. We knew that time there was nothing growing. We were coming from the severe spring and the snow, and then we went straight into a drought which has persisted, and the crops have been very poor. So what measures are you going to take to try and import some foodstuff from abroad? Because the drought was extra severe in Spain and in England and in France and places we could normally get it. So it's too late now to be in a fodder crisis. We could see it disappearing that time in July. What actions is the government going to take?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy. I suppose it gives me the opportunity to say the 4.25 million fodder import support measure covering fodder imported from the 12th of August to the 31st of December has been allocated for this year. A representative group chaired by Teagasc coordinating advisory messages, including a dedicated helpline, has been set up for farmers to support them so that they can be engaged with the services that they need. A national fodder survey was carried out by Teagasc. Indeed, maybe you won't be aware of it. And Minister Creed met with the main banks to highlight the need for them to step up and to assist to help farmers over and above the allocated 4.25 million of the state. Higher cap payments this autumn, providing for 260 million in additional cash flow for farmers, has been provided, and flexibilities for participants under the GLASS scheme, bringing potential additional 270,000 hectares into fodder
Deputy Catherine Connolly, please.
Beidir go mai an tarim McEwen an bioganin solas a yeru an mille nua tá berti ó híh ach na teanga efficúla cé nuair a thiocfaí sé os cór na dála mar sin heile.
Cinniú deanta an teachn seo agus dógur an béan billa seo dógrathe I gan tamil. Cinniú timpeall an bord réaltais an teachn seo maidir leis an bala allshoe to sé an schedule goji mi nolig agus under an am seo agus goji nolig bima sasta go vishe soccerhe agus bishe ray riven no fridge and an am of image gober an schedule seo.
Deputy Troy is not here. Deputy Brown, Deputy James Brown.
Thank you, Minister, page 67 of the programme for government discusses youth mental health. In 2017, the National Youth Mental Health Task Force reported the only mental health initiative of this government specifically for young people. However, it's been left to rot on the shelf due to interfighting between the departments. Minister for Mental Health has blamed Pascal Donoghue, who is failing to fund Pathfinder, the inter-department team charged with implementing the report. And Minister Pascal Donoghue has refused to answer questions on it, effectively washing his hands. The mental health services for young people in this country is in crisis. In Cork, children are being sent to ED. There's now almost 3,000 children on waiting lists, and child psychiatrists are resigning because of poor working conditions. When is the government going to take child mental health services seriously, and when is it going to fund Pathfinder and Youth Mental Health Task Force?
Thank you, Deputy Brown. Minister Daly.
Thank you, Deputy, for your questions. The government is taking it very serious. We have a number of different initiatives which will take too long to go into now to deal with it, but just specifically on the URMIX, the Pathfinder and the Youth Mental Health Task Force. The Youth Mental Health Task Force is not dependent on Pathfinder. Pathfinder is a revolutionary project for this state, which is to break down the silo-like mentality that has existed between different departments heretofore. And I regret, and I'm on the record of regretting that that hasn't come to pass, and we're still waiting for DPER to approve that Pathfinder project. But the Youth Mental Health Task Force and the recommendations contained therein are being rolled out. This year alone, we have recruited, as you were aware, Deputy, 116 assistant psychologists, especially for youth mental health, 20 psychologists, especially for youth mental health, 10 advanced nurse practitioners to assist with consultants where there are vacancies. You know that I had a conference on Monday of this week where I want to bring in the whole digital online platforms and also telepsychiatry and telepsychology, because I cannot make 2 consultant psychiatrists out of 1 where 1 is only existing. That's something that's beyond this government and governments across the world's capacity. So you were well aware that I am looking at very new and innovative ways of dealing with those challenges and intend to address them head on.
Niall Collins.
Thanks, Ceann Comhairle. Minister, this was raised previously at Leaders' Questions and at the Order of Business, so I'm just asking for an update. It's in relation to an alleged incident of large-scale child sex abuse in Limerick, and the decision by the Minister for Children and the Minister for Justice to establish a serious incident review, which is to examine the management of the case and the interagency cooperation and activity surrounding that case. Now, a 3-person panel was appointed to carry out this serious incident review, to be chaired by Child Rapporteur Geoffrey Shannon. And there was an issue in relation to the terms of reference. They were being drafted and drafted and drafted, and they were to go to the Attorney-General and to the Cabinet for sign-off. And then the review was to happen with a report to Government and possible publication. So what I'm asking you for is an update on that. Have the terms of reference been finalised? Is the review underway? Has it been completed? What's the exact status of it now? I appreciate you may not personally be able to answer it here and now, but if you could arrange for an update in relation to it. Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy. I genuinely can't. I won't even attempt to answer, but what I will commit to you is I come back to you before close of business today.
Thank you, Deputy Neil Smith.
In the programme for government, you give a commitment to CCTV schemes in key locations across the country, and that scheme was launched with great fanfare and excitement, to be fair, with the JPCs across the country and communities at large. I have in front of me here a letter from Cavan County Council and the members specifically who passed a resolution last Monday asking that the Minister for Justice and Equality actually reform this relatively new scheme. And the frustration comes from the point that the government have allocated over $1 million to be delivered over 3 years in relation to this scheme, and currently I believe there are only 4 applications have actually been successful with a delivery of at a cost of $120,000. Now, JPCs across the country, but I know more locally in Cavan and Monaghan, are completely frustrated with the issue of data protection and who is ultimately responsible for the holding of that data protection. So, I mean, the scheme is devised for communities to apply for. The applications are tedious, they're lengthy, they're complex, they're certainly not easy for communities to engage with, but until there is a clear pathway given, and it has to come from the Minister and his department, who is responsible for the holding of the data, there's where the frustration lies, and we will see nothing happening, and we do see nothing happening at the moment on the ground. So I'm asking you, will you ask the Minister to give clear direction as to who is responsible for the data?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Smith. Well, first of all, thank you for acknowledging that the scheme was launched. €1 million was allocated to it because you and I both know, who represent rural communities, it's desperately needed, particularly in areas where we don't have Garda stations. I think that the difficulty, and I can only speak for my own neck of the woods, as you can probably for your county, some of the initial difficulties was around privacy issues. When we got over those issues with the County Council, the secondary issue came about as to who was the data holder. I think with the advent of the GDPR new legislation that came from Europe this year, and how we're all probably still floundering as to exactly the responsibilities that we have, that needs to be teased through by the Department to make sure that we get an accurate reflection. And unfortunately that is going to delay it somewhat. But I would be loath for anybody to think that they have the answer to without it actually being checked out by the Data Protection Commission, which is liaising, or the Department of Justice is liaising with at the moment. So as soon as that comes back, I'll find out. But actually what I'll try and find out in the interim is that how quickly they do expect a response, so that at least we'll all know where we stand.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Desi Ellis.
Minister, I've said it in the Dáil on a number of occasions that there is a very serious public safety issue with the use of rickshaws as a form of public transport in Dublin and elsewhere. I've asked previously for their regulation, and Minister Ross had even suggested their possible prohibition. But Minister Ross has now indicated that he has received legal advice from the Attorney-General that there is difficulty prohibiting them, but he is open to regulating their use. and will introduce an amendment to the taxi regulation bill to do so. Can you outline when this bill will be coming forward? And is it possible to share Minister Ross's legal advice with us regarding this prohibition for rickshaws?
Thank you, Deputy Ellis.
Deputy, I think, well, I can't answer that question because I think you're well aware that the Attorney-General gives advice to Cabinet and it isn't shared with people, so you'll have to take Minister Ross's word on it for this occasion. He is prepared, obviously, to do the regulations. They're going to be prepared to put into the bill. It's not on the priority list, but it is on the programme list, and so I'd suggest it probably will be in the next couple of months.
Declan Brannock.
Minister, under the programme for government and indeed the confidence and supply arrangement, a commission for the regulation of utilities was established, and to date the whole issue of Irish Water's connection charging policy has yet to be agreed. And I'm sure, Minister, both you and the Minister beside you in Meath will be acutely aware that Irish Water are just charging what they like in relation to both water and sewage, to the degree that I would describe them both as exorbitant, extortionate and indeed punitive charges. And I want to instance a particular example, and it's one of many, but one in both your own counties, where a family built a home for a severely disabled 26-year-old daughter. And having paid the levies that we all know about on the local authority, they subsequently got a bill for water and sewage connection which was within 3 metres and 6 metres of their property for €18,200. And that is just one example of what is going on, where it's water charges by the back door. I want to ask you what steps we are taking to ensure that that framework that was agreed, where there would be a standard charge, and I'll conclude and say this, that the figure was then reduced by Irish Water when they were approached to something of the order of 10,500. But this is still £3,500 more than the local authority were charging in 2014. It has got to be got to grips with.
Again, in line with the direction from the regulator, the charges should be the same as and certainly in line with what the local authorities were charging before that, so we can get that checked out. The Commission of Regulation updated in August a note on this, that there's the report to align all the charges, and that was due out around about now. It's been slightly delayed, but should be published. It'll be back with the regulator hopefully in Q3 2018. Will be published then for further public consultation, brief consultation, and then should be completed before the end of 2018, and there'll be a standard system then throughout the country of connection policies.
Thank you very much, Deputy Tony McLaughlin.
Yes, I'd just like to ask, actually, it's for the Minister for Health. Given the decision taken last night to allow Waterford University Hospital to develop a second fixed cardio cath lab, a decision taken outside of the National Review of Specialist Cardio Services, I have been lobbying here in the Dáil here and with the Minister to explain as to why the people of Sligo and the North West continue to have and have to wait for access to primary PCI care. And the reason being, Ken Curl, is that I know that perhaps maybe you'll convey this to the Minister for Health, but over many, many years we have been lobbying. There is a huge area in the North West that is not serviced by a cath lab, and I think it's vitally important now that I continue. But when I hear last night my colleague Paddy Coffey announcing a second one for Waterford, I think it's vitally important that I would lobby this here this morning and that bring it to the attention of the Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Minister Daly.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank the Deputy. I'll take that directly to Minister Harris for you, Deputy, and get an update for you. I appreciate your concern on the matter, and it's a very reasonable request, so I'll get that updated for you.
Deputy Shane Castles.
Can Corla. Minister, the Commission on the Future Policing report was published yesterday, and along with the appointment of a new Garda Commissioner, we hope that will herald a new dawn for policing in Ireland. But Minister, these guards need resources, as you well know, and yet our Gardaí are still forced to work in substandard conditions, no more so than in our own county in Meath, and the hovel that the over 100 guards in Navan are expected to work in, which Minister English knows as well, and which is highlighted, Minister, this morning on the front page of our own local newspaper, the Meath Chronicle, by none other than our superintendent, Mick Devine, who has called it medieval working conditions. Now, both himself and Chief Superintendent Fergus Healy are prepared to go public and call this out. And supported by myself, I pointed out the fact that the criminals in the multi-million-euro Garda station in Wexford have better conditions than the Gardaí across all of the stations in County Meath. So, Minister, will you back the call of the Chief Superintendent Fergus Healy, the Superintendent Mick Devine, and indeed all of the Garda management in seeking a new divisional headquarters for County Meath? Because in response to me previously, Minister Charlie Flanagan said there is a divisional headquarters in County Meath. There's none. You know it. Minister English knows it. It doesn't exist. How could the Chief Superintendent Fergus Healy say we need one, and the Minister for Justice come in and say we have one?
Minister.
It might be at cross purposes, Deputy Cassell. I think you know we're well aware, and it's easy for me to back the calls by both Fergal and Mick Devine, because we need a new divisional headquarters. We do actually have one, but it's nowhere close to being purposeful for what is expected of a delivery of service on Garda Síochána. You're also, I think, aware that there are a number of sites being evaluated. There is a substantial amount of money that's going to be needed to allocate to develop those sites or redevelop other sites. But that I would expect probably an announcement to be made in the very, very near future, but that we're all well aware of what we need to give our Garda Síochána in County Meath in order for them to enable them to do an effective job. Yeah.
John Brady, please.
Minister, as of the 5th of September, when most schools had recommenced the new school year, there was 10,470 people waiting on a decision on their application for the back-to-school clothing and footwear allowance. Now, over the summertime, people waiting a decision have been unable to talk to anyone within the department on the status of their applications because all the phone lines were down. Minister, you've blamed these delays on, I suppose, huge volumes of applications, which I find bizarre that you think this is something unexpected. I think the department and yourself are aware of the huge volume of applications on an annual basis. So we have a situation now where many families in serious financial difficulty have had to start a school year having to go to loan sharks in many cases to secure funding to put their children through school. Minister, can we get an update as to where those applications are, what exactly went on within the department, and I think an apology is due to the 10,470 people who had applications in and no decisions made.
Minister, on this matter.
Thanks, Ken Corley. Deputy, you mightn't be aware, but what happened this year is exactly what happened last year, the year before, the year before, and the year before. It's no different.
Well, then that's it.
Well, if you'd let me speak, it'd be great. You have a terrible habit of interrupting, so if you ask me a question, I will give you an answer. And if you want to come back, then that's fine. It's no problem. The scheme opens in July. There were 140,000 families in July automatically paid for it. They didn't even have to make an application because we know exactly who are the people that we support in the main. And they represented 273,000 individual children who were supported automatically by the state. The scheme doesn't close until the end of September, as it doesn't close every single year. So there's no surprise on the 1st of September that there are still people making applications. Because up until the end of September, we were receiving 500 new applications every single day. And people make their applications at different times for different reasons. And it's not up to us to prescribe that we close the scheme in August to make sure that all payments are made by the 1st of September. People manage their monies in different ways. But every single person that has made an application that is liable and is entitled to the scheme support will get their payment made before the close of the scheme at the end of September.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Kevin O'Keefe.
Minister, I'm hoping in your role today as acting government leader that the following issue I raise with you. For my County Cork, River Blackwater flows through it. I've raised this issue here many times in the Dáil and with various ministers and my colleague Minister Staunton on your side. You might be aware yourself, Minister, but we have a major issue in regards to my weir, which incorporates a fish pest and a mill race. And the OPW have washed their hands of the whole issue here, doing tremendous work in regards to flood relief works. They do not acknowledge that they created a problem. They might not have created, but exacerbated a problem, and that is the falling apart of the structure of the Fermoy weir. And they even acknowledge in correspondence to me that when they were doing the work for the Fermoy flood relief works, that they were prepared in cooperation with Fermoy Town Council to undertake works. But there was obviously a breakdown in agreement. Cork County Council now are now the owners following the abolition of town councils, are now the owners of for my weir. The bill of this proposed refurbishment and repair of the works is coming in estimated of 1 million. Cork County Council are prepared to go ahead, make submission, but my concern is, will your government underwrite the cost on the basis of a proper submission? Minister. And I ask for your support in that. Minister. Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Deputy. Obviously, I'm not up to speed on exactly the operations of what you're talking about, except to say that there's obviously a number of moving parts and different organisations, state agencies involved in this. And what I'll do is I'll come back to you today with the current update of what the position is and an answer to your direct question.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Michael Healy-Rae.
Thank you very much, Count Caller. Minister, this is a question that you can answer. It's about carers' allowance and the fact that decisions are taking 4 months to be reached. Could I respectfully suggest that more staff are hired to work in that section? Because if you take a family member, for instance, who is quitting work to take care of a person who needs care, that person has to survive for 4 months with absolutely no income. That's totally unfair. Now, I respect very much, because I deal with them on a daily basis, and so do the people working in my office. The people who are working in the care section, they're excellent, they do great work, and I couldn't compliment them enough. But they're obviously under an awful lot of pressure to think that it will take 4 months to make and reach a decision. So I think it's very reasonable to ask you, because you are the Minister with responsibility for this, what are you going to say to the people who are listening to this call here being made today, that the processing of their applications should not take 4 months?
Thank you, Deputy.
And what can you do about that?
We'll hear what the Minister has to say.
You're absolutely dead right, Deputy Healy-Rae. This is my responsibility and I can answer the question. The target that we set for carers allowance applications from beginning to end is 15 weeks. We're currently turning around applications in 14 weeks. And there's a number of reasons for the length of time that it takes, mostly because of the medical complications and the complexities of the application and how they have to be reviewed by our medical practitioners and our team of assessors. There's nobody has to wait for 4 months if they are in need of a payment, because every single Intrio office has an exceptional needs officer to look after people in time of need. And so if there is anybody who is at risk of poverty or not being able to look after themselves on a weekly basis arising from caring for a loved one, all they have to do is to make contact with us and we will look after them, as is our job.
And finally, Deputy Eamon Scanlon to conclude.
I just want to raise an issue. A number of years ago, a commitment was given to build a psychiatric unit on the campus of Sligo General Hospital. Now, the present situation in St Columba's Hospital is totally unsuitable, and we all know the difficulties of young people and everything else in relation to mental health. Now, I understand that this project was advertised, tendered for, and as far as I was aware, ready to start in the next month or 6 weeks. Now I gather that there's some delay in this. We all know the tender process, how it works and how the delay that it takes. If this project doesn't go ahead now, it'll probably we have to re-tender it again, which has set it back a year possibly. So I'm asking the Minister to have a look at this and see, and that this project would move ahead. We all know the difficulties of mental health and young people suffering from mental health and everything else, and this is crucial for the North West region. Thank you.
That the contract was signed yesterday, Deputy, but I'll get you that clarified in writing for you to alleviate any concerns. I'll make answer them over to you in writing.
That concludes questions on promised legislation. We move now to item number 17, which is the Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Emission Targets Bill 2018. Is there somebody here to move this legislation? Anybody present to move this legislation? This is the second day in succession the legislation was on the agenda and nobody here to move it. We pass on. What's next? The 37th Amendment of the Constitution. Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Bill 2018 is item number 18, and I call on Deputy Thomas Pringle to move for leave to introduce this particular bill.
I move, Ceann Comhairle, and seek leave to introduce the bill. Ceann Comhairle, this is my third time to introduce the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Bill, and twice it has been voted down so far by Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Yet three times I have remained hopeful that they would come to some sort of epiphany and realise the need to incorporate these rights into our Constitution. Here we stand today amidst a devastating housing and homelessness crisis, a crippling two-tier health system and an escalating trolley crisis, as followed by an educational system not far behind in these gloomy terms. These three vital components in our society are under siege by Fine Gael's privatisation agenda and the continuing of Fianna Fáil's prioritisation of our vital public services. Housing, health and education, workers' rights, among many other things, should be viewed as fundamental rights. But to Fine Gael, they are products which people can access based on their ability to pay. When I first introduced this bill in 2014, we were astonished at the emerging crisis, particularly in housing and health. In 2014, according to Focus Ireland, there were 2,580 people in homelessness, 20 in my own constituency in Donegal. Today, there are nearly 10,000 people in homelessness, not taking into account the changes in the way the government are collecting statistics, which have reduced the numbers to their own benefit. The number is, in fact, a lot higher than that. According to the INMO's Trolley and Ward Watch, 7,942 people are on trolleys and are waiting in wards. Today, that figure has increased by 22% on the 2014 average. It is clear that Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, the establishment parties, have paved the way for greater outsourcing and privatisation of state services, inevitably curbing the rights of individuals targeting the most vulnerable people in society. My bill seeks to reverse this ideology by preserving the defendable rights of individuals, including housing, prioritising social housing to address the current housing crisis, a universal right to healthcare based on need and not ability to pay, and greater protection of workers' rights to correct the imbalance of power in favour of employees and unions. Equal access to education, reflecting diversity in our society, right to social protection in line with the cost of living, incorporation of the living wage, among many others, which time and time again the people of Ireland have been calling for. The protection of economic, social and cultural rights continues to grow around the world. For example, the right to healthcare is included in 133 constitutions, while the right to join a trade union is included in 152 constitutions. 136 constitutions recognise the right to work and our state duty to provide work. Furthermore, the right to housing is included in 81 constitutions around the world, and the right to culture is incorporated in 141. Economic, social and cultural rights present a framework to undermine existing systems of injustice and inequality, pervasive in today's society, as basic human rights are consistently eroded by private sector interests, which unfortunately this government promotes. Furthermore, I believe economic, social and cultural rights can provide a legitimate framework for addressing climate change and ensuring that the government facilitates a fair and just transition to a low-carbon economy. Climate change is a huge impediment to the realisation of economic, social and cultural rights, and so they are interlinked. I feel the need to do a bit of myth-busting here as well. A key tenet of the protection of social and community rights is the notion of a progressive realisation as defined in Article 2.1 and reflects the fact that it may not be possible to achieve the full enjoyment of ESC rights in a short period of time, and particularly when resources are limited. Progressive realisation is seen as a necessary, flexible device reflecting the realities of the real world and the difficulties involved for any country in ensuring full realisation of ESC rights. Most importantly, progressive realisation ensures that the state establishes obligations on states parties in achieving full realisation of the rights as contained in the ICESCR and can only readjust these in reaction to economic crisis if the necessary protections required for vulnerable and disadvantaged populations in particular are taken into account and justified. ESC rights are becoming increasingly necessary in the Irish context, particularly after a decade-long recession in which a housing crisis has emerged. As Ireland experiences unprecedented numbers of families in emergency accommodation, questions are being asked as to how the provision of housing can be adequately and consistently provided for in an economy that frequents cycles of booms and busts, while not remaining at the mercy of ideological preferences as determined by the government of the day. Greater protections of ESC rights in our Constitution would provide the necessary anchor for rights like housing, health and education to be provided for on the basis of need at all times, even amid economic or political turbulence. When it comes to budgetary measures, the government would have to justify reasons for allocations of resources not intended for the administration of ESC rights. If a justification was not favourable, an individual could defend the right in the courts, thereby holding the government to account for its decision-making. Together with the progressive realisation tenet, the referendum bill would ensure that economic, social and cultural rights of individuals are balanced against the available resources of the state, regardless of the ideological persuasion of the state and the economy at the time.
Thank you very much, Deputy Pringle. Is the bill being opposed? The bill is not being opposed. The motion for leave to introduce is therefore agreed. Can I ask Deputy Pringle to move that the second stage be taken in private members' time?
I move, Chairman.
Is that agreed?
Okay.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 18. Tushquil ganon imagine taga condera glacomit susanish fash shas ganomades.
Daly, Wallace and Collins. Deputy Wallace.
Oh, a minute each and then an amendment.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks to the Concordia for picking the issue. Minister, in the future of policing Commission stuff released yesterday, there's been obviously a lot of talk about working closer with the community, and working closer with the community makes a lot of sense for An Garda Síochána, and I think it's the public would like that, and it's in the public interest. But and when it comes to that, public perception is not insignificant, and with regard to the incident that we're talking about on South Frederick Street, for 12 public order Gardaí to go in with balaclava and 6 other regular Gardaís at least around, bringing a total to 18, is a bit mad and doesn't create the right public perception. And if the owner of the building gets a court order to evacuate the building and decides to hire a group of couriers to evacuate it, I don't think that the Gardaí should be giving such reinforcements the same, and I don't think it does them any good.
Thank you. Deputy Collins.
My question actually was on September the 11th. A group of men from a private security firm carried out an eviction at 34 North Frederick Street, Dublin. These men were masked, along with 3 members of the Garda Síochána, a Garda Riot Squad, a public order unit, a Garda Transit Connect van, and a Garda Jeep with dogs. Some of these guards were also wearing masks with no ID numbers. I asked a question to ask the Minister what investigation has been set up to investigate if human rights abuses were committed, as was called by Amnesty Ireland, and the questions that need to be asked are very serious questions. When did the landlady get the enforcement notice? Normally that would go to the sheriff, who would actually implement the eviction, along with whatever he needs or she needs to implement that. Was the security firm passed by health and safety legislation? Were they vetted, the men that were there outside the door, security firm, were they vetted? I think those questions are very, very serious. And also, why, as Drew Harris has said, were guards wearing masks?
Thank you, Deputy Collins. Deputy Daly.
Minister, I think there was a certain irony in the situation that developed in North Frederick Street, that we had the new Garda Commissioner coming out and calling for transparency in the service, and then that appalling incident occurred where we had members of An Garda Síochána in balaclavas dealing with the citizens. And now I know that, based on the way our law is and our constitution is, the owner of that site had a right to go and organise to have her property vacated. In that sense, if you like, it was a private matter between the owner and the people occupying the property. That the Gardaí felt it was their role to take sides in that situation is absolutely reprehensible, and will throw back any attempts being made to foster trust between the community and the Gardaí. And I'm wondering, in that context, Minister, what investigation have you called for with regard to those events? Because I think it's set back trust in the Gardaí by a huge amount, against that property would be valued ahead of human rights.
Thank you, Deputy Daly. Minister, your response, please.
Thanks, Peter. Deputies will be aware, of course, that the deployment of Gardaí, and indeed any Garda operation, is solely a matter for An Garda Síochána. Deputies will be aware that Taoiseach addressed some of these issues yesterday during leaders' questions, but I can perhaps add some additional detail to the record of the House today. Garda Commissioner has issued a statement on the incident referred to, so we all now have a greater level of clarity about what actually took place. I'm advised by the Garda authorities that, following an order of the High Court, a small number of community Gardaí were present to keep the peace. They were present to facilitate a peaceful protest, and they were present to facilitate the enforcement of a High Court order. Gardaí were not involved in the vacation of the premises, which had been illegally occupied. A private security firm acted for the owner of the premises on foot of the High Court order. The law and procedures governing the execution of court orders are contained in the Enforcement of Court Orders Acts and rules of court made under them. Any dispute in relation to the enforcement of a court order is solely a matter for the courts. Accordingly, the Persons involved in the execution of the High Court order are not therefore licensable by the Private Security Authority. At present, I have to advise the House, however, my officials are currently examining the law governing this area, and I am giving this matter further consideration. As An Garda Síochána has stated, a small number of community Gardaí were initially present. As the situation evolved, they were supplemented by more Gardaí, and then a small number of officers from the Public Order Unit were deployed. I want to be clear, the purpose of the Garda present was to keep the peace, to facilitate a peaceful protest, and to facilitate an order of the High Court being enforced. I know here that there was some disquiet about members of the Public Order Unit wearing hoods. The Garda Commissioner has said they should have been worn in conjunction with helmets. Members will be familiar with public order police around the world wearing helmets in the course of their policing duties. Of course, it's a sad fact and a worrying development that Gardaí, and particularly those who undertake public order policing, are frequently personally targeted, subjected to vile abuse and threats, particularly online. At the protest itself, the Gardaí were subjected to sustained abuse, including one incident, racist abuse. I condemn that behaviour, and I am sure all members of the House will do likewise. Where behaviour crosses the line into criminality, it may be investigated, but of course it would be preferable if the crime didn't occur at all. I am appealing to those people involved in such protest to recognise that Gardaí simply doing their jobs should not be targeted in this way. This is a message that needs to go out from this House and from all sides of the House, and I would ask colleagues to join me in reinforcing that message. A small number of people were arrested as the protest for public order offences. As these matters are subject to ongoing Garda inquiries, the House would appreciate it would not be appropriate for me to comment on these issues. I do note, however, the recent statement of Commissioner Harris in relation to the protest, and I understand that he has requested a report from the Assistant Commissioner DMR to see what lessons can be learned from the event. I also note the Policing Authority will be pursuing this matter within Garda Síochána. Finally, Ceann Comhairle, I know that everyone in this House will agree the right to protest is a fundamental right in any democracy, one, of course, which must be protected and must be facilitated. However, it's also a right that must be exercised peacefully and with respect for the rights of others. In this context, we must not lose sight of the fact that the members of An Garda Síochána were enforcing the law of the land in what indeed were very difficult and tense circumstances.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Wallace.
Minister, you say Gardaí should not be targeted by protesters, and we agree 100%, and under no circumstances would we do likewise. But neither should the Gardaí have been exposed to this. And I'd like to know, Minister, who actually sent them in there? And I don't believe for a second that Commissioner Drew Harris sent them in there. I don't believe it was his decision for them to wear balaclavas. I'm sure he has better things to be doing than engaging in incidents like this. But we would like to know who took those decisions and whether anyone is going to be held responsible for it. And, Minister, I know the Commissioner is having his own investigation into it. I know that GSOC can't look at a Section 102 without the Commissioner or yourself authorising it, the same as that GSOC were never allowed to look at the Cork gas incident. But this incident should be investigated in the interest of An Garda Síochána. We want the public to trust the Garda Síochána 100%. And for that to happen, it's important that when things like this arise, that they should be investigated thoroughly, and you should facilitate it, Minister, please.
The landlady employed this private security firm to enact the court order. Was she not supposed to go and get an enforcement order? And on what basis then were the Garda asked? I mean, you're saying this solely for the matter for the Garda Síochána. Why did they feel that they had to send up then a Garda Riot Squad, a Public Order Unit, a Garda Transit Connect van, mass Gardaí with no identification numbers on them, no identification numbers on the masked men from the private security firm also, no identification of where they were, who they were working for and what they were doing there. This was very, very sinister, Minister, and I stand over my colleagues as well and say I don't condemn violence. When I was arrested down at Parnell Road, I stood peacefully on on the water meter. I didn't in any way challenge the guards. But if the guards think that someone has done something wrong, they arrest and convict on whatever the issue is. You don't go in with batons and dogs and pepper spray and everything like that in relation to an incident like this. It was a peaceful protest. Those people inside left the premises peacefully, and there was no need for the heavy-handed and what looked like a very, very sinister attempt by the guards and these private security firms.
Deputy Daly, please.
I think we have to be very conscious that this incident has set back public confidence in An Garda Síochána considerably. And that's actually my starting point on this issue. We have at the backdrop an unprecedented housing crisis where people are homeless, families are homeless, and that the Garda organisation, whose motto is supposed to be to protect and serve, rallies around to carry out an eviction, resonates really badly with the Irish publicly, and you call it politically with a small p. It was lunacy, whoever made the call, and like Deputy Wallace, I don't believe it was the Commissioner. The Minister says the Gardaí were only upholding the law. Well, my neighbour's house was broken into, and they called the guards, and they didn't see one for love nor money. That's their job as well. They chose to take sides in this instance. There was no signal that there were going to be public order problems of the scale that merited masks and balaclavas and all this type of carry-on and palaver, which was really intimidatory. And it does deserve an investigation. It particularly deserves an investigation given that concrete evidence has been produced which shows that the security firm were breaching the law, and yet the perception was the Gardaí were there to protect them and not actually the public.
Minister, you have 2 minutes.
I agree with Deputy Daly here that the trust and confidence in An Garda Síochána is vital in any democratic society. I say to Deputy Collins that those present were acting in accordance with a High Court order, which my understanding was lawfully obtained and was being lawfully executed. But I would reiterate again that the Gardaí present faced a most difficult task in managing protests, in enforcing the law. There was a matter of abuse, including racial abuse. Online threats and intimidation came to light at the weekend. Such threats are utterly unacceptable, rightly being investigated. The Gardaí work on our behalf. They need support from the public, not intimidation, not abuse. As I've said, Commissioner Harris has made a statement in relation to the protest. I understand he's requested a report from Assistant Commissioner DMR to see what lessons can be learned from the event. I can assure the House that my department continues to work closely with all stakeholders, including An Garda Síochána, to further enhance the safety of the public at such events, while safeguarding the fundamental right of people to protest. Of course, if people have concerns about the way the Garda behaved, which I've just heard, if people have those concerns in relation to this or indeed any other matter, there are established procedures for pursuing such matters, and deputies are aware of the role of the Garda Síochána Ombudsman Commission in this regard.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, are you taking the next topic at issue? You're not. Okay, we'll pause for a moment to allow the Minister for Education to attend. You're here for topic edition number 3, and we are currently awaiting the arrival of the Minister for Education. So if the members are agreeable, I will move to topic edition number 3, and then we'll come back to topic issue number 2, if that's permissible. Okay, great, thank you. Deputy O'Callaghan.
Thanks very much, Chairman, and I thank the Minister for being here ahead of time. Can I just indicate at the outset that the reason for this topical issue is because a number of weeks ago I met with a group of residents living in a place called College Gate on Townsend Street, not far from here in Dublin 2. The reason that they contacted me was because they were particularly anxious about the fact that the plan for Metrolink, which was published a number of months ago, includes a proposal to demolish their apartment block. It's important to point out that this apartment block is home to 70 homes. It is also an apartment block which, on its ground level, contains the Dublin City Council Markievicz Leisure Centre, which is a leisure centre used widely by people in the locality. It's also a leisure centre upon which over €1 million was spent refurbishing it in late 2015, early 2016. So I think it's apparent that this is not just some small location that is being put up for demolition in order to facilitate a major infrastructural project. This is a large location that is going to greatly inconvenience people. The people whom I met were generally young couples who had recently purchased apartments in College Gate. There are also many apartments within College Gate that are owned by Dublin City Council and are rented out as part of the City Council's houses to tenants. I think it is astonishing that at a time when there is a major housing crisis in Dublin, that a statutory body could recommend that an apartment block containing 70 homes could be demolished. The Minister will be well aware, as everyone else in this House is, that of course when there are major infrastructural developments proposed, it is going to be the case that on occasion individuals are going to be inconvenienced. Land is sometimes going to have to be compulsorily purchased. On other occasions, land may or buildings may have to be demolished. However, what is being proposed here is outside the norm, and I say that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is extraordinary that we would propose, or a statutory body would propose, to demolish 70 homes in the centre of the city at the time of such an extraordinary housing crisis. Second, the proposed demolition of this block isn't actually necessary. The reason for it is that the NTA and TII say that they need to demolish it in order to construct a top-down station at Tara Street for the Metrolink. There are very many other locations in the vicinity which are suitable. I know the residents themselves put in a proposal or a submission into the NTA and TII stating that the well-known location of Apollo House could properly be used for the purpose of constructing this new underground station. As well, the second part of the topical issue relates to the fact that although the Metrolink is a very welcome addition and will be a welcome addition to the infrastructure of Dublin, I think some sensible political thought needs to be put into the route that has been outlined by the TII and the NTA. The proposal is that there will be an underlying route from Dublin Airport into the centre of the city. Perfectly sensible idea. And then when it gets to Charlemont, it is going to come above ground, and we're going to dig up the Lewis line from Charlemont the whole way out to Cherrywood and replace it with the Metrolink. Now, the Minister will be well aware that there are certain parts of this city that are very poorly served by public transport infrastructure, in particularly rail transport infrastructure. And the areas that really need a rail transport infrastructure are the areas in the southwest of the city, such as areas in my own constituency like Harold's Cross, Rathgar, but also on the way out to Fairhouse and Temple Ogue. And really, I think the Minister should recognise and give information to the persons in the NTA that it would be far better to leave the Metro underground and send it out to southwest Dublin.
Thank you, Minister Ross.
Thank you, Conor, and I'd also like to thank Deputy O'Callaghan for the opportunity to address this matter in the House. As you're already aware, the recently published National Development Plan, which was launched earlier this year by Government as part of Project Ireland 2040, brings together the Metro North and Metro South projects as envisaged by the NTA's GDA strategy into one project called Metrolink. The Metrolink project is the development of a north-south urban railway service that will run between Swords and Sandyford, connecting key destinations along the 26-kilometre route. There will be 25 stations in total, 15 of them brand new. A large proportion of the route will be underground, including where it passes under this important city centre area and Dublin Airport. The underground section will terminate close to the Charlemont stop on the Lewis Green Line South City area, where the Metro will connect to and run southwards on the existing Lewis Green Line. Lewis Green Line will be upgraded to Metro standard as part of the project. It will provide Dublin with a high-capacity, high-frequency cross-city rail corridor, serving critical destinations such as Swords, Dublin Airport, Dublin City University, Ballymun, the Mater Hospital, and existing destinations along the Lewis Green Line to Sandyford. Metrolink will provide faster, reliable journey times to and from these key destinations, while offering interchange with other rail, DART expansion, light rail and bus services. It is predicted that capacity for 15,000 passengers per direction per hour during the busiest peak times will be required along this corridor. Metrolink will have the capacity for 30 trains per hour in each direction, so it will greatly enhance the public transport offering in Dublin. The creation of about 4,000 jobs during construction is also envisaged, which is very significant for the economy in the region. The NTA, in conjunction with the TII, completed a public consultation process on the emerging preferred route earlier this year. The emerging preferred route is the proposal which has been identified as the likely optimal scheme from a technical design perspective, without the benefit of public consultation and input. It is not a finalised and selected scheme. The final layout will only be determined after consideration and evaluation of the issues raised during the consultation process. The purpose of that process, that also included public consultation meetings, was to obtain the views of the general public, particularly those along the identified emerging route, and to take that input into account in finalising a selected route. TII and NTA received around 8,000 submissions, including one from the residents in College Gate apartments, and are reviewing these and assessing changes to the scheme in order to address a number of the issues raised. NTA are aiming to complete a report shortly, identifying a final preferred scheme, which will be the subject of a further public consultation process. The report is expected to be published later this year, following a full appraisal of all stakeholder submissions. I absolutely understand the concerns raised by affected stakeholders, but I believe there are many benefits the Metro project can bring. I am confident that the NTA and TII, through the consultative process that they undertook, will find a way of delivering the Metrolink project and of maintaining good routes that interchange with other public transport, while doing it in such a way that respects the social and community life of our city. Until the public consultation report is published, it would not be appropriate for me to comment any further on the details of the proposal at this time.
Deputy O'Callaghan.
Well, like the Minister, I suspect every person in this House, I think the Metrolink is a good idea. I think this city requires a Metrolink underground, and in fact the sooner we get it the better, because there is a difficulty with people travelling in from the outskirts of the city into the centre of the city fast. We've seen from another transport proposal in respect of bus connects that the intention is to try to get people from the outskirts into the city very promptly. However, the Bus Connects project really doesn't take into account that there are people also on the route into the centre of the city that have to be serviced in the city's urban villages. I think the Minister has indicated that it's the matter for the NTA to determine this matter, and that the matter is still at present out for public consultation. However, it is astonishing that there has been such little coverage given to a group of 70 homes being proposed for demolition by a statutory body. I want to commend Olivia Kelly in the Irish Times, who did give it coverage today. At a time when we have a severe housing crisis in the city, it is simply not acceptable for proposals such as this to be put out there, particularly when it isn't necessary. There are very many other routes available and very many other locations available for the construction of this station, which will be the underground station at Tara Street. This obviously is also a political decision. We saw previously the benefit of a lot of campaigning in respect of Na Fianna GA Club in the constituency of the Minister for Finance. As a result of that, changes were made, and it was indicated that Na Fianna would not be inconvenienced the way it had been initially proposed. I commend and congratulate Na Fianna for getting that success. But similarly, we need to recognise that the government does have a role to play in important infrastructural projects. We can't simply have a situation where the government says there's a statutory body in place, it's performing a public function, and the government washes its hands of it. The government funds these projects, and the government should have a say in respect of it. And I'd ask the Minister to recognise the concern that people living in these 70 homes have at the proposal that their houses are going to be knocked down.
Thank you, Deputy O'Connell.
Yeah, I think the Deputy understands my position as quite as well as I understand his. He is at liberty to champion this particular cause, and were I in his position, I might well be saying the same things. I'm not at liberty to intervene in a process here which is obviously would take me down a road which would be absolutely chaotic. And that is why there's a public consultation, and I think the Deputy will understand that. The whole purpose of this very thorough and democratic procedure is obviously that the NTA is in charge of what happens, but is subject to one consultation, maybe two consultations in certain cases, public consultations, which are serious. They wouldn't be going through this if they weren't serious. And I am absolutely certain that not only will they be sympathetic to the 70 homes and the residents of those homes which have been targeted and which are compiled in the motion that the Deputy has produced, but that they will also look at the non-political but very reasonable requirements that have been made. And I have full and total confidence in this consultation process which the NTA is running. And I think it's perfectly legitimate for people obviously to campaign, because a lot of campaigns are based on logic and reason and humanity. And I'm sure the NTA will take all those considerations into account when they come to their final decision, which is still several months away.
Thank you, Minister Ross. I'll now move on to topical issue number 4 under the name of Deputy Peter Burke, which is to discuss when the dedicated legislation underpinning the Land Development Agency will be published and enacted. Deputy Burke.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. First of all, I'd like to thank the Count Corla's office for selecting this very important debate. I welcome, first of all, the creation of the Land Development Agency, which is a huge positive incentive in terms of its proposal to deliver 150,000 houses over the next 20 years. And obviously I would be grateful if the Minister could update me in relation to any legislation that may be required, and in terms of the powers of the agency, and also in terms of, I know from the original press release that a chief executive and management team are already in place within the agency. And also I just want to focus on my own town in Mullingar, which is a huge site there, Colin Barracks, which was closed in 2012 and encompasses a huge significance for the town, being built and constructed and opened in 1921, and has huge historical significance from basic massive events that happened that have historical significance, like the capture of General Sean McKeown there in 1921, who was a Minister for Justice from 48 to 51 and Defence from 54 to 57. And my critical point here is that we need a solid framework to ensure the managed development of the site that will encompass a strong social dividend for the barrack site to rehabilitate the listed buildings and have a sustainable use for them, and also the potential of having a military museum in terms of the historical significance that is there, because if one looks at the old jail that is in Colin Barracks, the significance of that and the historical features contained within it are of massive potential for Mullingar, and indeed national significance, because history like that cannot be recreated in terms of its significance through the Troubles and the various different milestones in our state and the birth of it. And also in terms of, I think it's very important that there would be a strong social dividend for Mullingar in terms of the development of the site. There is obviously a number of clubs and societies that currently are housed within the buildings of Colin Barracks, and we have some excellent societies. I know Councillor Andrew Duncan works with me in Mullingar in terms of trying to get a framework to develop this site in a sustainable way, and it would have a social dividend for some of the clubs that are there, like Lakeside Wheelers and the Olympic Boxing Club, Order of Malta, critical clubs that are there. But I think the fact that the site is under the control of one agency now, it has obviously the power to, first of all, develop housing in a sustainable manner in the greenfield site that's there, and then in terms of the listed buildings, that we have a sustainable future for them, and that we develop a project that could be of huge benefit for the town of Mullingar. I know the Minister is relentlessly focused on delivering housing. I know he's hugely trying to incentivise supply, which he is successfully doing, and we can see one of the critical things that Minister Murphy is also doing, which I commend him on, is trying to redress that balance in terms of our state for so long relied on the private sector to deliver housing under the Part 5 model, and to redress that balance back to the state to get it to start delivering houses again is of huge significance, and the policies he's doing to implement that is very worthwhile, and I think will bring huge dividends. So my basic point here is that I want to ensure that this agency will not slice and dice the site of Colin Barracks in Mullingar. I want to be sure and confident and certain that it will work with the local authority, that it will have a framework to develop the site as an entity, and also ensure that there is a sustainable use for the listed buildings, that there is a sustainable dividend, a social dividend for Mullingar, and that we can have a bright future for the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Burke. Minister Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Deputy Burke for raising this important matter, which is a key priority for the Government. Following a Government decision last Thursday, both I and Minister Donoghue signed an establishment order under the Local Government Services Corporate Bodies Act of 1971, establishing the Land Development Agency on an interim basis. The establishment order is very much an initial and enabling measure to get the LDA up and running as quickly as possible, while at the same time recognising that the Government must act swiftly in providing a fuller primary legislative basis for the agency and its intended scope of powers and operations. Work is already underway on this, and I expect to have the general scheme of the bill to Government in November. This will take account of the intended functions of the agency, which will include coordinating appropriate state lands for regeneration and development, opening up key sites not being optimally used, especially for housing delivery, and also driving strategic land assembly, working with both public and private sector landowners to smooth out peaks and troughs of land supply, stabilising land values and delivering increased affordability. The legislative basis for the LDA will also need to take account of its role in addressing the historic and traditional volatility in land prices as a result of land speculation, as well as alleviating delays in delivering housing and strategic urban redevelopment generally. And this can often be as a result of hold-ups in delivery due to disparate land ownership and cost allocation for infrastructure. In addition, the legislation will need to take account of the intended positioning of the LDA as a commercial, state-sponsored body with appropriate corporate governance and oversight arrangements, and one which, like any other market operator, will act within a clear government policy framework. And in that context, it is critically important to take account of the decision that the government has made requiring all public land repurposing to deliver at least 40% of any housing potential on such lands in the form of social and affordable housing. My department is working closely with the LDA establishment team, which is already advancing its work on key sites and engaging with public bodies who control key sites in developing the detailed approach to the scope of operations of the agency and learning from best practice abroad in similar public land agency type organisations. This detailed and preliminary input is key to informing the development of the general scheme of the bill, for which I intend to bring a further memorandum for Government in early November. This will seek approval of the detailed drafting of the legislation, which we will be working hard to complete so that a bill can be published and brought before the Houses. Allowing for those considerations and complexities, at this point the ambition will be to secure the enactment of the legislation by Easter of 2019. That said, the agency is already established on an interim basis. An allocation of 20 million is being made available from my department on an interim basis until the legislation is put in place and the capitalisation by ISIF of 1.25 billion can be made. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank Deputy Burke for all of the work that he has done with me and my department to date, as well with his local authority, to make sure that we could meet the concerns of his constituents when it comes to the delivery of more housing and more affordable housing from public land in his own area, and that in doing so we can meet the concerns of his constituents in relation to how we protect ongoing uses on those sites, but also ongoing interests of the community. This will be of huge benefit to Mullingar. The new agency will see that the public land is put to use in the public good. The Land Development Agency will be the developer. It will do this. And it will, of course, consult locally with local deputies and the council, as well as other interested community groups, when it comes to the master planning and development of the site. It will be an early win for the Land Development Agency because it is a priority site already agreed with the Minister for Defence, and I want to thank Minister Keogh for his cooperation to date on this. This is not about slicing and dicing land at all. This is about bringing forward public land for housing for the general public. And by using this site in this strategic location, we'll be able to deliver more housing at a more affordable price, both subsidised housing, social housing, but also housing for the general public as well. And as well, not just housing on these key sites. Because the LDA has a mandate beyond just housing. Of course, we have tied in that very important housing mandate, but it will be able to meet the other interests of the community as necessary when we talk about a site of such scale and such strategic importance. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank Minister Murphy. I thank Minister Murphy for his response and the detail of it. And I just want to specifically focus again in terms of Colin Barracks in Mullingar. And one of the key things is Councillor Andrew Duncan, who works in Mullingar very solidly with me and myself, are very clear in our minds that there has to be a solid social dividend for the development of the site. We're very clear in our minds that the listed buildings should have a sustainable use that will benefit Mullingar. We're very clear in our minds that there are projects there that could be developed in the interest of the nation and indeed Mullingar, in terms of a museum, in terms of the highly significant historical features that have happened, that are part of the DNA of Mullingar, and indeed the proud history that our 4th Field Artillery Regiment had in Colin Barracks since it left, unfortunately, in 2012. So I think this is a very welcome development in terms of we have an agency now to drive forward this site. We have an agency that's going to ensure we have housing supply increase in our locality. I think we have an agency now that can ensure that there is no slicing and dicing, as the Minister said, that there's a framework here to develop this site in a sustainable manner, to protect the listed buildings that are there and find a sustainable use. And no one knows in the future, with Brexit and all the various different uncertainties, Mullingar being quite close to the border area, what future it may have, because it is a very significant site, as the Minister has said. I know he is focused on delivering housing, but I would expect the Chief Executive of the new agency, I know he has met with Westmeath County Council already, but to interact and liaise with all elected officials and indeed the local authority to ensure that the best possible use of this site is for the people of Mullingar, and indeed to bring more vibrancy into it and to ensure that it is not sliced and diced. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Burke. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Burke is right to be proud of the history of the barracks and the people who were stationed there. It has a new future ahead of it, and it's important that we work together to protect that future and to protect it in the public interest. Of course, there will be, and there must be, a social dividend from the site, but also it's important that dividend is there for the people of Mullingar to enjoy. Just a couple of things, if I might state, on the LDA just more generally. We are talking about state land, public land, that is not being used efficiently at the moment, in very desirable locations that could be much better used for things like housing, for schools or other community uses, including the ones that Deputy Burke has outlined. And now we have, for the first time, a requirement that state land must be used more strategically in the public good and must be made available for housing, for everyone. Public houses for the general public, but also locking in 50% of houses for social and subsidised housing as well. This does not mean that we are selling 50% of the state land to private developers. And it does not mean that 50% of houses on these sites will be unaffordable. Anyone who says otherwise is misleading the public. The state will be the developer. That's the purpose of the Land Development Agency. It's not to sell it off the land to other developers. We will be the developer. And we'll use different methods to deliver and guarantee housing for the public in the public interest, as well as other public goods as necessary. And without this new agency, state land in needed locations might never have been used for housing. And when we look around our urban centres and our town centres and the outskirts of some of our villages, we can see how state land is not being used where it should be used for housing. And when we think about our ambitions in the Project Ireland 2040, there is a key role for the LDA here. If we're going to double the growth of our cities other than Dublin, while also growing Dublin in a sustainable way, we need an agency to better coordinate state land and bring it forward for housing delivery and other types of delivery as well. And if we're to smooth out the peaks and troughs that we have seen that have led to numerous housing crises in the history of our state, then we also need the state to be bringing forward its significant land bank for housing delivery as well. So while it does meet certain needs that we have in relation to the current shortage that we have, there is a longer-term ambition and strategic goal for this agency. We have needed such an agency for decades. It's very good that we have one now. As it looks to the future for particular sites, including the barracks in Mullingar, the Deputy is right to be so protective of, that we lock in protections for those sites and for the public in Mullingar into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We now move back to topic edition number 2 under the names of Deputies O'Brien, Curran and Kenny. Deputy O'Brien, please.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Carline Learning Centre in Lucan, County Dublin has been providing a unique educational, social care and psychological service to young people for over 25 years. It works with young people who, for a variety of reasons, are no longer able to remain in mainstream schools, often young people with complex needs, with issues in their families or in their communities. And what it does is it provides them with a stable learning environment, firstly to try and reintegrate them into mainstream school, but also to give them real opportunities in life. They have an enormous success rate. In the last year, 17 young people who entered the school completed the junior certificate exams, and 53% of the young people that go through their doors are reintegrated back into education. Now, their funding situation is very precarious, but the central problem that the 3 deputies from the constituency want to raise today is they don't have access to capital funding. They currently have an urgent capital funding need to bring the building up to health and safety standards, and we're urging you and your department to intervene. And while I got a PQ back from the Senior Minister recently, it was disappointing that he talked about these as out-of-school provision. This is a form of school for young people that desperately need the support. The building they're in should be up to health and safety standards, and we're asking you to work with us to try and resolve the current funding difficulties.
Thank you, Deputy O'Brien. Deputy Curran, please.
Minister, Deputy O'Brien clearly set out the role of Carline, and I suppose we've had the opportunity to visit there last week. I want to reiterate that the children who are attending there are about 50 of them at any given point in time, and they have a range of issues. Without this facility, they would be excluded from education. That's the reality of the situation, and the outcomes are very, very successful. As Deputy O'Brien indicated, that having done junior cert, more than half of these children actually return to mainstream education. Deputy O'Brien clearly pointed out that there is an issue in terms of the physical structure of the building, the condition it's in. And while we've received a reply and the various funders are washing their hands of it, and that's because it is funded in an unusual manner. There are probably 4 primary funders, the Education Training Board, the Local Drugs Task Force, TUSLA and the department itself. And the primary concern is for the children themselves. Those children are in the ranges of 13 to 17 years of age. There is an obligation on the state to ensure their education. Most of those children are obliged to attend an educational facility. They're not of an age where they can be gone from that environment. And nobody is standing up to address the issue of providing the capital funding that's required. The funding that they get at the moment, most of it is on current expenditure, staff wages, and the challenge here is that the building as is at the moment is not fit for purpose, and without the Minister taking a proactive role and addressing this issue, the future of this institution is of concern to us.
Thank you. Deputy Kenny, please.
I concur with my fellow Dublin Midwest TDs, and I think this project is a very unique project, Minister. It's been going 25 years in the Clondalk and Lucan area, and I have kind of first-hand knowledge. My niece went to Carline project. She won't mind me saying this because I've said it to her already. She fell out of school. She went to Carline project and she done her Leaving Cert this year, completed it, and she's doing a full-time course. And she says if it wasn't for the Carline project, she probably would have taken a different road, educational wise and so forth. And I think I can say that probably for a lot of young people that have used the facility. It's a great facility that stops young people stopping going to a different road than they should be. So I think it's imperative that this project is properly funded.
Thank you, Deputy Kenny. Minister, please.
Thank you, and thanks,
deputies very much, and I'm taking this on behalf of Minister Bruton, who is attending other government duties today. So, as you are aware, the Caroline Learning Centre, Ballygaddy, Lucan, County Dublin, was established as a community-based project in 1993 to assist young people who were not availing of mainstream education. Since then, it has developed into a social care centre of learning, which offers a combination of educational, emotional and social care programmes. The centre caters for young people aged 13 to 18, with a current enrolment of 27. Education is provided in line with the primary school year calendar. Referrals to the centre are made by Tusla's Educational Welfare Services, the Garda Juvenile Liaison Officers and the Tusla social work teams and care homes. 63 part-time hours per week are currently provided by the Department of Education and Skills at an annual cost of €150,000. The Department also provides an annual non-pay grant of €170,000 to Dublin and Dunleera Education and Training Board to meet the day-to-day running costs of the centre. In addition, the centre receives annual funding from Tusla, and in 2017 Tusla provided €91,190, comprising of an annual allocation of €60,000 plus additional funding of some €30,000 for that year. In addition to that funding provided to the Caroline Learning Centre, the Department of Education and Skills also funds a range of national programmes catering for early school leavers, such as Youth Reach community training centres and youth encounter projects, which are represented in Dublin. The Department's DESH Plan 2017 sets out the vision for education to more fully become a proven pathway to better opportunities for those in communities at risk of a disadvantage and social exclusion. Action 88 of the plan provides for a review of the current out-of-school provision to inform future policy in this area. This review is currently being carried out by a working group chaired by the Department of Education and Skills and including representatives from Tusla and the Education Training Board. With regard to capital funding for the Caroline facility, the Department of Education and Skills has no record of an application for capital works from the centre, and consequently it is not aware of the issues to which the deputies refer. However, Minister Bruton has asked me to inform the deputies that this department is willing to consider an application for funding to address fire safety and health and safety issues at the centre. In this regard, the department has already been in touch with the DDL-ETB and it has agreed to contact the centre to assist its board in this matter. Once an application is received, it will be turned around as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy O'Brien, please.
Thank you very much, Chair and Minister. First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank you and Minister Bruton for the very positive answer. You know yourself from your previous career the challenges teachers and schools face, and I have to say, having met some of the teachers in Caroline Centre, they go beyond what it would be normally expected of teachers to ensure the very vulnerable young people that they work with get the best quality education. They also have a very impressive voluntary board who are putting a huge amount of time into the development of the centre to ensure its governance and all of its other affairs are in order. I think if we are able to get this application, and we'll communicate that back to the school as a matter of urgency, into the Education and Library Board as quickly as possible, we'd hope then that the department and your own good offices would be willing to assist in expediting it as quickly as possible. Clearly, we can't have a situation where young people in any educational institution are at risk because of lack of adequate capital funding. It's not a large amount of money. So I'd like to thank you for the encouraging response, and we'll stay in touch with you over the coming weeks.
Thank you, Deputy O'Brien.
Thank you very much for your positive response to this issue. Just a couple of points I want to raise. You indicated the various sources of funding that was made available to Caroline, and you're absolutely correct. I would just like to put on the record, however, that the vast majority of that funding goes for one thing and one thing only: the staff wages, and it leaves very little funding available to run a facility such as this. So in that regard, the positive response in being prepared to deal with a capital request for capital funding to deal with some of the serious outstanding issues in the school are to be very welcomed. I want to concur with my colleague and put on the record my appreciation for all who are involved in this learning centre, the volunteers and the board, but also the staff in particular. The outcomes are very, very successful. I indicated that there are at any given point in time around 50 people who are attending and participating in the programme, aiming for their junior cert. But the outcome is that 50% are returning to mainstream education. And for those who have entered with the complex issues that we addressed and identified at the start of the debate, those outcomes are very, very positive. So, Minister, to thank you and relay it to Minister Bruton that we're very happy with the outcome, that you are prepared to consider the a request for capital funding, and you're prepared to do it with a degree of urgency. So, thank you.
Deputy Kenny, please.
Thanks, Minister. Obviously, it's quite a positive response. I think it's safe to say that the building itself is quite old in its in its complex, and it's, as the centre has stated, it needs a refurb, particularly around health and safety and so forth. And I think, as Deputy O'Brien has said, it's a small amount of money for what it gives services users. Over the last 25 years, hundreds of young people have used that service, have availed of that service, and if it wasn't for that service, who's to know where them young people would have gone. And I can safely say, and I think with the staff and the founders of that project, they have guided young people to a different direction, a safer direction for educational purposes, that has put them on a right road for their own lives and their family lives. So hopefully they can get the funding and be a viable project in the future. Thanks.
Deputy Kenny, Minister, your response.
Thank you very much. And look, I will get back to Minister Bruton, and I am glad that you are happy with that response, and hopefully, you know, it will happen as quickly as possible. So thanks very much, Deputies.
Thank you for that, Minister. That concludes topical issues for today. We'll now move on to private members' business, which is Fianna Fáil, Deputy Dooley. Troy, excuse me. I don't think you've ever been called Deputy Dooley before.
No. Thank you very much, Cahirlock. I'm sharing my time with Deputy O'Brien, Deputy Chambers, Deputy Curran and Deputy Haughey, and each of us are taking 4 minutes, if that's okay. I welcome the opportunity to bring forward this private member's motion this evening, and I want to raise a number of points. I'll allow my colleagues who represent in particular constituencies to outline their main concerns in relation to some of the proposals as outlined by Bus Connects. And at the outset, I do want to acknowledge that the NTA has carried out, or by the end of the consultation period, will have carried out 32 public consultations, and I encourage people to engage in those public consultations and have their views known, not just on the positive or the negative elements, but on the positive elements of this proposal too. Time and time again, people have asked me, who is the NTA? The National Transport Authority is the body responsible for transport, public transport in this country. But that body is responsible to you, Minister, and you and your government are responsible to the government or to the Dáil. And that's why we have brought forward this motion this evening, to ensure that you realise, Minister, the anxiety and the worry and the concern that is out there in relation to Bus Connects. There are some positive elements. The segregated cycle lanes, I welcome that. Earlier today, you referred to Bus Connects in relation to new segregated cycle lanes, but in reply to a question you were unable to say exactly how much is going to be spent on this. Perhaps you will do so this evening. The new orbital routes will alleviate the need for everyone to come into the city centre, which will reduce congestion. That's welcome. The new fare structure is welcome. And I'd ask, though, why did you enable the NTA to allow Bus Éireann withdraw the refund facility before this new fare structure and cashless option was introduced? Greater capacity, new energy efficient buses. That's all very welcome. But, Minister, the drafts that were put on display at the end of July created great anxiety. We had public meetings organised by my colleagues, Deputy O'Brien, Deputy Chambers, Deputy Hart, Cormac Devlin, Catherine Arda. Anything from 100 up to 500 and 600 people attended these meetings. Now, Minister, as I said at the outset, the NTA is responsible to you. And I want you to give a commitment on the floor of the Dáil this evening that the consultation process is not simply a box-ticking exercise, that the views of the people, the service users of Dublin Bus, will be taken on board, and that whenever a new redesigned network is agreed in draft format, that draft format will be put back out so that the public people, the 150 million people who use Dublin Bus on an annual basis, will have their opportunity to give their verdict on that network. Can I ask, Minister, was Gerard Walker the only consultant that was chosen or considered for this draft plan? If he wasn't, who else was considered? Why was he chosen? Can you acknowledge, Minister, that the timing of the public consultation was wrong from the get-go? It was wrong to put it out in summer months because, rightly or wrongly, that gave the perception out there that the views of the public was not welcome. Can you ensure that the drivers who are the people who provide the service day in, day out, that they will have their views taken on board? And finally, Minister, as I said, can you guarantee that any redesigned draft will be re-advertised to ensure that the service which not alone we want to maintain current users, but to encourage other users from their car to public transport, that we have a service that will have sufficient capacity and an acceleration of hybrid energy efficient buses, and most importantly, that the needs of the passengers, the service users, will be met to get to work, to get to college, social appointments and hospital appointments.
Thank you, Robert. And I'd firstly like to thank my colleague Deputy Robert Troy, our transport spokesperson, for tabling this motion. It shows the importance that Fianna Fáil put in this issue, that it's the first private member's motion we have post the recess. This is a major issue that can affect Dubliners, and Deputy Troy has covered some of the positive aspects, and indeed within the Bus Connects plan there are some. We welcome the investment of £1.2 billion that's badly needed in a creaking public transport system. There is no doubt about that. Now, what I would say as well, I'd commend Deputy Troy, because this would have been done and dusted already were left up to yourself and the NTA, because it was at his insistence at the Transport Committee in July that the public consultation was actually extended. So it's really important that people have their say. So a good thing that will come out of this, in the number of meetings that I've hosted, where there have been hundreds of people turned up in Dublin Fingal, because it's their bus service. They care about their bus service. So it's a good review. In itself, it's to be welcomed that we find out what people themselves want. But when you look at my area, for argument's sake, and I'll give you a few examples, Minister, of Dublin Fingal, which, by the way, in the Dáil constituency, the chairman will know this as well, is just under 300,000 people, as per the last census. A very young constituency. As well, a lot of commuters. Look at some of the changes. The 33 route, which serves Balbriggan, Rush, Lusk and Skerries, a major growth area, Minister. All the direct services into the city, gone. Donabate, Portrane, direct services into the city, gone. Direct services from Malahide, where I live myself, reduced by 25%, and some areas of that, like the Seabury area of Malahide, no direct route into town. No direct routes into town from Kinseely. Portmarnock, direct routes removed. Airport connections. I heard you earlier on mentioning the airport and the much vaunted Metro North proposal. and the need to serve the airport with light rail or with a metro system. At the moment, we need to serve it with buses. What happens in North County Dublin? The current route, the 102 route, gone. So people are really concerned because this is a quality of life issue. This is how they get to work, how they get to college, how they get to hospital, how they get to the schools. Just before I came into the debate here, I had an email from Portmarnock Community School, 900 pupils there. Pupils in secondary schools have now become very concerned about how they will get to school based on these plans. So what we want to make sure is that public consultation means that it is consulting and it is listening and it is changing bus connects where it needs to change. Now, if you take the Port Tunnel, one of the best pieces of infrastructure built in this city city and county in the last 20 years, all the routes accessing the Port Tunnel that are currently there, like the 142 route, 9 buses a day, 5 in, 4 out of the city, gone. Is there a reason for that? Are these routes being cleared to allow future privatisation of these routes? That's not stated in the report. We've never got a copy of the exact terms of reference. So I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents in Dublin Fingal when I say to you that the Bus Connects report as it is now, if this were implemented in the morning, would be an unmitigated disaster on many routes. Yes, there are positives there, but we need to make changes where they are appropriate. And that's the importance of this Dáil motion, because it directs you, Minister, to give a firm commitment on your government that you will listen to the customers, that you will ensure that the people who are dependent on the bus actually don't have bus routes ripped out from under them. And the over-reliance on the Northern Rail line and the Darton commuter line, anyone who uses that will realise that that's creaking at the seams already. So you can't just put tens of thousands of additional people onto a rail line and say that is resolved. So look, again, I welcome the motion put down by my party. I wholeheartedly support it, and I hope that there's a positive response to government on the feedback that we've received from thousands of people all over Dublin.
Like my colleagues have said, Minister, there is widespread concern about this Bus Connects plan right across Dublin City and County. Many public meetings have been held, many official consultations have taken place, and I'd like to join with my colleagues in regretting that this official public consultation took place over the summer months when many people weren't politically aware. The main problem is with the plan is that it severs links to important services such as hospitals, colleges, shopping centres, government offices, and also many bus users who currently have a direct route into the city centre from where they live will now have to take a couple of buses, or at least 2 buses, to reach their destination. I think there's going to be problems in relation to the proposed interchanges and the difficulties that these interchanges will cause for elderly people in particular, but also wheelchair users and people with special needs. I think there's going to be capacity issues at these bus interchanges. I can imagine the chaos which there's going to be on the Malahide Road at the Artane roundabout with all these people arising to catch a second bus. And I assume also that you can give assurances in relation to the bus stops at these interchanges that they're going to be close together. Has any thought been put into that? Will there be pedestrian operated signals for people to cross the Malahide Road? All these issues I don't think have got sufficient consideration. Are the number of buses going to be increased? I think that's the solution to the problem of buses in this city, is to actually increase the number of buses. A general rule in politics: if somebody has a benefit or a service for years and years and years and generations, you cannot just take it off them overnight. I mean, that is a general political rule of fact, and that's what's been proposed here. In relation to Edenmore, there's problems in relation to the 27A. In relation to Howth, there's problems in relation to the number 31. In relation to Raheny, there's problems in relation to the 29A, 31, 31A, 31B and 32B. In relation to Artane, Beaumont, Coolock, Kilmore, Santry and Clonshock, there's problems in relation to the number 14, the number 16, the number 27B and the number 17A. So really, you know, there are a lot of issues and a lot of concerns out there that people have, and I really do worry about what is being proposed here. I also worry that this is a route to privatisation of more bus services in Dublin. I note that the plan is opposed by the MBRU, and any bus drivers I've spoken to as well are also very much opposed to it. Can I raise another issue in relation to public transport generally, and that's the DART. Last week and this week there were huge overcrowding issues on the DART service coming from Malahide and Howth. By the time it gets to Harmonstown and Killester, the DARTs are completely full. It's actually quite dangerous, and people trying to get off at stops have to bash their way through the crowds on the carriages to get off at their particular stop. So really there's a big problem in relation to the DART on the north side of Dublin for people heading into town. And I'm not sure that changes implemented last Monday are going to solve that. So, Minister, this plan has to be scrapped. There is too much concern about it. You can't just scrap one system overnight and impose a whole new system. It has to be more incremental. Go back to the drawing board, get the NTA to go back to the drawing board, start again and come up with a revised plan.
I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate, and I suppose, Minister, at the outset to say that the Bus Connects project has caused a lot of public concern. And that's not surprising when you take for one moment that Dublin Bus is the dominant carrier of passengers at 140 million per annum in the Greater Dublin area. And there is concern also the fact that this project and this public consultation took place over the summer period. Most of us who are public representatives are receiving more inquiries and queries about what's in the plan now than we were in July and August, and that's the reality of the situation. And it was unfortunate that it took place during that period of time. And I would like today that you take the opportunity to clearly set out the timelines from here forward in how the plan will be developed, and more importantly, the submissions that were received by people, that were made by the public, to see those incorporated and the redesign of that plan made public. I suppose the first concern that people specifically had is losing the direct route that existed. And it all sounds very well, and I listened and I looked and I observed about how that might work. And I'll give you an example of one area. A bus leaving Rathcoole, the 69, goes no further than the Lewis stop at Saggart. And when you read the narrative, it says, but instead of being once an hour, the 69 is going to be twice an hour, and so that looks like a net gain. And when you get to the Lewis line, the Lewis is very frequent, so that's not a problem. The problem in reality is the return journey. You end up in the middle of nowhere with no shelter, waiting for up to half an hour to get a bus. These are the concerns with losing the direct route that haven't been factored in. Where you're waiting, the type of environment you're in, and people are genuinely concerned about the loss of that direct route. Some of the design, and I don't have time to go into every route and I'm not going to, but some of the design take buses out of existing population areas. And the one that goes through Clondalkin Village to 13 will no longer come down the Fonthill Road and service a whole parish of Shrewlane, and no longer go up Woodford and service the parish of Knockmitten, two areas being now left vacant. An awful lot of it is interconnectivity, Minister, between Dublin Bus and other modes of transport, and where the plan doesn't clearly indicate the additional capacity that will be made available on Lewis. And people are concerned that at 7:30 in the morning at the Red Cow, the Lewis is full. What will happen if more people are being brought to that? And that's a huge source of concern. The underlying concern, Minister, is the plan is predicated upon increased frequency, that there will be a bus every 8 or 10 minutes. And for that plan to happen, the quality spines, the corridors have to be in place. And there's a lack of clarity as to the implementation. At what stage are the corridors built, and at what stage do you revert to a new to this new Bus Connects project? People are genuinely concerned that the transition will take place first, so new bus routes will come in before the spines and corridors are in place, and if that happens, the frequency that you're anticipating will not be delivered. In the remaining time available to me, Minister, this is a plan for the future, and the timelines are somewhat unclear, and I know you'll take an opportunity to spell that out. But people say to me, what's happening now, this year and next year? I've said this to you before, and I want to reiterate it again. People tomorrow going to work who are dependent on the 25 in Lucan cannot get on that bus tomorrow because it's full. We are not dealing with today's, while we're planning for the future, we're not dealing with today's current demand on some of our routes. People are not able to get on the bus, and there are other routes. The 68 from Newcastle is similar, but every morning, and people living on Lucan, some people get on the outward bound bus to go further out so as they can cross the road to get a city bound bus. So I'd ask you, Minister, in terms of your response to this, to set out how you see the implementation of this taking place in terms of the delivery of the capacity that underpins the frequency that would be required.
Deputy Chambers.
Thanks, Chair. And as the other speakers have said, there's massive anger, dismay, concern and fear about this Bus Connects proposal. Across my own constituency, we've held 4 meetings. We have another one on Thursday, tomorrow of this week. And hundreds of people are really feared that this will drive a wedge through their communities, through their connectivity, and undermine the present and existing bus service. And what we have, Minister, in my view, is you're trying to create radial routes to channel people into central spinal arteries, which will bring people to town. Now, that's all very good on paper, but for people who might have disabilities, elderly people, switching, or in many instances, some people may have to go backwards to go forwards to go into town. So whomever designed this, and whoever the NTA tendered it, Jarrett Walker, he's trying to impose an American-like transport system on a city that can't take it, on many people across the suburbs of this city who can't actually operate within that service. And there was a proposal in the last number of years to, for example, build a spinal artery but have it as a parallel bus service to the existing one. So if people want proper connectivity to their communities, that will be enhanced and improved. Whereas this plan, it robs Peter to pay Paul. It takes buses from existing communities, estates and neighbourhoods, brings them into a channel, but undermines their present service. And that is where the fear emanates from. In my own area, the 39 bus, which was the main bus service for people over many years, is being removed and abolished altogether. People are being asked to go backwards towards a new hub in the Blanchetown Centre. Anyone who knows the Blanchetown Centre knows that there's present and complete gridlock at the best of times. And this proposal is to try and create a hub out of the Blanchetown Centre. Will only increase commuter times and undermine the commute and trying to promote public transport for people. The 37 and the 38 are losing connectivity. People will have to get off on the north side of the city to switch. Again, all very good on paper, but for people who don't want to switch and who want to have their existing commute increased and to have their services and frequency increased, that's being undermined. For a growing community like Tyrrellstown and Hollystown, you're removing the 40D and the 17A, which will have a massively isolating effect on communities. And that's also the area of population growth in a suburb like West Dublin, where you have thousands of new homes being built there, and in parts of that place you haven't even planned for the existing proposed growth in those areas. And I'm wondering in other parts of Dublin whether this plan has actually envisaged the national planning framework and the future growth across the city. Another mistake. In Clonee, the 70 and the 270 is being removed to 2 local radial routes, again massively increasing commuter times, but also affecting the connectivity that we presently have with Dunboyne and many people who go to school there, primary and secondary school. And what kind of engagement with communities was undertaken before this plan was designed? One thing I've noticed from all the public meetings that I've had is that people have constructive suggestions, things that they would like to see tweaked, operational improvements that could be driven by Dublin Bus and by the NTA. But this is a plan that's come from the top down, that's being imposed on people. It was a very cynical announcement through the public consultation process. You announced at the time where you knew people wouldn't fully engage. Well, they weren't fooled, and tens of thousands of people have had their say in this plan. The removal of the 122 on the Navan Road will mean communities there will be completely neglected, and an inferior bus service will be the net result for many suburbs throughout Dublin. It's time you and the NTA went back to the drawing board, and in my view you're trying to create a kind of a sardine service by bringing radial routes into a centralised spine, where you can sell off those spinal networks to private companies. It's important we have a public bus system that delivers for the people who pay their taxes, so that we've enhanced community connectivity, and that's something that this bus plan doesn't do.
Minister, please. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I wish to move an amendment to the Fianna Fáil motion on Bus Connects. Do I have 10 minutes? Let me begin by saying that I welcome the opportunity to address the House on the issues raised, particularly in light of this government's serious commitments outlined in Project Ireland 2040, launched earlier this year, that includes the National Planning Framework and the 10-year National Development Plan. While I'm in agreement with the opening aspects of that motion, my agreement stops there. I am proposing an amendment to the motion, call on the House to support it. I'm a little bit puzzled, to be honest, by the Fianna Fáil position here, and maybe they could explain it to us. My understanding was that they welcomed this particular project with open arms. I fully understand, but won't accept the amendment from Sinn Féin where there is a consistency which is predictable, and that is something which I don't agree with, but they have had a consistent line on public transport, and their amendment is condemning privatisation. I suspect, possibly with mischief or forethought, they're suggesting that this is some way a road to privatisation where we're not going. But at least it shows a consistency which we know where we stand. The Fianna Fáil situation is deeply confusing. Bus Connects is a project that was welcomed by Deputy Troy, the spokesman on transport, as a project which it was vital to keep Dublin moving. That was his initial reaction to it. The Bus Connects project, he said on the 12th of June, represents the opportunity to get the necessary investment underway. He was encouraging, and I welcome that encouragement. And I'm disappointed that today we have a motion here which is obviously hostile to the direction in which Bus Connects is going. But nevertheless, I think the overall Fianna Fáil position is that they welcome the initiative, even though they want to see the consultations going ahead, which we all do. And when Deputy Chambers says that he feels the whole system is wrong, I think he's in direct conflict with other members of his party. On the 2nd of July, John Lahart, who is, I think, their spokesman on Dublin and issues of this sort, welcomed Bus Connect's launch today, and with, indeed, his colleague in the Shannon, couldn't wait to get into a photograph holding the Bus Connect's brochure high, and so enthusiastic was his welcome for this particular project. He wanted to be identified with it. He wanted to say it was a great project. There he is, behind him, at the launch, the Bus Connect's maps with the proposed network big picture. This was something, this is what he issued himself, and this is something which he tweeted out. And I welcome the fact that Deputy Lahart was so enthusiastic about this project. I welcome the fact that he wanted to jump in to the photographs with it, with Senator Jerry Hawken. Good luck to him. That was welcome. But today, we have the language for Fianna Fáil of chaos, of culling. And here's Deputy Lahart standing shoulder to shoulder with the cows, what he calls the cows. That's the new network behind him. But we're now talking about it as culling. And with today we have the language of condemns from the opposition. Get your act together, guys. Decide which side you're on. You can't be on both sides on this one. It is difficult, I know. There's a consultation process going on, which has got a very welcome number of people coming forward with suggestions about changes, many of which are being regarded very seriously and are going to be considered seriously. And Deputy Haughey, when he says, you can't have a change like this overnight, and he repeated it twice. Deputy Haughey, there's no intention to do this overnight. That's the whole point of this consultation process. 2020. 2020 is when we're going to see it happening. So let's see. Overnight is 2019, is it? Overnight. There is no announcement of an overnight change. That's the difference. What the announcement is this. There are going to be consultations. After those consultations have been considered in November, a new programme is coming back, and they will be taken seriously. And there will be further consultations, obviously, after that. That is a serious business. and it is not to be taken as some sort of scare tactics.
Please.
It is not
Deputy
to be taken as some sort of scare.
Please. Deputy Haughey. This is Deputy Haughey, please. One more interruption and I'll have to ask you to leave.
Thank you. So what we now here have is Fianna Fáil absolutely at sea, with a spokesman posing for photographs in front of this, proudly wanting to be identified with it, and the other members of the party coming in and saying there's this wrong, that wrong and the other wrong. There are problems, as there always are when you introduce a radical measure of this sort, but they're not insuperable, and that's why the NTA is out there day and night with members of its staff listening to your people, yourselves and others, and what difficulties you have, and those which they would consider legitimate will be remedied. The government is continuing to take steps to address the underinvestment in integrated public transport following the crisis, where public investment was constrained to safeguard the provision of essential public services. Project 2040 rightly recognises that significant investment in public transport will be required to accommodate change and growth, while also providing more choice for the travelling public and improving the quality of people's lives. Together with the National Transport Authority's Transport Strategy for the Greater Dublin Area 2016 to 2035, Project Island 2040, through the National Development Plan, provides for the planning and delivery of public transport infrastructure and services over the short, medium and long term. Recent reports show that approximately 70% of people travelling into Dublin City each morning do so by sustainable transport. Each day, the majority, that is 57%, of all public transport trips, equating to 136 million passenger journeys annually, use the bus for their commute. Because of these numbers, it's no surprise that the bus has to be the main component of the solution to address our current congestion problem and to meet our future transport needs. One of the flagship investments to be delivered within Project Island 2040 and the 10-year NDP horizon is Bus Connects for Island cities, commencing rollout in Dublin. Bus Connects is a key investment priority for public transport to address congestion in Dublin in the short to medium term. A radical improvement in the bus system can deliver a positive change in public transport performance across all areas of the Dublin region within a relatively short time. The objective of Bus Connect is to deliver a bus system that will enable more people to travel by bus than ever before and allow bus commuting to become a viable and attractive choice for employees, students, shoppers and visitors. Bus Connect will include continuous bus lanes as far as is practicable along the busiest bus corridors, along with a network of park and ride facilities at key locations. It will also involve 11 orbital routes that will operate on a 15-minute frequency or better in the north, south and west of the network area. Enhanced and expanded services delivering 27% more capacity, which as far as customers are concerned can only be a good thing, and likewise for transport workers. Major improvements to deliver next-generation ticketing and passenger information system, a simple route identification system and fare structure, and a fleet transition to lower emissions. All this means that the number of people living within 400 metres of a bus service that operates every 10 minutes or better will increase by 35% from 480,000 to 650,000. There will be an increase of 10% in fleet serving Greater Dublin area, with significant increases in weekend and post-peak services. Indeed, Bus Connect is not just about buses. In fact, this plan will provide much-needed cycling facilities and make it easier and more attractive to cycle around the city region. Given the increasing number of cyclists across Dublin, there is an imperative to provide safe and segregated cycling facilities where possible. NTA have calculated that over 200 kilometres of cycle tracks lanes will be either built or current lanes improved upon. A better cycling network is good for all transport users. It avoids cyclists sharing bus lanes with buses and will remove many of the conflicts between buses, cars and cyclists. The House will be aware that the NTA published its proposals for the core bus corridor project report, setting out the outline of 16 radial routes together with 200 kilometres of cycling lanes into and out of the city. In October of this year, NTA expect to publish the detailed and considered proposals for each of the 16 corridors. At that stage, a full public consultation process will commence. This will allow people to provide feedback and their thoughts on the proposals, and the NTA will fully engage with people along the corridors and surrounding areas.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now call on Deputy Brendan Ryan on behalf of Labour. Oh, sorry, excuse me, I'm skipping Sinn Féin. My apologies. Deputy Munster, I'm not on the ball today apparently. Deputy Munster, you're first alongside Deputy Sunday, Brady, Mitchell and Ellis. You're sharing 15 minutes.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Firstly, I wish to move the amendment to an amendment to the Fianna Fáil motion in the first instance. Minister, Bus Connects has caused a lot of upset and anxiety in local areas across the Dublin region, and communities across the city are in fear of being left behind. And any plan to improve transport services has to connect people with services, with work and with their local areas. It cannot disconnect communities, Minister, and that's the worry in many areas across Dublin. There is a consultation process in train at the moment, and that was only extended when the NTA came under pressure to do so. Now, our Sinn Féin TDs, our senators and councillors in Dublin have been doing great work in their localities, engaging with people on the ground and with the consultation process. And the important issue here is that we are talking about public transport. The state funds Dublin Bus and now a private British company to provide public service transport to the people in the Greater Dublin area. The NTA has a duty to ensure that it fulfils its obligation to the public when they're planning new routes. And there is a need to improve services. We know that. But this needs to be done in an inclusive and community-focused way. We also need common sense. Having people to get 3 buses for the sake of saving a few minutes on paper isn't a solution. It is absolutely unacceptable that any communities would be left behind under Bus Connects. It has to be about providing an excellent bus service to everybody that needs it, including the elderly, people with disabilities and commuters. And at this late stage, we are not calling for the consultation to be scrapped. There's just over a week left, and thousands of people have taken the time to engage with the process. However, our amendment is calling for further scrutiny after the process has concluded. We want the revised proposals to come before the joint Oireachtas Committee on Transport in order that the committee can scrutinise them. The Transport Committee can and should facilitate hearings with people and representatives from communities in areas who have objections and take a decision then on what parts of the plan, if any, to retain and what parts to change. A further consultation may be required at that stage, depending on the response of the NTA to the objections raised. And if the NTA isn't willing to listen, then Bus Connects will have to go back to the drawing board. And I'm sure that Fianna Fáil will have no objection to this proposal.
Minister, look, Bus Connects is a proposal to profoundly reconfigure our bus services. It is very complex. For many of us, it's difficult to understand, and I say this as a daily bus user. What I will also say is there are positives in the plan, there are negatives in the plan, and there are also a lot of questions. And in a lot of the public engagement, it's the questions that often are the most vocal. I want to share with colleagues the limited nature of the public consultation to date, and that's why many of us have felt that we've had to go and organise our own public engagements to ensure that people have the information. In my own constituency, I've organised 9 meetings, and what I'm doing, Minister, is I'm just presenting people with the facts. I've met with the NTA, they've explained the plans, I'm telling them how it's going to affect their area and letting them give the feedback to me. I'm encouraging them to engage with the consultation and not just to highlight their concerns, but also where they think there are proposed solutions within the overall plan to make those proposals to the NTA, and to take the NTA at their word, as they're saying at the moment, that they will listen and will judge them then afterwards. Just to give you a sense of the feedback I'm getting at the moment, there is a big concern about the interchanges. Will they operate right? Will there be sufficient frequency at the change points? Will there be sufficient shelter, etc.? There is a real concern about a loss of direct routes to hospitals. St James's and Palmerstown, Stewart's and Palmerstown in my own constituency, or used by my own constituency, are widely mentioned. There is a concern that the promised investment may not happen, and a lack of confidence in that. And we're not raising privatisation mischievously. At every public meeting I've done, people are raising that as a concern. And the best way, I suppose, to put that concern to bed is to make it very clear that that's not on the government's agenda. I'd like to share with my constituency colleagues concerns about the rerouting, for example, of the 13 bus, the lack of increased frequency of the 25. I've already mentioned Stewart's Hospital in Palmerstown, and later this week I'll be in Newcastle, Rathcoole and Saggart, with very, very real concerns being on the periphery of the city. So all I would say is this: we're engaging in this process in good faith. We're urging the NTA to listen to bus users, as well as bus drivers and their representatives. The plan has to change, and the idea that it should go out for a second round of consultation following scrutiny of the Oireachtas Committee is eminently sensible, and one I'm sure even you can support.
Deputy O'Brien, I now call on Deputy O'Smithig.
Minister, it's named Bus Connects, but to many people out there, when they look at the plans that have been presented thus far, it's a bus disconnects. So if you had the time to look at, for instance, Drimnagh, the heart of Drimnagh, there's not one bus going through the heart of Drimnagh. And it's very easy for somebody to sit in the United States and draw lines on a map and say everybody's within 450 yards of a public bus service or a public transport service. That's not the case in Drimnagh. It's not the case in Chapel-Lizard, for instance, where at the moment there's 5 buses through Chapel-Lizard, which causes its own problems, but now it's reduced to 1 every 30 minutes. And if you're an elderly person who needs or uses the shops in Ballyfermot, which are the closest shopping area, you then have to walk up the hill. There is no bus service between both. So those points will be raised. The points around senior citizens complex, which are being ignored because there's a presumption by the consultant who drew this that everybody is equal. So those with disability, those who are senior citizens, or those who don't have alternative, who have to walk everywhere, don't have cars or don't have easy access to public transport, when they are being ignored by the proposals. They will obviously look at the proposals and say there's something wrong with this proposal, there's something ulterior behind it. One of the key concerns I have when I looked at the maps, and similar to Deputy O'Brien before me, the public meetings I have engaged in thus far that we have organised is an information meeting. It's not to whip up a frenzy, and I have met with the NTA and I encourage them to have more information meetings, and there's one in Ballyfermot today as we speak. It's happening, and I was one of those who encouraged Ballyfermot. It's pity there weren't more. And that would inform the public. But the plan seems to be at odds with much of the planning process in the city. For many years there's been a proposal or kind of a policy to discourage car use in the city, and in fact discourage car use and car parking in the city environs and outside, which means that you would have to rely on public transport. If the public transport is no longer there, then you are being disconnected. So, Minister, I would urge you to look again at this as our amendment suggests.
Thank you. Deputy Mitchell, please.
Thanks, Cahir. Well, Minister, the Bus Connects proposal is a real mixed bag when it comes to Wicklow, and I know you're familiar with some of the issues in which Bus Connects actually presents to the public transport users of County Wicklow. And I know you're familiar because I did see a tweet you tweeted back in 2017 when you used the 44 bus. I'm not sure as to whether you've used it since then, but the proposals are really going to impact severely on people, and some of the most vulnerable people in North Wicklow. And I know, Minister, you've met with some of the people in the Enniskerry area, because the 185 is one of the routes which is going to be decimated if these proposals actually come to fruition. We're talking about the Shop River area in Enniskerry, we're talking about the Kilgarran area of Enniskerry, which is made up of a very elderly community, rely heavily on the public bus, the 185. To go up the very severe hill, and what makes it doubly troublesome is the post office is at the top of that severe hill for elderly people to try transverse that hill. on foot is simply not a runner. So the current proposals to stop the 185, to bring forward a new route, the 213, and completely cut that out is totally unacceptable. The other changes to the 185 will also straighten out these routes, remove them from communities. Another community going to be directly impacted is the Palermo area in Bray, currently served by the 185. The plan is, again, with this new route that is being proposed, is to pull it out of that community. Again, community completely up in arms, and it seems that public representatives are the ones doing the public consultation, as opposed to the NTA or indeed the Bus Connects people. I take issue with meetings being held in the lobbies of supermarkets and being dressed up as some sort of public meetings or public consultation meetings. I think that is a disgrace. The meeting I held in Bray, over 150 people turned up, many completely in the dark. Public representatives are doing the work of Bus Connects. There's major issues here, and certainly the people in Wicklow. We're making submissions. It's up to you, Minister, ultimately to sign off on this, and I urge you not to do so.
Thank you, Deputy Brady. Deputy Mitchell. There's 4.5 minutes between yourself and Deputy Ellis.
Thank you. Minister, I'm sure everybody here agrees that the bus network needs serious investment. The best way to reduce congestion in our city is for more people to use public transport. More people using public transport will mean less emissions and will help us reach our 2020 targets. More people will use public transport if it's high frequency, competitively priced, and it's quicker than using your car. So I agree that the bus network in Dublin and public transport in general needs serious upgrading. Dublin is growing, but public transport is not meeting the needs of the city. But I have serious concerns around this Bus Connect plan. Minister, I have attended many of the public consultations in my own constituency of Dublin Bay North and spoken to many constituents. And these people have genuine concerns regarding the changes to their bus route. Many people will now have to get 2 buses to get to their destination. For example, residents in Howth who want to go to town will now either have to get off in Raheny to connect with the Dart or travel on to Artane and then change to a different bus. We have parts of the constituency where many school children will find that they have lost their direct bus route to many local schools, and they too will have to get 2 buses. And that's going to mean possible delays and longer journey times. Another example of this is one of the new proposed bus routes. It will no longer serve our local hospital, and there are many issues and concerns throughout the whole constituency in Dublin Bay North. I think we need to be very mindful of our older citizens and people with disabilities and ensure that they are catered for. Minister, we need to listen to our local communities, and we need to make sure that no community is left behind.
Thank you, Deputy
Ellis. Minister, the use of public transport has been growing and has substantially increased. Existing routes in Ballymun, Santry, Whitehall, Glasnevin and Finglas have been hard fought for by residents and are now under threat. Transport services should serve all the community, particularly those on disability, the elderly and the most vulnerable. Some major concerns I have are that it appears from these proposals that bus services are being rerouted, changed and involve a hop-on, hop-off service. Under these proposals, Finglas Village appears to no longer have a direct service. This could have catastrophic effects for the community, the local businesses, the post office and employment. If you are elderly or infirm or dependent on public transport, these proposals will severely impact their ability to access their local businesses and services. I don't want to see Finglas Village turned into a ghost town. In Ballymun, I am concerned that people will have to take more than one journey to access the city centre. The hop-on, hop-off approach in Ballymun will impact greatly on the elderly, those on disability, families with children and wheelchair users. We've seen no plans as to what lands are to be CPO'd. Where and what these are, we don't know yet. We don't know what all these are. We haven't seen anything yet. And further concerns is that this will also result in redundancies, not just in Dublin Bus, but in other transport services. I believe that behind these proposals is a privatisation agenda. Our amendment to bring to the Transport Committee for examination by residents and personnel from different transport groups, I think is a fairly fair one and should be looked at and give people an opportunity to raise their concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Ellis. Deputy Ryan, they were part of 9 minutes. I presume you're sharing with Deputy Burke?
I will be sharing my time with Deputy Burton. The public consultation for Bus Connects has been a fraught affair, and there's no doubt about that. But I believe the responsibility for ratcheting up the concerns to anxiety and worry levels rests with some political parties who have used this consultation for political gain. Of course, there are concerns throughout the city and county. In my own constituency, there are fears over the express bus service from Balbriggan, Skerries, Rush and Lusk. But I understand these worries are being addressed through the consultation process. There are concerns about the 43 bus service, which is a major school transport route from Swords down the Malahide Road. There are concerns about the 42 route through Malahide. There are real concerns and they need to be addressed through the public consultation process. This is one of the most important public consultation processes that I can remember, as the plan that is before us is a radical shake-up of a traditional bus service and routes. It needs to be handled carefully, diligently and with a measured approach to ensure any change is an improvement and protect citizens through increased, not decreased, connectivity. As for the plan itself, there are elements to the plan which I like. I like the idea of greater connectivity to get to more places with greater frequency. This is the core requirement, I believe, of public transport. The naming of the spine system on alphabetical lines would bring greater clarity of routes, and I do believe that it would be an improvement on the current system. I use the bus myself, but I know how to get from my own area into the city, into Dublin City. I know of other bus routes in my constituency, but beyond that, I have very little idea which bus goes to Rathfarnham, Blanchardstown, Shankill or elsewhere. The proposed naming does make sense, and I welcome that. The identification of transport hubs needs to be very carefully carried out. The hubs need to be in pedestrianised areas with enough traffic and passive surveillance to ensure people feel safe and secure. They can't be in industrial estates or retail parks which have become ghost towns after close of business every day. We are at an acute point in terms of infrastructural development in Dublin. The housing crisis is the most visible manifestation of the pressure, but we have it across the board. We don't have enough water or wastewater treatment capacity to deal with the growth that's needed to solve the housing crisis, and we don't have the transport infrastructure either. We have a great company in Dublin Bus, who I liken to Dublin Fire Brigade, as one of the few public bodies which enjoys the faith and good favour of the Irish public. Dublin Bus is creaking under the strain of existing growth and is under pressure from private operators and from people choosing cars above public transport. They see the public bus as being the lower level option, particularly if you're on a train line or if you live at the outer edges of the city. Dublin Bus needs a new plan, and they have been involved with the NTA in helping to develop this initial proposal. If we don't do something radical with our bus service to make journeys quicker and to improve connectivity, I believe Dublin Bus will suffer. We cannot continue to expand the service in a piecemeal fashion. There needs to be radical change. We want to be in a position where young Dubliners in particular are keeping their leap card longer before feeling a need to get a car. This requires integration of transport modes. It requires investment, and I believe strongly it requires the state to retain control of these critical transport modes. The state needs to lead on this. It needs to stand strong, and it is a big part of leading on climate change too. What this motion boils down to, in my view, is an attack on the process of public consultation itself. This is the first phase of public consultation. At the very outset, it was extended until the end of September. Extra information meetings were put on in communities all over the city and county. This is a proposal for consultation, not a plan for implementation. So people should engage with the process. It will come back for further public consultation. And if the plan comes back and it is egregious and awful, then we will all ensure that it is not implemented. But I guarantee you this. If you asked the people of Dublin 4 months ago if the bus service needs to be improved or changed in their area, the vast majority would have said yes. Now we have a draft plan. I believe it is going to be changed a great deal as this phase of public consultation concludes. But I worry that the die has been cast and that this plan will be scrapped. We heard it rise at leaders' questions this morning from people who have never delivered anything to anyone, ever, calling for this to be scrapped. This motion itself is from Fianna Fáil, who will be involved in the negotiations for the next programme for government, which will begin in either a couple of weeks or after the next general election. Either way, I would imagine they would be calling for this to be scrapped. They have used this process as an opportunity to get posters on poles, to get leaflets indoors, and to tap into people's fear of change. The consultation itself must be genuine. It must be responsive, and I think it will be. But there are problems. The Lower Kimmage Road, Santry Village, Terranure, Dublin 15 are all areas which need focus through this process. I mentioned the issues in my own constituency which need to be addressed. I think there is scope for another A-spine from Balbriggan to travel straight onto the M1 and into the city. Balbriggan is the second largest town by population in Fingal and has further zoned land which sees its population increase to the west of the town by thousands. These people could be at Whitehall on a bus by the time it would take them to get to the train station in Balbriggan if they had a direct spine service. Large population centres such as Malahide and Swords need to be considered carefully in terms of the spine routes. I believe Swords is under-resourced in the current plan too, and a lot of work needs to be done there to ensure there is coverage for a town this large. But it is incumbent on us all as politicians to give public consultations a chance, but to ensure they are strong and to ensure that they are robust. I believe Save Our Bus Service messages are reckless. They foment the belief that public consultations are foregone conclusions and something people shouldn't engage in positively. Let's see what comes out the other end of this process before coming to judgment and execution. This is also a lesson we can apply to other public consultations, from local area plans to wastewater treatment plants, as well as to Bus Connects itself. I'll share with Deputy Board.
Thank you, Deputy Board.
Thank you very much, Deputy Ryan. As somebody who uses Dublin Bus a lot and has done for all my life, I have to say that there are welcome areas of the proposals, such as the new orbital route, the fare, the 90-minute period. That would bring us into line with other European cities, and I actually think those positive elements of the plan could go forward almost immediately and would build confidence in the proposals. I am concerned, though, about the consultation period. I'm concerned our consultation in Dublin West and in Dublin Central has largely been in supermarkets with those big toll tables where people have to queue, Minister, and stand for hours while they get the opportunity to meet one of the engineers. To be perfectly honest, that's actually a way of putting people off rather than bringing people into the consultation. There's no opportunity for people to discuss or have a meeting. And obviously, I think a lot of people who are politicians like myself have in fact filled that void by having a lot of public and private meetings with concerned citizens, and I think a lot of members in the House have been doing that from all sides of the House. I'm concerned that there is an agenda on your part, Minister, to subtly provide for the privatisation of Dublin Bus. It has great loyalty with customers, and from a commercial point of view, it is a well-known and valuable brand. I have no idea why, from a commercial point of view, you would ditch a valuable brand in favour of a complete unknown that means nothing to most Dubliners. And since the development of the app for Dublin Bus and the just-in-time information at the bus stops, that was done some years ago, and the Leap card, again some years ago when we were in government, it has absolutely transformed the reputation of Dublin Bus. And Dublin Bus is just very both necessary for people and popular with people.
Thank you, Deputy.
And what I want to say there is I think you need to rethink. Also, blind people, getting rid of the yellow bus means that people with very little or no sight, the dark blue against the sky is very difficult to see. Now, I see a lot of it as being repainted again because maybe the engineers now understand that.
Time is up.
And also, can I say, the 37 and the 70 buses, you need to reconsider what your government is planning in relation to those buses, putting out tens of thousands of consumers in the Dublin 15 and Dublin 7 area.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Now, Deputy, who's Deputy? Okay. Right, Liv.
Thanks, Conn Cearla. I'd like to formally move our amendment to the motion on behalf of People for Profit. So I'll just leave that there. Minister, I just want to get on to the positives first. And there is some positives with Bus Connects, particularly around the orbital routes, the cycling infrastructure, dedicated bus lanes and transferable tickets and so forth. And I think Dublin Bus was once referred as the workhorse of public transport, and it certainly is. I think it's one of the only bus services probably in the world where you say thank you to the bus driver when they're getting on and off. So that's hopefully that stays with Bus Connects. But one issue I want to raise, Minister, with the Bus Connects, it's quite confusing and convoluted, and I think you would need a degree to actually work out what's which and what's what and where you're going, and it's quite confusing. But the main thing about public transport is it's convenient. NTA have says 92% of people will have a direct bus route into the city centre. So that leaves 8% of people not having a direct bus route. And I want to talk about that 8%, particularly in Dublin Midwest. Areas such as Newcastle and Rathcoole, which are kind of growing areas with a population, new housing and so forth, will lose their direct bus service into the city centre. Now, this was muted in 2010 under Network Direct by Dublin Bus, and greatly the people of Newcastle and Rathcoole, through People Power, won their direct bus into the city centre. It does not make sense if you're a commuter in Rathcoole or Newcastle to lose a direct bus service into the city centre. What is proposed is that the bus would stop in Lewis Saggart or Lewis Red Cow, and you would get on a Lewis. Now, that does not make sense to me whatsoever. If to save time, it doesn't. So obviously there is positive things with Bus Connects, but it's highly convoluted. There's obviously a lot of opposition locally to people losing their bus service locally. So hopefully, I think there will be a consultation over the next 18 months, and we'll see what happens after that. Thanks.
Okay. Nobody has any problem. In fact, most people would welcome more frequent buses on main bus corridors, the cycling infrastructure, and so on, and orbital routes similarly. But in many other areas, this shouldn't be called the Bus Connects plan, it should be called the Bus Disconnects plan. And we've engaged with people in our community about this, and these are so far 2,700 submissions that we've collected with people furious, worried, anxious and angry at plans to remove local bus services in a way that will particularly hit the elderly, the less mobile and working class areas. The Route 4, which serves Stradbrook, Blackrock, gone altogether, leaving that area with a replacement bus service that will not go into the city centre and which will be half as frequent. Bus services direct into the city from Ballybrack, from Loughlinstown, from Sallynoggin, gone altogether. You'll now have to go to Dunleary, change and then get a bus which still won't go in to O'Connell Street. It'll stop at Merrion. The 63 service is going to go and be replaced by a less frequent service in the month
Monkstown Farm area, which already lost the 46A, which used to be a service that went every 10 minutes. Dalkey will lose 50% of its bus service because the 111 and the 59 will go and be replaced with another bus service which will be half as frequent. In particular, people who need to get to St Vincent's Hospital will no longer have a direct bus route from a whole number of inland areas such as Sallynoggin, Loughlinstown, Ballybrack and so on. And this is why we say this is a Trojan horse for privatisation, because what the privatisers want is routes that make a lot of money on a high-frequency basis and cut the public service routes into areas and where you serve high numbers of pensioners and people with mobility issues. That is absolutely not acceptable and will be resisted. Huge turnouts at meetings, huge numbers of people signing petitions saying we want to retain our public bus services. So yes, high-frequency routes, orbital routes, but additional to existing services. There should be no cuts to additional services, and we need to increase public transport subsidies to the level of the European average if we want to improve our bus services. And by the way, let's cut bus fares as well to encourage greater use of our public transport system.
Well, Minister, or do we have a Minister? I don't know, answering. All right, well, it's a pity he didn't stay, because this is a massive, massive issue throughout Dublin. And why pay $400,000 to a consultant to create a rejigging of existing bus routes and dress it up as being something more frequent? It's been said by the Minister that this will ease congestion. That means getting people out of cars. Why would people get out of cars to get 2 buses rather than 1? It makes absolutely no sense. In the case of my own area, and it's a pattern obviously from what others are saying, we'll be losing direct buses, the 70 from Dunboyne Little Pace, the 38A Corduff Mulhuddard will lose its bus into the city centre, and the 40D from Tyrrellstown. To be rerouted to one of the busiest shopping centres in the entire country, which will be congested at Saturdays, Christmas and so on. It's been said it will be more frequent. It hasn't been said how many extra buses will be there to cater for all the extra people who are now fighting, joining their friends from other communities in the one place at the interchange for the extra spaces. So, in Greater Blanchardstown, we shouldn't be begging to keep our 3 direct buses into the city. We should have a light rail system. We should have a Lewis from Broombridge or from wherever. We, as a community of 110,000 people, with some of the biggest multinational companies bringing about 25,000 people into the area every day, none of whom seem to have any onus on them to provide extra public transport to cater for those workers. Now, I don't make any apologies for organising meetings, and it's amazing that one of the Labour speakers spent their time whinging and whining about people organising meetings. The reality of it is this: people made it crystal clear to us what they thought. They're not stupid. They know that they're losing buses and they're not going to put up with it. And we're not going to wait for a few months. We are directing people to engage in the consultation, to make their views very clear. But we need a community-strong campaign to send a clear message to the NTA that this won't be acceptable. I absolutely agree this is about privatisation, be it of the spine routes, the orbital routes, or just cutting off Dublin Bus from even having the local routes. But either way, it's increased isolation for a lot of communities. People do not want to get off a bus once they're on a bus. Nobody wants to do that, especially if you've impaired mobility, if you're older. But even in weather such as ours, why would anyone want to do that? And in some cases, as has been said, now we do know, yes, there are people organising meetings to stick their face on posters, and Fianna Fáil in particular. But, you know, they're the architects of privatisation themselves. This is definitely linked with Minister Ross's plan for privatisation. Only this week, in the last week, we've had the go-ahead service, 10% of buses taken off Dublin Bus, with workers on much worse salaries and conditions, and it's a Fine Gael agenda. None of the lessons have been learned from Britain, where under the Thatcher government, a very similar policy as this government, opened up the bus market for competition, privatised the National Bus Company, and it has meant that unprofitable services have been run down. We have to subsidise public transport. It can't just make a profit. You know, otherwise communities will be left bereft. Many people have been left without transport in London as a result, and fares have skyrocketed. So the idea that this isn't linked with privatisation is very hard to believe, since the Minister is such an admirer of the Ryanair model as well. And lastly, I'd say this is about political pressure, because the Minister does have the legal power to direct the NTA in legislation to stop with a proposal. This proposal does not serve communities in any way, and I'm telling you, there's been meetings of 400 and 500 in Greenhills and many other areas, and people have a right to have their say.
Thank you, Deputy. Time is up. Thank you very much. Now, Deputy Bruin sharing with Deputy O'Sullivan and Deputy Collins.
Indeed. Thanks, Bus Connect's plan to increase reliability and build out the 16 core bus corridors to form a continuous bus lane in each direction, in principle it's a laudable aim, but the proposed interchanges or breaking of journeys on long-established routes direct to Dublin city centre, it poses absolutely insuperable problems, Corla, for many of my constituents. And a lot of people ask also, and I met the Deputy Chief Executive of the NTA, Mr Hugh Cregan, in this House, but is Bus Connect's the NTA not putting the cart before the horse? If they were serious about this plan, why didn't they go and move on the core routes first, on the new spines, and build them out? And they're only starting that consultation, by the way, next month, rather than putting, causing the extreme anxiety they've caused all across certainly Dublin Bay North. My constituents in Holt Sutton, Bayside, Raheny, they're desolate and very upset at the proposed changes to the 31, the A and B, and the 32. And the Holt Peninsula, and those, of course, who live in Holt Sutton, will now have to take the N6, which would run between Holt and DCU, and would have to connect to the city centre via Raheny Dart Station or the Artane roundabout on the D spine or the A spine. And the whole reliance seems to be here in the fact that we also have a Dart station, but early morning and evening darts are already at capacity, and anyone who commutes every morning in particular will tell you of the cramped conditions. So I think Bus Connect is also ignoring the huge numbers of weekly visitors, of course, to Howth from all across the north side, and many thousands of foreign visitors. In fact, it's been estimated, Corla, that we have about 1 million visitors to the peninsula every single year, and we have to, obviously you need both a bus and a fixed rail transport system to deal with that. Now there's also uproar all across Airfield, Edenmore, Coolock, North and South Coolock and Artane at the changes to the 27, the 27A and 27B. And the 27A, of course, will not have a direct route any longer to the city centre for residents of London Drive through to Edenmore and on to Artane. Again, many residents living in areas for 40, 50 years are desolate that they might have to walk perhaps a mile on a cold and wet morning to one of these spines to try and catch the bus to town. And there was absolute uproar among commuters, I think, in Artane, Beaumont, Airfield and Edenmore at a meeting I attended organised by my colleague Councillor Paddy Burke in the Artane Beaumont Centre, where a lot of people said, the older speakers thought perhaps Bus Connect was a plot to get older people with bus passes off the buses because they couldn't see any other sense in it. So I do feel that the other thing that's been totally ignored, of course, in all the documents, we received a lot of documentation, Corla, with huge files on this, but there's no disability impact assessment, there's no mention of universal design, and these are fatal flaws. So I think Ms Graham and Mr Cregan and the rest of the NTA, they should go back to the drawing board on this. Thanks, Cian.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if you look current criticisms of Dublin Bus, for example, people are getting them in the outer suburbs, and by the time they come to the inner suburbs there's not enough room on the buses. I do think that Dublin Bus has been providing a very good service. The staff have been very courteous and helpful, and I do think it has been good, but obviously there is a need for some changes. I would highlight the cross-city routes that they have brought in. I think they've been of great benefit, and the one that I know best is the 151, which covers the north side Docklands and covers then 3 hospitals, James's, the Coombe and Crumlin. We know Dublin is
is growing, and we know that that growth does mean that changes are needed. And I understand the need to tackle the duplication of routes and the need for more orbital routes. So some change was needed, but it's the way in which change and proposals for change are handled. And people and commuters don't want to lose what they have become used to, and especially what has served them well over the years. So any mention of change, it has to be handled in a very sensitive way. It has to be managed carefully, and with the customer, with the commuter in mind. Just on the list of venues where this consultation has been going on, a lot of them have been hotels and shopping centres, and I do think there could have been a better use of community centres, of places within communities that would be more accessible to the people. I just know from people who've gone into some of the hotels, I think at times there were more staff there than there were members of the public coming in to find out. Minister Doherty said earlier that the end game may be different, but the consternation and the dismay and the protest, it could have been prevented if all of this had been handled properly, because no doubt it's being seen as a fait accompli. So surely the first exercise should have been with the commuters and staff on what's working, what's not working, how to improve, so that the proposal becomes a collaborative effort. Now, you're not going to get 100% agreement, but people can work through consensus building. But these proposals are presenting real difficulties. For example, those people who get on one bus and they stay in the same bus for 45 and 50-minute journey, now they have to get on a bus, get off a bus, get on a bus, get off a bus. So how is that supposed to be age-friendly? Not to mention people with a disability. Now, the blurb from Bus Connects talks about employers and employees and visitors and tourists and cyclists, all very well. They need transport. But what about those who have an older age and those people with disabilities? They don't need multiple journeys. There are positives that people have acknowledged: the low-emission vehicles, the need the spinal route every 5 minutes, the orbital every 7.5. But like so many other deputies, where I live, the 2 buses that we had were going to be replaced with 1, and it doesn't appear as if the service is going to be much, much better. We saw the debacle with the NTA and Metrolink, and I would have thought that they would have learned from that to do a bit more thinking outside the box beforehand, and to do the thinking away from the office and away from just paper plans by getting out and talking to people. And I suppose one good thing is that the government's amendment is recognising the need for more to be done on this, and more, but real consultation, not presenting it in the way it is now, like a fait accompli.
Deputy Collins.
This is one of the most radical plans ever put to the people of this city over decades. And while there's been said this morning that there is consultation going on at the moment, you really have to dig into this. You have to drill down into these proposals, because when you look at the map, the first thing you see is that the east side of the city is fairly well serviced, but as you go west into the working class communities, the buses are being taken out of those estates. Now, those bus routes grew up around the need of the people in those estates, around older people's accommodation, around access to shopping centres, around disability needs, etc. And that is why I called for this proposal to be scrapped this morning. Disability is not mentioned once. It's a 58-page document on this Bus Connects. Not once is it raised at all. So it wasn't disability checked. Jarlath Walker has even admitted himself that he's not qualified to do these bus routes. He fell into the consultancy game to do bus routes. And I think that's an important point to make as well. What should have happened here was that the bus drivers, passengers, not 1% of 140 million passengers should have been consulted about this. They should have been going into the communities, talking to people about what they need, what's necessary, the bus drivers to know exactly what's going on, what way the routes work. And yes, more resources are needed into the orbital routes. Put them in straight away, those resources, because they need it. More bus services in the orbital routes. Test them out for a year, see how they go, and come back to the drawing board in relation to it. The fact of the matter is, the National Transport Authority has been set up. They're a licence unto themselves. They're like the HSE. They're not accountable. They have a huge amount of money to put into the bus services. They've done some good work on the real-time facilities and all that. But the fact of the matter is that the NTA are operating as we're putting this to you, so you either accept it or not. We're going to listen to you, but we don't know how much we're going to take. Now, Jarlath Walker has come out and said that if 15% changes are made to this plan, the plan would have to be scrapped. Now, I believe in all the areas that I'm involved in all the meetings I've gone to, where you have in my own Bluebell down to Inchicore, where the 68, 69 and 13 has been diverted down the Crumlin Road, 68 and 69 is gone. We're going to be given the 63 every hour. Every hour. Now, it doesn't matter whether most older people are quite able to get around, but if you have a knee problem, a hip problem, a heart problem, a lung problem, a visual problem, a disability problem, all those areas, that's when you're going to have the problems. And I really think that this should be scrapped. And there should be proper and real consultation with our communities in relation to this. And maybe use that as an aside, that plan, and say, well, that's some ideas here. What do you think we could do on this? It has to be done that way. I'm telling you, Minister, this is a big issue, and people in the communities will rise up. They will come out in the streets, and I encourage people to come out in the streets and get this plan scrapped.
Deputy Matty McGrath, please.
I note the motion condemns the unnecessary anxiety and anger experienced by the public in the last 8 weeks since the bus connects or disconnects, as they've been appropriately described. Consultations have commenced, and that it proposes to reverse the culling of bus routes across Dublin and its greater area. Interesting, this happened in Dublin. There's normally not room on the streets for the buses, and when you had the new loose, you couldn't get it across the Connell Bridge. You measured it wrong. So, as a rural TD, I can absolutely understand that anxiety. People in rural Ireland live with that on a daily basis. And I'm not anti-Dublin one bit, but I'm just for fair play for ordinary consumers, ordinary taxpayers and ordinary people who want a decent transport service. We hear so much about emissions, and we hear so much about pollution, and change our ways. And where are we going here? This is typical Department of Transport. I no disrespect to you, Minister, at all, but Cowell and Tara, where's the Minister gone? Every time there's anything on here, Tara Ross, anytime there's anything on here, when any of us rural independents come in, he flies like snow off a ditch. He's that scared. He's that scared. And I mean, this is appalling. Another mess that he's presiding over. This is the man who could write in the Sunday papers ad infinitum. What couldn't he do? He could do everything. He was nearly infallible. And when he became minister, he can tweet them all on confusion and destruction, and allowing people like this and the TII and the Road Transport Authority and God knows who else to the quangos, as he called them, the quango queens, and the quango he wrote about, railed about for decades. And now he's promoting them and patting them on the back and siding with them and let them run right, which is what they're doing. The Department of Transport found 2.3 million for consultants, while the rural bus proposal is to get a mere 450,000. This is the one during our debate on the road traffic bill that he said he'd give us. He threw us up 450,000 pounds. Welcome. It's only 45,000, but it wouldn't run the administration system for rural bus service. But he had 2.3 million to give to outside consultants. As I said, I got confirmation through the Department of Transport that they paid 2.3 million to a private consulting firm in 2017. And that will generate considerable anger, and has done, and frustration, particularly in light of the fact that the Department proposes to spend 5 times less than that figure to fund the rural bus link for 50 communities in 2018. So, I mean, who's cutting who? How can the Minister Ross continue to maintain that his plan to tackle rural isolation has even a shred of credibility when we now know that the entire 450,000 budget for the rural bus link scheme pales into insignificance when compared to the millions he's paying private consultancy firms? It's all about spin now on consultancy firms and consultation, and I do hope that the consultation will be meaningful. But all these consultations are meaningless, I fear, because they're dictated, same as on Post now with an independent review, they're dictated by the terms of reference. And we're paying consultants to give us the answers we want, what the government want, and to hell about the people and their views, to hell about the people of Dublin as well. And I support the people here this evening that are railing against that. What will be more galling for the people in rural communities, as it is a confirmation that 2.3 million cost was given to AECOM, a US firm that describes itself, wait for it, as a global network of experts who aim to deliver transformative outcomes. I knew Minister Ross was good at the vocabulary always, but he should get a medal for this. And the consultants, under his watch, he wrote about this Day in, day out, he railed about it up here in the back bench here when I was in the technical group with him, and he spoke about it in the Senate for a lifetime. And now he's retired into his palatial palace of his ministerial office across the road. He was going to transform the place. And he goes hiding when anyone stands up here to challenge him. He answered the wrong question this morning. Somebody had a question this morning. I had one, he was waiting, and he read out the wrong answer. And every sports person, he's coming back, he didn't know what game they played, he didn't know what planet they were on, he didn't know what medal they won. Wrong name, wrong person, sorry. He tweets something that he sees off the RT website. That's wrong, he's wrong. He's a... Where is he?
He's just been...
Where is he? Where is he? When friends fall out, they fall out big time. But that's his chose to fall out with me. I'm just saying this is a farce. He's presiding over it. He had the new loose. He was sulking when the Taoiseach and others decided to open it down the road here on Stephen's Green, or down in the road in the street. What do you call it? Below here, just down 400 yards from the building, straight down to Dawson Street. And then he got one for the city, and I couldn't get across the O'Connell Bridge. I mean, just blocked up the traffic for too long. I suppose these fellows designed that. They never measured the bridge, I suppose. They didn't care. But this kind of money going to consultants, which he railed about for decades, it's an anathema to ordinary people, ordinary taxpayers. It's outrageous. So I said, the Minister's Department paid this ACOM 1.3 million in 2017 for, wait for it, an evaluation of sustainable transport areas. It might do in the Bronx, or it might do in Washington, but it's not fit for Dublin. And that's what we're paying good money for, hard-pressed taxpayers' money for. And I said, we have no figures for 2018, what he's given these, his kids. We don't know what they're getting. We have no idea as to what they paid them in 2018, as that detail has not been provided. This is unbelievable stuff. And he runs out of the chamber then when he expects someone to come in and challenge him. On the face of it, there's only one clear winner in all of this, and it's not rural Ireland. And in this case, it's not Dublin either, our capital city. It sure is not. However, even if we leave aside the private consultancy fees, it has also been confirmed to me that the department paid out, hear this one now, a separate $544,000 in 2017 for incidental expenses. Was that camera footage I wanted to take pictures of Danny Hilly-Ray at the All Ireland? He didn't know where Croke Park was 2 years ago himself. I had to show him where it was. I had to show him where Jones Road was. And that's the kind of a man we have now that's ye happy to sit with and come in and make excuses for him and disappear. That's what we're dealing with. As I said, 544,000. He'd have some article in Independent wouldn't fit in the back page about that if he was still in opposition. About the 544,000 incidental expenses. It's spend. Get me here, get me there, get me anywhere. They were going to go out to me in Cwm Drummond or wherever they were going. But he didn't go and stay out there himself and that, Minister Halligan and the others. Again, as I said, that's hundreds of thousands more than the entire budget of the rural bus proposal. This incidental expense at the department, €544,000, and we get, for the whole country of Ireland, the peasants can go back into their caves, as far as he's concerned, 450,000. This is the insulting way he talks to these people, and talks to all of us. All of this demonstrates that when it comes to addressing rural isolation, the Department of Transport is reluctant to spend what is needed. Yet when it comes to fees, private consultancy costs and expenses, money will always be found. And tickets for the World Cup and tickets for everything else. And I know he's played the hockey, I didn't know he was into some other sports. But we saw the unfavourable way he treated rural communities as against his own with the sports capital grants, which he said he had nothing to do with. He wouldn't be involved. He's above all that stuff. So I don't know what he's above. I don't know what he's at, but I hope he goes back to this and have a meaningful consultation. And don't accept the consultation on the grounds of terms of reference that he brings up, because it'll be an answer, a desired answer for this consultancy, consultants to get more money, to have the consultation, and let him eat cake. That's the situation. That's what will happen. And the people are tired and sick and tired of that. And I'm tired as a public representative of dealing with that. The system, who doesn't care about the people. We're public servants in here. We're elected representatives to deal with or look after the people. Not waste money and waste money and waste money. To get a meeting now with the TII representatives, you would meet the Pope a lot easier. And they won't meet anybody. And you can't discuss a speed limit that they make it aims of. No, they're untouchable. We had the NRA and we got rid of them. And I had said several times we had the IRA and we decommissioned them, and we had to get left with the NRA. Now we have the TII, different name. It's an insult to our intelligence, the way they're treating the people, and the way they're treating this House, and the way they're treating all of us, because it's merry-go-round of money and spin and all these consultants, and as I said, waste of money on these. I'm not anti-American at all, but if we couldn't get consultants from Ireland, some people from Ireland, if we got an ordinary group together from a secondary school, they would have a concept of how we could better the travel situation and the transport system in Dublin, not fire out millions to a US company who gives us this kind of diatribe at the end of it. So,
thank you very much, Deputy. Now, Deputy Roshan Shortall, sharing with Deputy Ryan and Deputy Martin.
Thank you very much, Ceann Corda. I represent the Dublin North West constituency, and that has the distinction of being the only constituency in the Dublin area which is entirely dependent on buses. We have no other options in terms of other kind of transport modes. And I have to say I'm a very big fan of Dublin Bus. In the main, the services, the Dublin Bus services in Dublin North West are excellent services. We have very good frequency and very good choice of service on the main routes, and indeed many of our buses also go right into housing estates and serve what is predominantly a kind of older profile constituency and serve those areas very well. In recent times, I think our big problem has been a lack of capacity with more people at work and greater populations around the area, and there is need for better capacity. And while we have pretty good orbital services, there is a need for further ones. And of course, a lot of the problems associated with Dublin Bus at the moment are as a result of the underinvestment by government. And I think all of us, when we go abroad and we marvel at the great public transport systems in other European capitals, the reality is, of course, that those services in the main are very highly subsidised. There's a recognition that if you want capital cities to work, you have to subsidise the public transport and ensure that you get commuter traffic, car traffic out of the cities. But unfortunately, this government doesn't recognise the need to do that, and Dublin Bus remains fairly well starved of funding, certainly relative to other capital cities in Europe. In relation to the proposals before us then in Bus Connects, I mean, on the surface they seem to be positive, talking about greater frequency, greater clarity, priority for buses, and of course safer cycling infrastructure in conjunction with the new proposed infrastructure. And that all seems very positive. The difficulty, of course, is that the infrastructural changes are separate to the network changes, and the consultation on both of those elements have been separated completely. So there's been no consultation yet on the infrastructure, and we've been talking about the network changes. The difficulty with the network changes is that it's been extraordinarily difficult for people to actually find out what is being proposed. The quality of the maps and the quality of the consultation has been extremely poor, and I think most of us spent the summer trying to figure out exactly what it was that Bus Connects is proposing. And when you look at the detail of it, certainly insofar as how it affects my constituency of Dublin North West, the first thing is that there are several local services that currently go into housing estates that are being proposed to be removed entirely. Now, that results in a lot of people having to walk much longer distances in order to access a bus. And I mean, I asked this question at the launch of Bus Connects and didn't get a satisfactory answer. It strikes me that there was very little, if any, consideration given to the needs of older people and people with disabilities. And there's no emphasis on that whatsoever in the report or indeed in the launch. And that's, you know, borne out by the fact that so many of those local services that currently go into housing estates are being, the proposal is to remove them completely. And you'd say, OK, well, you might lose out on that, but there's benefits in other ways. But then when you look at the other ways and you look at the spines, and again, the spines, in theory, it sounds fine. When you look at the spines, for example, we have very good bus services, as they running through all of the main thoroughfares in the Dublin North West area. What, in fact, now is the implication of Bus Connects for the eastern side of my constituency is that where currently people get a great service that takes them down to Dorset Street, all Parnell Square, O'Connell Street, the main shopping area for people from the north side, a number of, you know, entertainment locations and so on, that service is being withdrawn entirely. So this main road service taking you right into the centre of town being withdrawn entirely. And, you know, there's huge implications for that. So look, what I would say is that there are winners and losers, but when you actually look at the detail, there's more losers than winners. And for that reason, I think we need to go back to the drawing board.
And whilst I don't agree with today's motion to throw the baby out with the bathwater, I have a few specific observations for my own constituency of Dublin Rathdown. Churchtown, Nutgrove and Ballantyre have in recent years been massively underserved by public transport. With the elimination of the 48A, 14A and 16A, the 14 is the only bus which serves Churchtown, Nutgrove and the north end of Ballantyre going towards town, with the 17 and 75 running east-west. There's a kind of presumption for this area that everyone can use the Luas, but this is just not the case, given the distances involved, particularly for the elderly and those with impaired mobility. So with the revised Bus Connect routes, this area will still only be served by the east-west S6, S7 route and a new 14 route which cuts out Churchtown, Ballantyre, south of Barton Road, east roundabout at Nutgrove, as far as the roundabout at the junction of Broadford Road and Stonemason's Way. So again, the residents of Hillview, Llewellyn, Marley Court are forgotten about, as are those in Meadowmount, Meadowbrook, Beaumont Avenue, Holy Lands, Landscape, Whitehall and White Barn. So at the very least, the 14 route needs to be more frequent, and alternate and extra options should be considered too, especially between that roundabout at Broadford Road and the roundabout at Barton Road East. Residents in Sandier Village have concerns with the proposed new routes, as do the community in Kiltiernan. Kiltiernan is currently serviced by 44, which allows access to town through Dundrum. This will be replaced by the 213 from Kiltiernan to UCD. Given the importance of Dundrum as a hub for people throughout our area, surely the people of Kiltiernan should continue to have a service to Dundrum, and to that end I would recommend extending the 12 bus all the way to Kiltiernan. It makes no sense whatsoever for the proposed A3 route to go up to Ballally Lewis and then turn down Dundrum Main Street. Nobody lives along this stretch, and it will further clog up the already, the narrow Dundrum Main Street. So retaining the old 14 route from Wickham roundabout along the Ballantyre Road would continue an important service for people of Linwood, Ludford, Aylesbury Lawn, Wickham Park Road and the areas around the Willows. Finally, the last issue is a vital one for many in our area. There is still no direct service for any residential part of Dublin Rathdown to St Vincent's Hospital. I would suggest rerouting the S6 S service from Tala to Backrock to St Vincent's Hospital instead.
I've attended several of the Bus Connect's public consultation meetings, and I've been glad that at those the engineers and planners have been willing to change. They've been listening to people and saying where there weren't particular routes being served, recognising that actually it needs to change, and I commend them for that ability to be there and be flexible and to think about how this plan might evolve. I would not, like Fianna Fáil, want to just throw it out, reverse start all over again. I think that's what I read in your motion. I wish the Minister was here in the same way that those engineers and planners stayed in the, and I have no disrespect for Minister Mitchell O'Connor, but the Minister of Transport should be here to do exactly what he's expecting his engineers and planners to do at those public meetings. The fact that he isn't speaks volumes about his lack of engagement on the issue. I think also we have a big problem because we have yet to see the next tier, the key element in this critical, vital, essential plan is we have yet to see the infrastructure element in terms of what's actually going to happen in the street. I fear in that it might be a roads engineer approach rather than an urban planning approach, where we might get the sort of bus priority we need through the use of bus gates, the use of traffic light sequencing, and really kind of clever design of the road network, rather than just adding lanes necessarily in every occasion. But fundamentally, we need to radically address our public transport system and our cycling infrastructure in this city. And this project, which has been many, many years in the making, is the way we're going to have to do it. There are other things we need to do on top of it, but throwing it out and starting again, in my mind, would not be the right approach. Getting it right, making sure we don't leave anyone behind, making sure there are more winners rather than losers is what we need to do. We need to do that collectively. We need to support and work with our planners and engineers to make it happen. But we cannot go back to the status quo. The status quo is gridlock, and this city is grinding to a halt. We have to make it a cycling city and a bus city, and that change needs to happen now. With this, cannot wait more years. The change has to start now.
Now, Deputy O'Rourke and Deputy O'Callaghan, sharing time.
I want to start by acknowledging the very good service that is provided to the people of Dublin by Dublin Bus.
I think that isn't said frequently enough. Dublin Bus has a very loyal customer base. It provides an efficient and reliable service. The one issue in respect to Dublin Bus at present that anyone can see travelling around the city in the evening time or the morning time is that there are huge numbers of people at bus stops waiting for buses, and if anything the service is so popular that more buses are required. I think it's also important to point out that there are very many good aspects to the Bus Connects proposal. You know, we're not about trying to throw the whole proposal out, but I think it is important that as public representatives we're able to debate in this House and communicate to the Minister the concerns that very many communities around Dublin have in respect of the proposals. On a broad level, my concern is that the proposal seems to have as its primary objective the transport of people from the outskirts of Dublin into the centre of Dublin as fast as possible. Now, that may be a commendable purpose, but it ignores the fact that on the way there are whole swathes of communities that use Dublin Bus and that live in those areas. It is extremely important that we recognise that the people who are served well by the Dublin Bus system and on those routes into town continue to be well served. And part of the concern I've seen at meetings is that people are very concerned about the fact that certain areas are now no longer going to be serviced by buses. For instance, there was great concern that the number 1 bus would no longer go into Sandymount Village and would avoid Sandymount Village, thereby damaging businesses in the area and upsetting individuals, older people who used it to get in there. I'm pleased to say that the NTA have indicated that that will be reversed and the number 1 will go through. Also, however, the number 47 will no longer be able to service St Vincent's Hospital for people coming from Ringsend and Sandymount, and the number 15A will be removed from Terranure Road West, which will be of great inconvenience to the people in that area. So in respect of the Bus Connects project, I hope that the individuals behind it would listen carefully to the submissions that are being made, as people have legitimate concerns in respect of it. There's also the separate but related issue of the bus corridors. And there's one area in my constituency that is going to be, or is told it's going to be grievously affected by the bus corridors, and that is the Lower Kimmage Road. The Lower Kimmage Road is a busy residential 2-lane road with bicycle lanes. The individuals on the Lower Kimmage Road have learned from the proposal that's been put out there that there's a proposal to convert it into a 3-lane or 4-lane high-speed bus corridor. Now, the people who live on the Lower Kimmage Road have done exemplary work in being able to identify from the documents what is being proposed, but nobody has come there and given them full information in respect of it. But they're aware, and there's general indications that they're going to lose parts of their gardens, even as far up to the front doors of their houses. That's no way for any statutory body to treat people who live on a road like that. People have invested huge amounts of money, people have lived there for many years, they're entitled to be treated with respect, and it's just been left within a statutory document that people are going to lose their gardens and have a 4-lane or 3-lane high-speed bus corridor in their front gardens. That's not acceptable, and it's not a suitable way to treat people. It is wrong to state that these are issues that are being led by politicians. They're not. They're being led by the local community. There was a meeting on Sunday evening at 7 p.m. You couldn't have picked a worse time to have a meeting. But this was in respect of the impact that the bus corridors was going to have on the Lower Kimmage Road. There were over, I'd say, 200 people at the meeting. The intensity of feeling there was very significant. Lots of people were very fearful about what is being proposed, and we need to respect the fact that people are entitled to be informed about it. And when you're dealing with some issue like a major infrastructural project such as that, you know, there's a total lack of awareness that the Poddle River flows underneath the road. There's a total lack of awareness that people on that road use bicycles and want to continue to be able to use bicycles on that road. So I think there is a concern throughout the community in Dublin about the fact that the people who are putting forward these proposals aren't really aware of the reality of what's happening on the ground. If anyone who is putting forward this proposal had gone out to the Lower Kimmage Road, which is a winding, narrow road at the end, they would realise that it is simply madness to put forward a proposal that you'll have a 3- or 4-lane high-speed bus corridor there. And particularly when we have the Harold's Cross Road at present, which has a quality bus corridor. I could go on, but I'm conscious my colleague, Deputy O'Rourke, wants to have his say as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Concordia. And I want to start off by thanking my colleague, Deputy Robert Troy, for bringing forward this motion on the Bus Connect proposal. I suppose I want to speak tonight here in the Chamber to you, Minister, how it affects my constituency of Kildare North, and particularly the area of Selbridge, Leixlip and Maynooth. I suppose before getting into discussing this, I want to acknowledge the engagement I've had positively from both the NTA and Dublin Bus, who have been very helpful in explaining the document, saying what the proposed changes are, and listening to, I suppose, the feedback I'm giving them based on the reaction of the people in those three towns, and should I say the population of those three towns combined is in the region of 65,000 people, and they're very heavily users of the public transport system that's there, but it obviously needs to be expanded and improved upon. I want to start off, Minister, by just identifying positives in the additional bus services and routes that's proposed in the actual Bus Connect proposal. And some of those routes I've been campaigning for some time as both a councillor and now as a national politician, and it's nice to see them included. And one of them is the W8 route, which is connecting Selbridge, Maynooth and Tala, and that would have massive positive impact because you're connecting up two colleges, one being a university, a hospital, Lewis, and a number of train stations along the route. So that would be very positive. And also in relation to the 259 service, which is connecting up Selbridge and Leixlip, that's two towns with a combined population of 40,000 people, never had a public transport service connecting them directly before, and will have it now in this proposal. So I think what will be important here is that the positive additional routes that's been suggested in Bus Connect, that when this process is completed, that the Department, the Minister and the NTA would act immediately to implementing those routes, connecting up locations and services that has no service already, which would be a positive outcome. Because remember, getting into Dublin at the moment is really a no-go zone for bringing a car. So what we're trying to do is encourage people to use public transport, but they're not able to use buses or trains if the capacity of the service isn't there, because right now all of those modes of transport is at capacity. The negatives, Minister, that I want to just touch on briefly is the removal or proposed removal of the direct services from Selbridge to Dublin, which is a population of nearly 22,500 people, and also from Leixlip, which is a population of 15,000, and likewise for Maynooth, which is a population of 15,000 plus another 12,000 of an actual university population. So that's the type of figures we're dealing with. And what's at the moment, if you look at the 67X, I'm just picking two examples, conscious of my time. The 67X service, which services Selbridge to Dublin, you have 9 express services going from Selbridge to Dublin at peak times, from 7 o'clock in the morning. In the new proposal, it's proposed to reduce that to 3. Now, if you look at the statistics on each of those buses in the morning, they all actually are at capacity. And 4 of those 9 buses, most mornings, are 3-axle buses. So to get technical about it, they have a 30% capacity more, which can bring 125 people. And they're all full. They're driving by bus stops, leaving people behind them. And the other buses carry 90 passengers approximately, and they're all also full at that time. So what we need really is to maintain the current services we have, Minister, and then obviously support them by additional capacity, because the figures show that Dublin Bus can give the Minister any day of the week he wants, that these are already full capacity, can take no more, leaving people behind them. So we need additional services and additional capacity to help the people commute from Selbridge and Maynooth and Leixlip into Dublin for work, college or whatever, because currently that's not the case. So we need to address that now, and a way of dealing with that will be putting on the extra buses. If you look at example Leixlip, you go up to River Forest, as an estate of nearly 725 houses, Captain's Hill area, they have 1 direct service going in each hour from that location to Dublin, and it's been proposed now to remove that completely and replace it with 1 service direct for the day, bringing in the orbital services, which obviously won't work in that particular area. So the engagement and the feedback I'm getting from the NTA and Dublin Bus, particularly the NTA, is they're going to take this on board. I hope when they do redraft this proposal that they'll include the positives, listening to us as public reps, but more importantly the public transport user, and what they will do is maintain the existing services we have, and then put on additional services to complement them. That's what we need. We cannot afford to lose any of the direct services we have coming in from satellite towns on the periphery of Dublin, such as Selbridge, Leixlip and Maynooth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Now, Deputy Noel Rock, I understand you're sharing with Minister Mitchell O'Connor.
That's right. Thank you, Ceann Corla. I'll be taking 2 minutes.
This draft plan, in my opinion, needs severe reworking, and I'm confident it will get it. I represent the Dublin North West quadrant of the city. Like my colleague Deputy Shorthall said earlier on, it is somewhat unique, Ceann Comhairle, in that it is primarily and singularly served by the bus. It's the only form of public transport we have. We don't have a Lewis, we don't have a Dart in that quadrant of the city. We depend on the bus. There are many elderly people in my constituency, many disabled people in my constituency. They depend on the bus. I use Dublin Bus every single day to get in here, Ceann Comhairle. I'm aware of the positives of Dublin Bus, and I'm glad to see Deputy O'Callaghan highlighting them. But I'm also aware that it can be improved, and it can be improved. Orbital routes are a potential improvement, improvements of frequency are a potential improvement, and every day we see potential improvements being rolled out across the Dublin Bus fleet, such as introduction of Wi-Fi, leap cards, etc., etc. However, the Bus Connect's proposals are causing great concern for people and grave concern for people as well. Accordingly, what I would advise them to do is to get involved, to have their role and have their part in the public consultation, to make sure that their voice is heard in the public consultation. The public consultation only lasts one more week until September 28th. I believe it's vitally important that not alone do we have the debate ourselves as public representatives, but that the people get to have their say, that the people get their voices heard, that the people let the NTA, Jarrett Walker and the powers that be know that this plan could do with improvements and that the edges could be knocked off this plan and that a better plan can be put forward in the future. That's why public consultations exist, Ceann Comhairle, and I'm confident that when the public have their say, this plan will be changed and amended accordingly. I'd love to speak, but my colleague Mary Mitchell O'Connor, Minister Mitchell O'Connor, has a great deal more to say. Thank you very much.
Over to you. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you. Ceann Comhairle, I want to thank all contributors to this evening's debate. I have listened carefully to what has been said. Fact one, this is a consultation process document, not an implementation plan. It is also a matter of fact that Dublin City and its environs is growing. The economy is growing and the employment is growing. And we need to plan the bus network to cater for the growth and indeed for all existing and prospective passengers. 70% of people travelling into Dublin each morning do so by sustainable transport. 57% of all public transport trips, or 136 million passenger journeys annually, use the bus for this journey. As those numbers grow and as congestion worsens, it is obvious that we need a reliable bus system with sufficient capacity to cater for the needs of the region. The current bus network is complex, which makes it hard to use easily. We acknowledge that there are few orbital routes, making it hard to move around the outer parts of the city. There are also many overlapping routes. There is a need to better integrate our networks of bus, trams and the DART. Bus Connects Dublin aims to build a network of new bus corridors on the busiest bus routes to make bus journeys for passengers faster, predictable and reliable. Redesigning the network of bus routes to provide passengers with a more efficient network, connecting more places and carrying more people. And they're also developing a state-of-the-art ticketing system. They're also implementing a cashless payment system to vastly speed up passengers' boarding train times. They are revamping the fare system to provide a simpler fare structure. Dublin Bus are allowing seamless movement for passengers between different public services without financial penalty. They're rolling out new bus stops with better signage and passenger information and increasing the provisions of additional bus shelters. And they're also transitioning, starting now, to a new bus fleet using low-emission vehicle technologies. There's many benefits. The revised bus network will see overall levels increase by over a quarter, and that's 20% increase, up to 200 million customers. This includes services on 11 new orbital routes that will operate on a 15-minute frequency, which will be better in the north, south and west of the network area. The number of people living within 400 metres of a bus service that operates every 10 minutes or better will increase by 35%, from 480,000 passengers to 650,000 passengers. There's an increase of 10% in the fleet serving Greater Dublin area. Significant increases in weekend and post-peak frequencies will also be evident, and then there's also over 200 kilometres of cycle track lanes, and they'll be either built or current lanes improved upon. This will allow the bus commuting to become a viable and an attractive choice, with frequent services and to service areas, and to give better access. Of course, importantly, I want to acknowledge that, as with any proposed change to public services, the necessary consultation on these proposals has caused anxiety and worry to some members of the public. I'm very aware of the anxiety in my own Dún Laoghaire constituency, and I just want to mention two specific examples which I know have raised as part of the consultation process in my own constituency. The first is the proposed removal of the 84A bus route, which services the Lewis stations at Cherrywood and Bridesglen. It will mean that older and mobility impaired people will have no direct access actually to the Lewis. That is because of the grade difference between the N11 and the Wyattville Link Road. One solution has been put forward, but the Bus Connects welcomes other proposals from residents. The second issue in my own constituency with Bus Connects is the proposal to discontinue the number 4 bus service, which will greatly inconvenience residents in parts of Blackrock, Monkstown and Sallynoggin. Many people who have contacted me on this are extremely anxious and upset, so we understand the anxiety. Under the proposed changes, it will require 2 buses to make previously simple journeys to places such as Blackrock Clinic, St Vincent's Hospital, IADT, UCD, Trinity difficult, and also for a number of students attending school. The location of the Dart and Lewis services are not within walking distances for many of the number 4 passengers, which is a vital infrastructure, vital transport infrastructure for people living in this area. So I've also very grave concerns for the people living on the upper part of the Sallynoggin Road, where it joins Rochestown Avenue, and I'm worried that they're going to lose their service entirely. But as an elected representative for Dún Laoghaire, I really want to ensure that people that have concerns, including my own constituents and your constituents, to make sure that they make proposals. And I urge them to take part in the public consultation process and to engage with the NTA and Dublin Bus. These submissions will be examined carefully. So in conclusion, let me state categorically that the current proposal be reviewed in the context of all submissions received during the consultation process. Further consultation, including with Oireachtas committees, will be undertaken, if required, on the reconfigured plan. And just as I started, I want to hammer home, this is a consultation process. It is not an implementation plan.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now, Deputy John Lahart sharing with Robert Troy.
Take 5 minutes. Ceann Comhairle, in what the NTA and the Minister announced earlier in the summer as the most radical transformation proposal in the history of the state in relation to the Dublin bus public transportation system, the Minister is not here. That says it all. The most radical transformation proposed for public transport in Dublin in the history of the state, the Minister for Transport is not here. Need I say more? Now, on this side of the House, we recognise there are 8 aspects to Bus Connects, and we support 7 of them, wholeheartedly support 7 of them. Colleagues have gone through them all, from the simplification of the fares and the ticketing, improvement of bus stop facilities, etc., etc. We agree with 7 out of the 8 of these. But when you listen to all the debates around the House, our issue is with the area network redesign. Minister, what you have said, Minister O'Connor, essentially is supporting our motion. And actually, if you go around the House and listen to all the contributions of everybody who spoke, regardless of political hue, nearly every bus route in Dublin was mentioned. And that's what our motion speaks to. The reversal of the decisions being proposed. And you say, Minister, and Deputy Rock said it, that this is not an implementation proposal. Well, I'm sorry, the NTA's consultant said that if 10% of the proposals were removed, that Bus Connects is a waste of time. So it is an implementation proposal. It's also part, obviously, of Project 2040, but there's been no great government acclamation for this, aside from Minister Ross. I haven't heard the communications unit go into overdrive about Bus Connects. It is, as one of my colleagues described, instead of connecting people, the evidence coming from public meetings is that they feel and are fearful that this will disconnect them, and I'll speak in a minute about that. On this side of the House, we absolutely acknowledge the gridlock facing this city. And what we've heard and even tested in public opinion at these public meetings, to which thousands of people across Dublin have attended at this stage. In my own constituency, upwards of 1,200 people will have attended the public information meetings that I've held. The public will buy into a system of public transport when they are offered segregated bus corridors that essentially operate like a Lewis tram line, that will get them from A to B, that regardless of what time of the day or night you take a bus, the time of travel will be the same for everybody, whether it's early morning peak or whether it's the middle of the afternoon. They will buy into a system where you have an obstacle-free journey, so we buy into the spines, where buses arrive on time, where there are sufficient buses. So if the infrastructure was created first, people could actually buy into it. People would leave their cars behind because they know there's a reliable system of spines going into and across the city. We support the orbital routes as well. It's another part of the proposal. But this is really putting the cart before the horse. The NTA is proposing to implement Bus Connects without any of the infrastructure being in place. They said initially that they would implement it from the 3rd quarter of 2019. Now they've pushed it out to 2020. You cannot implement any of this. You will not persuade one driver to leave their car behind under this proposal. But if they saw proper bus corridors in place, segregated bus corridors, segregated cycle lanes that go and allow an untrammelled journey from A to B, then people can buy into that. What did the drivers say? A number of drivers came to my public information meetings, and they talked to me even about the existing positions. They said, look, why the existing bus corridors aren't policed? It causes bus drivers huge delay. We asked them about, for example, the 15 route in Knockline. It's completely full. The buses are full to overloading by about the 4th stop. And people kind of said, look, why do all buses have to start from the terminus? Why can't they send one bus out and start it 5 stops in? And the bus driver said, the NTA don't allow us to do that because they micromanage the whole thing. The bus routes, I could list all of them. The 54A, Ceann Comhairle, allows connectivity with Tallaght Hospital, County Council, social welfare offices for people of Templeogue for Greenhills. The 123 allows connectivity from Templeogue Greenhills to St James's Hospital. Those routes are going. Other routes have been overloaded. And what do the public say? And I want to finish on this. 2 questions the public asked. more often than anything else was, who are the NTA? Is this a done deal? And I said to them, and you're saying, no, it's not a done deal. Do you know what I said to the Minister? And I'll finish on this. And in my public consultations, by the way, I gave them all the NTA's official material. There was no, I didn't give them an unvarnished or varnished approach to it. But I said to them, the NTA is answerable to the Minister, and the Minister is answerable to us. And I want to say to the public, Ceann Comhairle, the Minister is not here, and the public may take what they wish out of that. Thank you.
Deputy Troy.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. It is disappointed that Minister Ross didn't feel the need to wait for the full debate. There was a number of questions asked of him, and he's not here to answer them. Like, how was Consultant Walker appointed? Was there any other consultants considered? Why is there a lack of reference in the documentation to people with a disability? Will there be an extra period of public consultation? And what is the timeline of how this proposal advances from here? We're no wiser than we were when we came in. Now, he's critical of Fianna Fáil for representing the views of the passengers of Dublin Bus. I don't know where he's been all summer. I don't know, does he realise the anxiety and the worry that's out there in relation to these proposals? And he did say, I was supportive of this at its launch, and I was and I still am. But I said in my press statement, the NTA must engage with local communities impacted by changes to the road network and must communicate effectively with people from start to finish. And that's what this motion is about. Is ensuring that the consultation process is not a box-ticking exercise, but that ensuring that the people's views will be heard. Now, Minister Ross, while in opposition, was heavily critical of the NTA, and in an article in December 2011, he referred to the NTA as a quango established to protect CIE and its political masters. He said that the government has the power under legislation to issue guidelines or policies to the NTA. Now, I asked the question, was Minister Ross or Senator Ross, was that Senator Ross's opinion or Shane Ross's TD's opinion? And is he happy now, as Minister Ross, that the NTA are in a position to protect its political masters? I acknowledge the work the NTA were doing in the last number of weeks in relation to the public consultations that they were carrying out. And let's be clear, what this offers is an opportunity to get the redesign of the Dublin network right from the beginning. And the NTA have already come out and reversed some of the proposals. That in itself is an acknowledgement. That is in itself an acknowledgement that the draft was wrong at the start. And as I said, we don't apologise, nor should we apologise, that we're representing the views of the old, the infirm and the disabled. And what the motion calls for is for meaningful consultation, and that includes with the drivers of Dublin Bus, the people who are at the coalface day in, day out, and know what network will work. The draft network, when reconfigured, must go out for public consultation, and the government has the power to ensure that it does go out for public consultation. Because what we all want, and what we all should want in this House, is a public bus service which will not alone maintain the current level of people who are using it, but will encourage more people to migrate from their cars into public transport. What we need to see is additional capacity, and that needs to be now, not at some time in the next 3 or 4 years, because many of our routes and buses are busting at the seams. And what we also need to see is we need to see an acceleration in the rollout of energy-efficient hybrid buses, because to date this government still stands over a policy where they're buying diesel buses. And most importantly, what we want to see is a Dublin bus service that meets the needs of its service users. Now, if those parameters are met, Everybody will be happy on this side of the House, and I'm sure on the government side of the House. And the people who have the people who are in authority to make sure that those parameters are met is Minister Ross and you, his cabinet colleagues. And let's not have Minister Ross say, as he did in December 2011, that the NTA was established to protect the political masters. Let him ensure that the NTA are there now to implement government policies that will ensure a better service for all the service users.
Thank you very much, Deputy. That concludes our consideration of the motion. And the question now to be considered is that the amendment, that is amendment number 1, in the name of Minister Ross, be made. So na teachtaí atá héamh na tariscin sin aberdís tá, siúd atá na gaine aberdís níl, stoilm go an ceistrit. I believe the question is carried. Vote all. So therefore, as a division has been called, the division is postponed until the weekly time on Thursday, in accordance with Standing Order 72. Now, members, we move to item number 38, statements on the scoping inquiry into the cervical check screening programme. Can I call on the Minister for Health, Deputy Simon Harris, to make his opening contribution under Standing Order 45. Minister, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Karen Corla. Last week I published the report of the scoping inquiry into the cervical check programme, and today I welcome the opportunity to speak about the issues at its very core. I also want to again acknowledge on the record of this House the extraordinary contribution of Vicky Phelan, as well as Stephen Teep and Lorraine Walsh, and the other women and families impacted by the cervical check audit. Dr Scally is clear that this crisis happened because of a failed attempt to disclose the results of a retrospective audit to women who had developed cervical cancer. There was significant public disquiet when it became clear that women themselves were not told about reviews of their own past screening history. The failure to disclose was absolutely wrong, and I recognise the severe and real distress it caused to women and their families. As is often the case with complex issues, some of the complexity was not reflected in the public discourse. I think it's fair to say that there were people who believed women had not been told they had cancer. Indeed, that assertion was made in this House. And people who believed that a diagnosis of cervical cancer in a woman who had been screened as negative was automatically negligent. Thanks to Dr Scally's report, there is a greater understanding now of the complexities involved. He has provided welcome reassurance on the quality of cervical check laboratories. He has found no evidence of any cover-up, his own words. And most importantly, he has crystallised what this is about. It is about women and their families who did not get the information they should have gotten and the devastating impact that it had on them. It is about unreservedly recognising that people have a right to their own medical information. It's about ensuring that our systems work and acknowledging that they completely didn't work in this case. And it's about the impact of this disease at a human level and the need to do all we can to prevent it. And in fact, that collectively we should endeavour to effectively eradicate cervical cancer. The report is the culmination of intensive work by Dr Scally and his team, done quickly and under intense scrutiny, for which I want to thank him sincerely. It is robust, it is comprehensive, and it will help ensure that women can trust that our cervical screening programme is safe, effective and patient-centred. I want to particularly extend my gratitude to the women and families who engaged with Dr Scally. I do not underestimate how difficult this must have been. I thank them for their courage and their commitment in ensuring that our cervical screening programme is improved. And I was struck by that comment that was said to me by so many times by so many of the women who'd been impacted, that the one thing they wanted to come out of this was a better screening programme, that lessons would be learned and that they were doing it for their daughters, they were doing it for their granddaughters, they were doing it for their sisters, to make sure we have a screening programme that is robust and save lives. And their generosity in how they engaged is something that we should all be extremely grateful for. Dr Scally's report sets out the enormous impact this situation has had on those affected. Through my own interactions with them, I have gained some sense of the distress and the pain that has been caused. And Dr Scally has made a number of key recommendations in relation to disclosure, which I intend to implement in full. I intend as a priority to establish a new independent patient safety council that will, as its first task, carry out a detailed review of the existing policy and open disclosure. The resulting policy will have legislative underpinning and will operate right across our health service. The establishment of a statutory duty of candour is a further key requirement. The Patient Safety Bill is scheduled to undergo pre-legislative scrutiny on the 26th of September, and I asked deputies on all sides of the House that they would prioritise the scrutiny of this vital legislation, because it provides a legislative framework for a number of important patient safety issues, including mandatory open disclosure of serious patient safety incidences. While these are key steps, though, disclosure is also about core values, values such as openness and honesty and trust and confidence in doctors. This report presents a challenge to the medical profession, but I believe that the vast majority of doctors and the profession in general hold these values very dear to the care that they provide. I also believe that the dedication and commitment of the entire range of health professions, including doctors, is one of the key assets of our health service. And I want to see constructive engagement on the part of the medical profession with these issues. There were failings on behalf of their profession, and they must be addressed by them. I want to be clear that the Government is committed to the continuation of cervical check, as well as breast check and bowel screen. We know that screening saves lives, and Dr Scally has emphasised this. Crucially, Dr Scally found no reason why the existing contracts for the laboratory services should not continue until the new HPV regime is introduced. He is satisfied with the quality management processes in the labs, contrary to some information put on this House by others in the past, and the report presents no evidence that the rates of discordant smear reporting or the performance of the programme fell below what is expected. Indeed, he emphasises the very substantial contribution that cervical check have made to women's health over 10 years of the programme, and I know that's been acknowledged by Deputy Kelly and others in this House. A woman's lifetime risk of developing cervical cancer has substantially reduced since the inception of the screening programme, from a 1 in 96 chance in 2007 to 1 in 135 in 2015. Dr Scally also considers that the work which has been carried out by the staff in the programme to keep the screening service operating in the middle of what was a very intense controversy is worthy of recognition. I want to thank those staff for that as well. I do not downplay in any way the very serious gaps that have been identified in the governance structures of our screening services. But I want to emphasise that Dr Scally has stated in unequivocal terms that he found no evidence of conspiracy, corruption or cover-up. His words. This speaks to the integrity of our public and civil servants. Some of the things that were said in the heat of this controversy questions the integrity of some of those very public servants in leadership positions. And I do think, after an independent report makes a finding on that, it is important that we acknowledge the actual position on the record of this House, as outlined by the independent experts that we, as an Oireachtas, put in place to establish the facts. The report examines the provision of briefing notes on screening audit and disclosure to my department in 2016. These came into the public domain in May, and I welcome the clarity provided. The inquiry considers that it would have been unreasonable to expect senior management in the HSE, or even more so, departmental officials, to have intervened on foot of these notes. That is a finding of the inquiry. The subsequent problems were significantly associated with the failure to disclose, the report says, and it would have been difficult to predict this given the reassurance which the briefing notes provided. We have limited time, so I will not quote from the report, but they are there in the relevant sections. Dr Scally has based his findings on careful examination of contemporaneous records. In fact, he's had more than, I think, 12,800 records. I fully accept Dr Scally's conclusion in this regard, and it is clear that my officials in my department acted entirely appropriately. Dr Scally has been clear that the problems he has uncovered are systematic and relevant to a whole system failure. And I believe a whole system failure requires a whole system response. I've already taken steps to re-establish a board for the HSE, indeed appointing a chair designate yesterday. This provides the foundation for proper governance and accountability. I intend to bring the Health Service Executive Governance Bill 2018 through the Houses in this session, with a view to establishing the board this year. A priority issue for the new board will and must be to develop and implement an effective performance management and accountability system in the HSE. We know that screening alone is not enough to prevent all cervical cancers, but a well-organised screening programme, when combined with HPV vaccination for boys and girls, can bring us very close to eliminating this disease. That is the government's goal. I believe it is the Oireachtas' goal. I don't intend to play party politics with this. This is something supported by politicians and all political parties in this House, and now we need to get on to do it. We have a vaccination that can save lives. It can prevent girls getting cancer. It can prevent girls dying from cancer. We need to all unequivocally support that. And I'm very pleased that the House supported Deputy Kelly's motion in that regard. We need to extend it to boys as well once we receive the HICWA HTA in the coming days. We should look to extend it next year. I've already given approval for a switch to HPV testing as the primary cervical screening test, and work is underway to progress this change. This is vital We know that 1,000 women will be screened, 20 will have precancerous cells. Screening today will pick up 15 of those 20. When we move to HPV, it'll pick up 18 of those 20. So there'll still be limitations to screening, and sadly there's always limitations to screening. But we can have an even more accurate system, and indeed be leading the way, along with a small number of other countries, as we move to HPV testing. I want to be very clear. The Government accepts all 50 recommendations in this report in full, and I expect to return to Government within 3 months with a full implementation plan. In June, I established the Cervical Check Steering Committee, chaired by the Chief Medical Officer and the Assistant Secretary of Acute Care in my department. The committee crucially includes representatives of the affected women and their families, and I want to thank them for their generous and constructive contribution to that. This is a committee that meets weekly. We publish its minutes, its agendas, and its weekly report on my department's website. It will oversee and direct the implementation of all 50 recommendations, and my department has already established a working group to drive the work of those recommendations. I've already written to each of the organisations mentioned in the report in relation to preparations for implementation, and I've also, through the Chief Medical Officer, commenced engagement with the leadership of the medical profession. I think that's very important. An initial meeting took place earlier today, and I intend to meet with them myself very shortly, along with the Medical Council. But the first step I wish to take, which is the most appropriate, I think, is to meet patients and their families, and I look forward to that happening next week, and then engaging with opposition on what needs further inquiry and what's the best modality to do that. I said I don't believe we should make knee-jerk decisions in relation to that. I want to try and reach a consensus in this House, but most importantly with the patients affected as well, as to how best to move forward. Dr Scally had reached a view in relation to a commission of investigation, and we should consider that and explore it together over the next number of weeks. The Government's priority is equally with women and families and ensuring that our cervical screening programme is as good as it can be. Dr Scally has given us a framework to fix the very many flaws he identified. My focus, our focus, must now be on implementation, implementation, implementation. If we want to learn the lessons, if we want to fulfil Vicky Phelan's request that some good comes from this awful, awful tragedy, we need to deliver on these recommendations, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you to make that a reality.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Stephen Donnelly, please.
Thank you, Ken Corl. I'll be sharing my time. I'm going to take the first 4 minutes. On behalf of Fianna Fáil, I would like to welcome the report by Dr Scally. It is comprehensive. I think it's fair to say it's more comprehensive than a lot of us, including those of us who were agreeing the terms of reference, thought it might be. I think Dr Scally and his team deserve huge credit for very robust and professional work in a pretty short period of time. And I'd also like to acknowledge, Ceann Comhairle, that this came about because of the bravery of some extraordinary people, including Vicky Phelan, including Emma Vic-Fihuna, including Stephen Teep. And the type of improvements that we hope to see are entirely down to their bravery in standing up, in not being forced and bullied into signing NDAs by third parties. So I want to just acknowledge the work that they have done and the role that they've played. I was particularly happy to see Dr Scally record the testimonies of the women and of the families. It's something there isn't enough of and something we need to reflect on here. The testimony is vital. It's vital in areas like institutional abuse. It was vital in this area on non-disclosure. And we all heard some of the testimony, and it brought to life the type of challenges that these women and families have been dealing with. Fianna Fáil supports all 50 recommendations, and we will work as hard as we can with government to see those recommendations implemented and implemented as soon as possible. But I have to say that in doing so, we have to see a step change in how things are implemented in everything around cervical check. This story, in spite of the fact that the government was briefed on this and told that this was going to blow up in public, it still was allowed to blow up in public, which caused widespread fear. The government promised these women an awful lot of supports, some of which still aren't in place, and huge frustration and struggle has been endured by these women and their families because the supports were not put in place when they were told. The women were told by the Taoiseach and indeed by the Minister that they would never have to go back to court. Now, I raised it in this House with the Taoiseach and said on the morning I was raising it, Emma Vic-Fihuna was back in court since that promise 4 times. It was her 4th time and indeed, even last week, what did we see? My understanding is that the women and the families were promised that they would be briefed before the report was published. And what we found was I was being briefed, members of this House were being briefed, and a very small number of the 221 were briefed. In my view, the women and the families should have been briefed together by Dr. Scally before anyone in this House and before the media and before publication, and it didn't happen. So, Minister, I'm not saying this to score political points. I'm saying it because I don't think the implementation has been there. And I've cited real examples of where I believe this government has dropped the ball for these women. So we will work with you and we want to work with you, but we've got to start delivering on time and according to the promises that were made. Regarding the Commission of Inquiry, what we would like to see is the women and the families listened to. This whole thing comes back to other people deciding what they should and should not be told about their own health. Once given time to reflect on the recommendations on the report, let's listen to the women. I would still like to see face-to-face briefings with Dr. Scally and his team for any of the women who want them. Let's listen to the type of questions they still have after reading this. Let's talk about the different options for getting those answers. And then whatever the women and the families want to do, let's do that. Whether we think it's the right method or not, let's just do what they want for once and put them at the centre of this. The medical community need to reflect on some of these issues, but so do we. Because if we can implement these recommendations, not just for cervical check, but across the HSE, we can see a lot of improvement come in terms of governance, patient safety, patient voice and clinical voice in the future. Thank you.
In the 2.5 years that I've been in this House, we've spent quite a lot of time discussing female gynaecological issues. And I think the women of this country are actually quite fed up with the failures in our health system to serve their interests and their needs. And this particular issue, when this scandal broke, there was widespread fear and panic across the country. Every woman that has been through the screening process woke up that day wondering, were my tests okay? Am I okay? I actually rang that helpline myself, and it was most unhelpful. And the person that I spoke to didn't offer me any sort of consolation, any sort of direction. And by the time I got through, I felt quite frustrated with the process. It seems, Minister, that our labs and our screening process is actually okay and up to good standards. What isn't okay is that going through that screening process, it's not clear, actually, that when you get a result, it may not be accurate. And we need to work on that. And I think the adversarial approach taken towards women that went through this process, and it's actually frightening to think that we almost didn't know about this. We came very close to never learning about the withholding of information from these women and the difficulties in our process. I think, Minister, what we need to do now is restore confidence in the screening programme, and we need to do it rapidly. Your response at the outset was lacking, I think, in terms of a rapid response and an adequate response, and it allowed this problem to actually get worse. But the screening programme does save lives. So we need to restore confidence, and we need to properly educate people as to what a screening programme actually entails. And that if you do get symptoms in between your smears, that you do go to your GP. Because when you got a result saying that you were fine, you thought you were fine, and you may have ignored possible symptoms. I'm limited in time, Minister, but I think we have to learn from this and ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Fianna Fáil welcomes the final publication of the Scally report and urges the swift implementation of its 50 recommendations. The report is truly shocking. It's a shocking indictment of the mismanagement of a key public health service. Public confidence in the cervical check system has been shaken. The trust that thousands of women placed in the system has been breached. From a woman's perspective, as a mother, a daughter, a sister, I felt so disappointed and let down by the whole system that I, like every other woman, put their trust in. Thank God for Vicky Phelan, the courageous, brave, amazing woman. Many thanks to Stephen Teep, who lost his wife, the mother of his 2 boys. The absolute nightmare that must have been their life for the last few years for that family. The absolute bravery of Emma Vicfahuna, living with terminal cancer. And imagine as a mother having to turn to her 5 children and say, where would you like to live when I die? I just cannot even imagine what that must have been like. Patients can never be left in the dark ever again. The priority now is to listen to the women involved, to see what their preferred choice is in relation to a commission of inquiry. And before I finish, I would just like to say some of the testimonies we heard about how some of the women were spoken to by their consultants is frankly absolutely shocking. And I hope no woman ever again in Ireland will be spoken to. Imagine telling a woman, how will I be informed? And she's told, watch the news. It's frankly disgusting. Thank you.
Minister, I read somewhere recently that it's a wonder that women just don't spontaneously combust with rage on a regular basis in this country. And it sometimes feels that all we do is discover another failure of the state to take care of our health, of our children, our right to equal pay, our right to a fair pension, and our right to bodily autonomy. The voices that were expressed in the Scally report absolutely make me furious. Furious for how these women were treated by being kept in the dark by a paternalistic and misogynistic health system. Furious for how they were spoken to in many instances when the bad news was eventually broken to them. Furious that the trust that they placed in our health system has been so grievously breached. 206 cases, 206 women with families and loved ones missed out on earlier intervention. And lest we ever forget, 18 of these women have since died. The report is a truly shocking indictment of the mismanagement of a public health system that is vital for women's health. The report indicates that this system was doomed to failure and that the policy and practice of open disclosure deeply inadequate. Are we ever going to listen to women's voices? If it wasn't for women like Vicky Phelan and her determination to bring this scandal to light, how many women would still be in the dark about a cancer diagnosis? How many men like Stephen Teep would not now be a widower facing life as a widowed father? It should now be these women's voices that decide about the Commission of Inquiry. It is no longer acceptable that decisions are made on their behalf as they have lost their trust in the system. The recommendations made by this report must be implemented as quickly as possible, and women must never be left in the dark again about their health. The Medical Council's Code of Ethics states that patients are entitled to honest, open and prompt communication. We can only hope that our young women are not failed in this as their mothers have been. Thank you.
I'll be sharing my time with Dr MacDonald and Dr Cullinan. So firstly, I want to say that despite what we are here discussing today, I want to urge women to get their smear tests done, to engage with the screening programme. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Screening saves lives, and we must never lose an opportunity to remind women, notwithstanding what they are reading in the press, they should engage with the service. The events of the last number of months in relation to what we now call the cervical check scandal are another difficult period in the history of women's health in this state. A difficult time for the health service and a very difficult time for the people who work hard in that health service and the ones who try to do a good job. And it sometimes must feel to them like they're trying to swim backwards against the tide because they're working hard but the system is letting them down. There were many strands to the events which led to the Scally report. The report covers a lot of these in great detail. I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr Scally and his team, and I also want to join with others to thank those women who were affected, who contributed to the report. Their evidence and their testimony is absolutely invaluable to this process, and their evidence is invaluable to the conclusions of the final report. The report outlined that the women affected want to see a screening programme that will deliver a patient-centred service and put the rights of women at the centre. Patient-centred care and the upholding of patient rights is what we expect from the services provided by our health service. What the women come back to repeatedly is the fact that their own medical history was withheld from them, that people knew. Doctors knew information about those women and they did not tell them.
Why was it withheld from them? Dr Scally is very clear. There was a degree of misogyny, and I hope that doctors read that, and I hope that they reflect on their role, and I hope that they reflect on the way in which they speak to women. But I've been in here before talking about issues relating to women's healthcare. Minister, I've spoken to you many times about mesh implants, about sodium valproate. We know that there are issues regarding the delivery of women's healthcare within our health service that must be dealt with. The doctors operated a hands-off policy. The literature said screening is not 100% effective, but sure, they knew that. They knew the figures. They knew how effective it was, and it wasn't. They just didn't bother to tell the women themselves. I believe that Dr Scally has done a good job. He has, Minister, as you said yourself, given us a framework, but the work is not finished. Dr Scally has acknowledged this. He acknowledged it when we spoke to him. The work is not concluded. There are so many more questions that remain, and if we need a commission of investigation to get to the bottom of that, well, then we should have one. Women are still being dragged through the courts. Women are still being let down. Information is still being leaked into the media. All of those things that we said couldn't happen, shouldn't happen, they are still happening. This has to stop, Minister, and the only way it stops is with accountability.
Gurmaigat Ceann Comhairle agus Tom Week as san deis labhairt an ábhar tábhachtach seo Hranóna. I want to begin by welcoming the publication of the Scally report. I think all of us would like to know who leaked the report. Minister, you might shed some light on that. And to say that, of course, screening saves lives, and in the course of this debacle, in the course of this debate and everything that might follow and flow from it, let's be very clear, any woman listening or concerned, have your smears. It may well save your life. It has saved others. It's vital, Minister, and I welcome the fact that you accept all of the recommendations. You share a view in terms of having those recommendations implemented, and indeed we look forward to working with you in that regard. The report makes very difficult reading, not least because it's very empathetic in reflecting the views and experiences of women. The gross disrespect shown to women. You make the point, Minister, that no evidence of cover-up was or conspiracy was unveiled, but to make a finding or a reflection of institutionalised misogyny, I think you will agree, is a fairly damning reflection on the system itself, and perhaps in and of itself begs for further investigation and for a commission. The default position of the state apparatus, when it became clear that problems had arisen in a system of screening that, of course, is not 100%. Very few 100% in life. But the default position was to deny, to obfuscate and to leave women in the dark. I too want to commend Vicky Phelan, Emma Vic Fahuna, Ruth Morrissey, Lorraine Walsh, Stephen Teep. They are victims, but more to the point, they are actually inspirations for all of us. Dr. Scally, I think, has done and made the case open and shut for the necessity for mandatory open disclosure. I think that debate is over. Anybody who doubted it, this report puts that matter to bed. He does, of course, also make positive soundings, and we must welcome them in terms of quality assurance. He points to the 80% positive predictive value in the labs. He makes the point that it's not stellar, but it's more than within the boundaries of the acceptable. But he also raises very worrying insights into quality assurance. The theme in the report of cost efficiency outstripping other considerations. His criticism of quality assurance visits, which were very thin on the ground, but even the efficacy of those. And I'm struck by the fact that even though the contract between the screening service and the laboratories allowed for a number of mechanisms where difficulties arose, including a HICWA-type investigation on quality matters, that never happened. Now, I'm raising the issue of quality not to cause distress, certainly not to cause panic, and certainly not to dissuade anyone from not availing of the service and having their smear. But I want to place it on the record of the Dáil that issues of quality, and we have a general reassurance in the report, they beg for further investigation to learn from them, because ultimately open disclosure, treating women as autonomous adult individuals entitled to our medical information, is an absolute must. But so too is quality, robust quality assurance. And there are so many questions that arise in this report. I know the Health Committee and other committees will address this, but I hope also, Minister, that you have a very, very keen eye for that, and you may even consider a HICWA intervention in respect of inspection of those laboratories. I think that is worthy of your consideration.
Minister, I want to also welcome the publication of the Scally report. I think there is universal acceptance that he has done a good job in the time frame given to him and the terms of reference that govern the work that he did. But he admits himself that he was unable to establish the full facts and the truth in many areas because of a lack of time, access to information and so on. So there does need to be an awful lot more work done to establish the full facts and the truth. And if that means, Minister, a commission of investigation, that's what should happen. Let there be no doubt about that whatsoever. What he did uncover, though, has risen serious questions in relation to the Department of Health, the HSE and cervical check in terms of systems, practices and procedure failures. We know from the report that one of the company labs, CPL, outsourced part of its work to 4 labs that were not accredited or certified to the standards demanded by cervical check. The problem here, Minister, is that Mr Scally in his report says that cervical check knew of this. They knew of that and yet did not take the appropriate action. In fact, Mr Scally says in his report on page 56, he asks a number of questions. What was the volume of cervical check tests performed in each of these 4 laboratories? What was their compliance with quality and standards? Did CPL inform cervical check of workload being transferred to other sites, and were such transfers approved? So even in his report, he is asking questions that he cannot answer. And it is incredible that that is the case. In relation to outsourcing, Minister, of contracts, there was also questions in relation to rolling over of tenders, issues in relation to procurement. I'm sure the Public Accounts Committee will examine this as well. But Mr Scally was very damning in relation to the non-disclosure issue. And that's very important, Minister, because we can't explain all of this away that these were simple systems failures. And some of this happened by design, where individuals took decisions to withhold information from women. And I'm not about witch hunts or about looking for people's heads for the sake of it. But surely people have to be held to account for that. We've had it for far too often. We've seen it in many areas, not just in health, but across the public service where there's failures. We circled the wagons. We explained all this away as simple systems failures when there are individuals who made very bad decisions and need to be held to account. And one of the ways that can be done, Minister, is a commission of investigation. And I would hope that you will be able to say today that that is still on the table and still something the government could and will support.
Alan Kelly, J. Bomwich.
Thank you, Oscar Hirlock. I suppose the first page of the Scally report, any of us who are following this, and I won't be able to cover a quarter of the issues I want to talk about today in 10 minutes, but the first page of the Scally report we could have written, systemic system failure. We all knew that in many ways, from those of us, particularly I've been in the Health Committee and in the PAC. But systemic system failures happen because people either make decisions or don't make decisions. It's a human enterprise. It's not something that happens from on high. So we have to find out why it happened. Who did or did not make decisions? Or who acted in certain ways that we ended up where we are today? And only for the bravery of Vicky Phelan, we would not be talking about this today, colleagues. It's absolutely incredible. I want to acknowledge her, Stephen Teep, Lorraine Walsh and everyone else. I've spoken to so many people on this, many of whom don't want to be named. I welcome Scally. I welcome his frankness most of all. I've spoken to him on a number of occasions since. I welcome his frankness. But, Minister, this was a scoping inquiry. So it isn't a full report. It's nowhere near it. The issues are too large. So it is not of that scale. It is limited, but it is excellent in its findings. And I believe that the 50 recommendations, absolutely above everything else, are the priority for all of us in this House, and everything else is secondary. The 50 recommendations have to be implemented. Obviously, the move to HPV vaccine, which is something that is a priority. Minister, you need to resource the labs. You need to resource the personnel to be able to implement that, and obviously follow the resolution that I had passed here with my Labour colleagues in the Dáil in relation to moving it onto boys to create herd immunity. The issue of non-disclosure is dealt with, is going to be dealt with, and has to be a priority. The issue in relation to loss of trust between clinicians and their patients has been spoken about an awful lot. I don't want to dwell on it except to say it was absolutely enlightening. And I think it's something that the medical profession and lots of different medical representative bodies need to reflect on, not just in this area but across a number of other areas as well. One part of this which I do feel does need to be looked into is the fact that many of these clinicians, colleagues, met during this, and it wasn't known until we pulled out the minutes of colposcopos meetings that took place in the middle of this crisis, when it wasn't known to the public. So clinicians were aware there was a serious issue here, but the actions or the urgency wasn't in it. And we need to find out why that is and why that was. We have structural issues here, Minister, in relation to the HSE. As I said before, they happen because people did or did not make decisions. So, in any investigation, and I believe it's gone beyond the debate that we will have some form of inquiry or investigation. I believe it should be short. I believe it cannot get in the way of any recommendations. I believe it should have tight terms of reference. But in any investigation, we need to find out who did what, when, where and why, and how in relation to the HSE cervical check, and indeed possibly your own department. There is a jigsaw in relation to where we're going on the whole area of cervical cancer. Obviously the priority is the recommendations. Obviously the priority is HPV. Obviously the priority is herd immunity and moving to boys. That is one component of it. Second component of it is the OCORG review in relation to the slides. That's critically important. Third is the issue in relation to Judge Meehan's work. Let me say this, Minister, I don't actually hold you accountable to this. I hold your Taoiseach accountable to this. On more than one occasion, the Taoiseach did not know what he was talking about. He did not know what he was talking about on 6-1 News, when he said that basically the women affected would not have to go through the courts and that the labs would be chased and they would settle with the women. He was wrong. I knew the second he said it, he was wrong. He's consequently come out and he met with Vicky Phelan. And Judge Meehan's review, or what he's doing, the work, is in two components. The broader components in a number of months' time, but his first findings will be in a couple of weeks. I don't believe that the judge actually can achieve a huge amount by making recommendations. So the Taoiseach has overpromised a second time. I find it almost impossible to see a scenario where women will not end up in the courts again. And that is disgraceful. So please bring that message back to the Taoiseach. The fourth component of the jigsaw is what we need to discuss in the coming weeks as regards investigating the whole issue of who did what, where, when and how in the HSE and other organisations. The issue relating to a forum to deal with what clinicians did or didn't do, and in particular the manner in which they behaved. And thirdly, there are elements relating to how contracts were managed with the labs. I'm delighted with what Scally said in relation to the labs. It helps you, dare I say it, and all of us in Ireland to ensure we have a screening programme, and we all have to behave responsibly into the future to have a screening programme. So I welcome that. But we do need to ensure that there is an investigation into how these contracts were managed or not managed. I'll get back to that. I do want to deal with one point before I move on to the labs, and it's this, is that over the summer there was some commentary reverse commentary almost, revisionism almost, in relation to the purpose of some of the work that was being done by many people who were affected here, and that in some way pursuing justice and their legal rights in some way as a consequence was damaging the future of screening. That was wrong to be insinuated by many people. It was wrong, and it affected people who actually ensured that this became public in the first place. And that revisionism, as far as I'm concerned, needs to stay where it is now and not come back on, because the likes of Vicky Phelan, Stephen Teep, Lorraine Walsh, I know these people, colleagues. Their number one priority here is not self-interest. They have families, or in the case of Lorraine, she doesn't because of this. Their number one priority is future screening and the future generations of this country, my children and everyone else's. That is their number one priority. In relation to the labs, I welcome what Scally has said in relation to the labs, but I do have some questions. The manner in which the contracts were managed by the HSE, the laissez-faire manner in which these contracts were managed by the HSE needs to be investigated. We know of 221 cases, situations, Minister. I want to ask you a question. In any other walk of life where there's errors, and there's accepted errors in some cases, we all know that in some cases negligence has to be proven and all of that, but in some cases we know what's happened. Has Cervical Check, the HSE, actually investigated what has happened in these cases? It's such a simple question. It was so obvious that it doesn't occur to people. Have they, as of now, today, and we know of cases, they're quite public, have they been investigated? In any scenario where a public body has issues like this, surely they go and investigate what has happened. Surely they look at their contracts and investigate what has happened in each and every case. Surely they look for patterns. Surely they look into all of this. And I'm raising those very questions with you, Minister, deliberately. We have a situation here where Scally provided new information, which is very welcome, in relation to CLP and in relation to the outsourcing that happened to other labs across the jurisdiction of the United States, which was not allowed for. How did the HSE Cervical Check not know this? Who was monitoring it? Or who wasn't monitoring it? Who wasn't doing their job? This isn't acceptable. We've had scenarios here now where there was a service which was run, Cervical Check, where there was contracts in place, where we know now that there was outsourcing happening that they didn't know about. We know now where there has been errors and issues in relation to how women were dealt with. And I'm not sure to this moment who in the HSE has been investigating this, who has gone through the contracts, whose job it was to look at the contracts, and whose job it was to ensure quality assurance was happening, because it wasn't. And that is a component of an investigation, along with who does what, did what, where and when in the HSE, along with the other issues I've identified earlier on, while we will need some form of inquiry, Minister, to be agreed. And I do feel that it should be agreed, consequent to you and I and others meeting with the patient advocates and those who have been a victim of this and who have obviously been referenced earlier on in the next 2 weeks or so. Thank you.
I'm sharing my time with Deputy Ruth Coppinger. I just want to start by stating something obvious, and I'm not being smart. I hope it's obvious that I'm a woman, and I hope it's obvious that I get Cervical Check, and therefore I hope it's obvious. Could you turn on my mic, please? Thank you. I hope it's obvious that I do support the screening programme, because I've come under a lot of criticism for scaremongering. I am not scaremongering. I am querying why it is that the outsourcing issue has not been properly addressed. Privatisation and outsourcing, I believe, is at the heart, at the core of the crisis that women faced in this country. Now, yesterday I went on a protest outside the gates with a busload of women from Cork, whose organisation is called Women's Lives Matter. And there were a number of women there who were misdiagnosed and who had false negatives returned. They were very upset that they weren't told properly by the clinicians. They were very upset that there was a whole scandal around disclosure, but they were extremely upset that they know that their lives and their future ability to have children were jeopardised because of outsourcing, and their demand is the repatriation of the service. Now, the Scally report, I want to argue, shows that there was a deep, deep problem with outsourcing, even though Dr. Scally himself says to me, I don't have a problem with the continued outsourcing to the US labs of this test. And he says to me, if I was a woman, I would have faith in Quest. But I want to quote from his report to indicate why I believe it shows that there was always a problem with outsourcing. First of all, the US labs were not ISO accredited. Now, I wrote 2 PQs to you in May, and you said they were ISO accredited. Unless it's the case that they became ISO accredited in May 2018, they were not ISO accredited when the contracts were awarded and renewed from 2008 onwards. And that's a fact. They have different standards in the US labs than they have under the ISO. Example of one of those standards is that those labs perform 100 screens a day, whereas generally speaking, the accepted norm and standard in the Irish public labs were 60 a day. So there's a big difference already, and a difference which could jeopardise the scrutiny of the tests that took place. Irish labs have screeners who are educated to a very high degree. They have a science degree, and often they go on then to do postgrad with expertise on cervical screening. And they are overseen by clinical pathologists. This is not the case in the US labs. The cost in the tender from the Irish state to the US labs, the cost of the service was overemphasised, according to Dr. Scally. The Irish labs scored very highly when they tendered, except on the issue of costs. They weren't as cheap as America. CPL was visited, that's the site that settled with Vicky Phelan in 2011. There were problems found on the site that were not adequately addressed, and yet we still awarded them another contract in 2012. Why and how that happened? Well, we may never know, because we discovered from Dr. Scally's report that the tender documents have been destroyed in 2017. And please, could you explain why that would happen? I worked in the public sector in the library service, and we had to keep a record for years and years of every penny that came in and out of that library, even though libraries normally don't handle money. How would the tender documents be destroyed, and why would they be destroyed? And I believe that again, I'll just repeat that the outsourcing is at the heart of this. I've asked you twice. I asked Tony O'Brien when he was in situ. I asked the Taoiseach to hear one day, and I asked the Minister for Finance, who replaced the Taoiseach, to hear one day at Leaders' Questions. Can you please tell us from what labs came the 221 false negatives? Oh yes, Deputy, you'll have that information. I've asked the clinical professionals, is this a difficult thing to find out? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because each slide has its own identity, and as soon as there's a problem triggered, the first thing that must happen is an audit at the original point of where the slide was tested. The audit has to happen in the lab from where the slide came. Can we please find out a simple answer from where the 221 slides came? I believe this is at the heart of it. I believe the definition of outsourcing, of privatisation of women's health, lies at the base of all of this problem. But here's the point, Minister, and here's the reason I raise it. You are about to sign, if you have not already done so, the continued outsourcing of this service to Quest and to Medlab, which is a subsidiary of CPL. Now, is that the definition of insanity or not? That you do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result? Please address that issue, because I'm worried about the future of the service as well as the past.
Thanks, Cian Corla. I think we all found it highly ironic that at a time when the country was, voting, when many of us were campaigning to put women at the centre of their own lives and their own healthcare in the 8th Amendment referendum, that at the same time the government was ensnared in a scandal where women's health and views were utterly diminished. It's now been confirmed in the report. Paternalism runs through and ran through women's health. Now, medical misogyny is a term that has been used, and doing medicine on the cheap is another term that I would use. Because, Minister, you gave the impression, you said that you were satisfied now with the quality management of the labs and that was confirmed by the report. But I think that isn't confirmed by the report. The central issue is actually, and I'll go into that now and what's said in the report, is the testing service that led to the errors in the first place. And it is not true that the labs were given a clean bill of health. I also want to mention the group that came up from Cork yesterday. Women's Lives Matter is the name of the group. They had a petition of 1,200 names. They wanted to meet you personally. I know that may not always be possible, but they were disappointed that they couldn't, having travelled up. But they did ask if you would meet them. They're women affected by this scandal as well, and I really think that you should agree, Minister, because their ultimate request is that this should be kept not outsourced but public in this country, where multidisciplinary teams can confer on issues, not in countries with a different time zone, and not for profit, that it will be done in the public health system and not outsourced. So just in relation to the central issues in the report, it's very frustrating actually, because 10 minutes is not enough for groups to discuss this. It really is. It's unfortunate, you know. I mean, I've got a lot of points. I read the report and I can't make them. We should have had more time, Minister. This is the biggest issue, you know, all over the last few months. I'm just going to have to cut myself off here, but I mean, there's important issues that do have to be trashed out. But I do want to mention, you know, Vicky, Stephen, Emma, Lorraine, Ruth, and many others who are now household names for all of the wrong reasons. You know, they never wanted to be, but they have made such a difference. I want to acknowledge that. But I want to take up the issue of the labs. In Chapter 6 of the report, the US-based labs question CPL. First of all, they never had the required international accreditation. That is what's said in the report. There was 2 levels of accreditation, and a lot of the labs didn't have the international standard. So that's the first point. CPL, which is owned by Sonic, examined 300,000 Irish samples. 1/3 of them were outsourced to other labs, and the tests ended up in Honolulu, Las Vegas, Victoria, San Antonio, and Cervical Check didn't even know that. And you're telling me that everything is hunky-dory in the labs? Also, Scally asks in the report, what was the nature, how many tests did they do, what was their compliance with quality and regulatory standards? And this is relevant today because Sonic is the mother company of MedLab, and they are right now proposing more outsourcing of Irish tests, and this time to Australia. In terms of quality assurance and the visits that were made, yes, it's true that Scally says that, you know, for the tests in that particular country or region, they were up to standard, but they weren't up to international standard, and they all had different standards. CPL in 2011 were asked about their standards, and he says there's no record of what happened subsequently, you know, when errors were identified. It was the underreporting of low-level cervical cancers, which is a very dangerous thing because they can then develop. They identified a consistent error by one pathologist who was training other people, and nothing ever happened. No consideration was made to the wider impact on the training of other staff. The other issue is the fiddling of figures by Quest. In 2014, there was 1,224 cases of false negatives. Again, I'm rushing here. But Quest were claiming a 3.19 rate of error, but actually it was 17.6%, according to Scally in the report. So using different labs in other countries with all different testing and definitions of abnormality. And the other thing is cost, Minister. Why is it that cost became increasingly a consideration for contracts being awarded? In 2008, it was 20% of the criteria. By 2010, it was 35%, and by 2012, it was 40%. Because this country was in a bailout programme, things had to be cut, and cost became much more important. And you're telling me that that wouldn't impact on the testing of women. Now, in 2016, there's mini competitions, and 80% of the criteria is the cost. So this is, you know, doing medicine on the cheap. Again, very little time, but Quest have generated profits of 7.7 billion. And just finishing, Count Corla, and Sonic had a net revenue of 3.5 billion. We should bring these testing under the public health system in this country, Minister. It is not fair or right to say that there's no issue arising from the report, and we definitely need further investigation of these issues.
Dr. Michael Hardy. Oh, sorry, Dr. Catherine Connell from Leicester.
Thank you, Elas Kincorla. I welcome the opportunity to participate, and I re-echo the comments that the time is very short. There's 170 pages in the report. I've read every one of them, and it would be helpful if we had more time to go into it. I welcome the comprehensive report and the blunt, clear language of Dr. Scally. However, I think he overstretched his brief when he said we don't need a commission of inquiry. I don't think that was for him to say. And I checked the terms of reference, and I don't think he was asked. He was asked to scope what were the issues and what were the questions. So that was one mistake. The second problem for me is I'm not here in this stall to reassure women that they should go out and have cervical smear tests or any other tests. That is not my job. My job is to see that we have an open and accountable system that instills confidence in women who can make up their own minds. That's what was sorely lacking and is still lacking here. That is the responsibility of us to see that the systems in place are open and accountable, and that they engender confidence, not me engendering confidence in women. I leave that to themselves, based on what they see in an open and accountable manner. Having read this report, there are serious issues. As every speaker so far has said, I want to thank Vicky Phelan, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about this here today. I also want to thank Dr. Scally and his team for meeting and touring the country and going abroad. And indeed, he went to my own city, Galway, where he met with 67 people, women, including their supporters, 130 in Dublin and 60 in Cork. He's examined over 12,500 documents and so on, and on occasions had to extract those documents out and needed an extension of time. At the end of the day, it's a scoping exercise. I fully agreed with that when the Taoiseach mentioned it. I thought it was the best and the wisest way to go, to have a scoping exercise prior to any investigation to establish the issues. And of course, it is an interim report, really. Well, it's a report, but there he's also pointed out repeatedly throughout that there are other issues in relation to outsourcing of samples in America, to Honolulu in Hawaii, and lots of other cities that apparently Cervical Check and the Health Executive knew nothing about. And he wants more time to look at that issue amongst other issues. He also highlights that there's an absence of documentation, both in one of the laboratories and also an absence of documentation here following the procurement because it has been destroyed. So he can only make limited conclusions. When I look at this, again, I want also to re-echo the comments that have been made here on my left. I think the outsourcing is a major, major problem, notwithstanding some of the positive comments in this report that the standards are good from what he saw. The contract said that they should have the IPL accreditation. They didn't. Nobody seemed to think that was a problem. Yes, they had accreditation on the American side. Yes, it met the American specifications, but that's not what was specified in the contract. They didn't have what was specified in the contract. The contract also seemed to be loose enough for them to go off to Honolulu. And it seemed to be loose enough for them that they didn't seem to have to inform the Cervical Check, or First Cervical Check, or the National Screening Service, or Mr. O'Brien, or whoever was in charge, to make inquiries. So I look at this and I see that there was a whole systems failure, which I'm going to come back to that, because I'm not happy with a whole systems failure, end of story, because somebody or some organisation or some government allowed a whole systems failure to happen. And so if I just take that for the moment, in case I run out of time, the whole systems failure, when we set up cervical, they rolled it out in 2008, the comment is made by the women that we also guaranteed the banks in the same month. As we pull back on resources, staff and money for the cervical smear, we have no problem rolling out money for the bank guarantee. Notwithstanding that, this struggled gallantly on to provide a screening service as an independent entity reporting to an independent board with oversight, with monitoring from the outside, with an independent chair. Subsequent governments, Fine Gael, Labour, Fianna Fáil, all in their wisdom, saw the need to change and allowed the Health Executive to change its structure, with the resulting consequence that there was less accountability, no independent board to report to. In fact, what we had on the board in the end, before it was abolished, directors of services talking to civil servants in the health sector, and no accountability whatsoever. We also had no one single accountable person for the last number of years in cervical check. Where does the responsibility lie for that, Minister? We've also had a number of vacancies. And then we had an open disclosure policy that was really a close policy. Don't tell. And only really tell if you really have to. And only after all of this correspondence, from cervical check to the consultants to the GPs and back up again, and we won't tell the women. Even though we've a policy of open disclosure, that really means don't tell anything at all. Because you know why? There might be screaming headlines, and there might be difficult things that we have to cope with. And in true Irish fashion, on a certain level, we won't cope with anything like that. We'll pretend it's not happening. And of course, if the person is dead, just put it on their medical notes. That is what's been reported here throughout all of this. We in the Dáil asked for mandatory disclosure. You saw fit not to support us, and now we're going to have to bring it in by legislation and force the situation. Serious governance gaps. Serious governance gaps at every level. Serious problems with a risk register and what was put on a risk register. And a systemic failure was not identified as something that should go on a risk register. Can you imagine that, Minister? An absence or a limited amount of public health medicine, a limited amount of input from public health physicians. And parallel with the bank guarantee and the withdrawal of the money for the service and the outsourcing at the lowest cost, which I'll come back to, parallel with all of that, we're getting less and less accountability. And so I sat on a health forum for 10 years. I started back when it was set up, and I spent 10 years of my life on it. And the first year I was there, we were absolutely under pressure from the people working in the laboratory in Galway and elsewhere not to outsource this. Do not outsource. We're just in the process of building up our expertise. This should remain in Ireland. We envisage serious problems. Notwithstanding that, it was outsourced. And now we see Dr. Scally, who's quite, what would I say? He's certainly very cautious, and he certainly gives positive results to the laboratories on what his limited time allowed him to do. But notwithstanding that, he confirms that one of the firms, the Australian one, the Sonic, is in the process, or has been in the process, of repatriating the system back to Dublin with one of its companies. Back to Dublin because they see it's far easier to have it based in the country rather than going across, as for example with Quest, over to New York, delays of 2 or 3 days and so on, and then on it goes. So even the private companies are coming back, if you read Scally's report, back to Dublin. I can't remember the actual name of it. The CPL one is gone, and it's the other sister company that's now, thank you, that's now back in Dublin. So I have so many questions but little time. The audit was suspended, Minister. The audit was suspended. Can you tell me where's that at, and the implications of the suspension of that audit? In relation to the letter, or the forward, which is addressed to you in the form of a letter, Dr. Scally asks for an independent monitoring of his 50 recommendations. I don't see you addressing that. You talk about implementing them. He gives specific timeframes of 3 months and 6 months. I would like you to confirm that is precisely what you're going to do, because we've been down this road before in relation to Toland. And Toland and his team offered to independently monitor the implementation of the recommendations in relation to the Department of Justice, and he wasn't taken up on it. In relation to cost, The cost of the cervical screening test, according to Dr. Scally, is 23.9 million. That's all, plus there's an extra sum in relation to the hospitals. Can you tell me now what is the cost of the consequences of the failure to give information to the women so far? What are the legal costs and the awards to date alone of the number of women who have managed to get through the labyrinth of the court service? And what do you think the final cost is going to be in comparison to 23.9 million to roll out a service? And wouldn't it have been much cheaper to have complied with the open disclosure policy and to have ensured that it was there at every level? At every level. So finally, my time is gone, so I'm going to just ask that you confirm for me the audit and you confirm for me in relation to the recommendations. And the last point is, what system is used for sending out these samples to the various companies, including the Coombe Hospital? Is there a public-private distinction? Is there a public-private patient distinction, a public-private hospital distinction? How is it decided which hospital or which lab is chosen? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Las Cian Corla. And thank you, Minister, for taking this debate. I'm sharing my time with Deputy McGrath. So there are a number of issues, Minister, in relation to this. And the first and most important issue, I think, is in relation to open disclosure. And of course, mandatory open disclosure is now going to be part of the Patient Safety Bill, which will be coming to the Health Committee for pre-legislative scrutiny next Wednesday. I think that's going to be a very important meeting in relation to defining open disclosure. But in relation to cervical check, and in any way trying to explain what happened, there is a difference between organisational open disclosure and individual open disclosure. And I think what happened in cervical check, the lines of responsibility on disclosure was blurred, and they should have been clarified and they should have been quickly identified. And I think the failure to not identify the lack of open disclosure in cervical check was because there wasn't independent oversight of the scheme, and there wasn't patient advocates sitting on the structures of cervical check who would have spotted this difficulty very early on. Because when you open disclose an incident, it usually is contemporaneously. Something has happened and within a few days it has been identified that there's been a problem and you open disclose. But in relation to cervical check, this was referring to historical events that had happened several years earlier, and cervical check failed to identify the difficulties that was going to pose and identify who was to be the responsible person in relation to disclosure. And that has led to the failure here. So the difficulty also was in relation to disclosing to women, but also the communication gaps that developed within cervical check in relation to where the lines of responsibility lay. And of course the appalling shortcomings in the manner in which disclosure was eventually made when the scandal broke. It was rushed, it was ham-fisted and very amateurish, and it did not, I must say, reflect on the medical profession very well. The second point is cervical check. Dr. Scally identified it as a dysfunctional organisation, that it lacked governance and it lacked accountability, that there was no clear responsibility among the various sectors in cervical check, and there was no clear job description. So there was a lack of clarity on how people should function within the system, and in particular how information was transmitted up and down the line. So Dr. Scally identified a whole of systems failure, and he was restrained in identifying particular individuals. And if particular individuals are to be found wanting, I have no problem with that. But the blurredness in relation to the organisation, governance and accountability of cervical check makes that very difficult. So there was nobody in charge. There was an absence of governance, and there was poor oversight by the HSE. So there is an absolute urgency in reinstating the HSE board, and I know that the HSE governance bill is also going to come before the Dáil very soon. And I think it's absolutely essential that we have a reorganised, slimmed down, very clear governance structure within the HSE, and that just not the HSE board, but going right down through the organisation. And I think when we do talk about Sláinte Care report, and it is a substantial part of Sláinte Care report, that there has to be huge governance reform within the HSE. And I know we have spoken about that on many occasions, Minister, so I won't go into it again. There is a necessity for no-fault compensation in relation to what happened. I think to have women go through the adversarial court system, as we've seen Vicky Phelan and Emma Vic Mahuna and others go through the adversarial system, it's not fair, because you are talking about dealing with people who have offered themselves voluntarily, who are perfectly healthy when they go for screening, in the same way that when children present for vaccination, they're perfectly healthy children. And if there is if they suffer an injury, whatever the case may be, there should be no fault compensation. They should not have to go through the adversarial system. And I know Judge Meehan is going to report on alternative methods, but I think we do have to look at how we deal with people who are injured by our health system, and they should not have to go through the adversarial system. And again, I think Gabriel Scally identifies that. Another aspect of the report is data sharing, and there was a breakdown in data sharing, and that the National Cancer Registry and cervical screening had different lists of people who had cervical cancer, and they weren't sharing that information between each other. And even the gathering of data was a problem in relation to cervical check, and I think the gathering of data is a big problem in relation to the health service in general. And again, we discussed that briefly at our Health Committee meeting this morning. Without data, and data is king, without data you cannot plan a health service, and I think that was a deficiency within cervical check. I'll just quote a journalist to finish who wrote about this during the week, and he said the shortcomings of cervical check was a whole of system failure, a wider failure within the health service, where the welfare of patients got lost in the political and bureaucratic manoeuvrings operating in a cocoon of detachment. And I think that summarises what happened here. There was no outside vigilance on what was happening within cervical screening, and people got locked into a bubble, and they weren't thinking properly, and they were not putting the patient at the centre of the service. And that is so important, that whatever service we provide, that we put the patient at the centre. And that's why it's so important that we do have 2 patient advocates on the HSE board, and we should have 2 patient advocates on every board, whether it's a local or regional or a national level, to make sure that this does not happen again. Thank you.
Deputy McGrath.
I am happy to make a few remarks on this very important issue this afternoon. The Scally report has laid bare a scandalous catalogue of failures right across some of the most sensitive areas of healthcare in this country. The women and the families who have been affected, and in some cases utterly devastated by these failures, are the true heroes of this entire sorry saga, and their bravery cannot be commended enough. The report that indicates that we have reaching a tipping point in the level of dysfunction that affects the HSE. But we all know that for a long time, and Minister, you must know it now after 2 years in office as well. And when are you going to do something about it? Dr. Scally observed how apparent it is that there are serious gaps in governance structures of the screening services. In the specific case of cervical check, there was a demonstrable deficit of clear governance and reporting lines between it, the National Screening Service, and the higher management structures of the HSE. This confusion, according to Dr. Scally, complicated the reporting of issues and multiplied the risks. We need to let that sink in. That's the confusion. And here we have a so-called healthcare service that actually multiplied the risks to women and their families. They're going in there for checks in their own interest, and as the deputy from Galway stated, she's not here to tell people to go for checks or whatever. It's up to people themselves. But they must have confidence. But you think then that this is where they ended up. How can we have confidence? As I said, Dr. Scally also noted that there were serious gaps in the range of expertise in the professional and managerial staff that are really engaged in the operation of cervical check. In one of his recommendations, Dr. Scally says that the Department of Health and the HSE should revise their policies in respect of document management. The implication here is that the HSE document management at present is not reliable and does not ensure accountability. And I honestly feel that's a deliberate act at this stage. I mean, I've seen such a catalogue of it. It's deliberately done, the way there can't be any accountability. Indeed, Dr Scally says the view was expressed to the scoping inquiry by some working within the National Screening Service that screening was downgraded after being absorbed into the HSE, and they felt that they had little influence within the HSE as a whole. And that's common practice. We see no matter what service is absorbed into this monstrosity, it gets lost. I mean, lots of good people into the HSE, and lots of good people absorbed into it, but it's such an unaccountable and unwieldy organisation now that it must be disbanded. And among other findings, the report noted that there continues to be a somewhat negative relationship and clear disconnect described by the programmes between themselves and the HSE chain of command. Issues of isolation, suspicion, lack of trust or support, and poor or non-existent communications were cited. And we're going to have this, and we're going to continue with this, Minister. I've asked you, and indeed you walked into Cashel Hospital one day with Deputy Healy, myself and others, and you were shocked to see it lying idle. There's so many instances. And you've done absolutely nothing about it. An abject failure. And then the selective leaking of this report, I'm not blaming you, but only a handful you had it, of parts of it, was despicable as well. It's a case of cover back sides all the time and allow the HSE and senior management at HSE and the department to cover themselves and wheel into court, wheel into balances when it happens. It's despicable, it's degrading, it's disgusting. And you're presiding over that, Minister, and I've called on you several times to resign, and if you had any moral compass, you would resign.
Now, I just want to clarify, there are 26 minutes left, and the order of the House gives the Minister 20. So, with your approval, I don't want to deprive the Greens and the Social Democrats. So, the Minister, well, you have to decide your 10 minutes. So, the Minister, if it's agreeable, will have 16 minutes rather than 20. Right.
I want to welcome the Scally report. I think it's an excellent report, and it's extremely comprehensive, and it has established many of the facts and the truths of the cervical check issue, and I believe it's gone a very long way to answering many of the questions that we've all had over recent months. I think the most important thing about the report is that it puts women and families front and centre in relation to this entire matter. Most importantly, Dr Scally met with the women and the families concerned. He listened to them and he recorded their views and their feelings. He really gave them a very strong voice in this whole process. And their experiences, as recorded by Dr Scally, are undoubtedly a disgrace and raise many important issues for us. I think the most significant finding and one of the most significant recommendations is the need for early legislation for mandatory open disclosure. It is extremely regrettable that at the end of last year, both the government and Fianna Fáil conspired, it has to be said, to delete the provision for mandatory open disclosure and went instead, as a result of a strong lobby, with a voluntary disclosure regime. I think that's extremely regrettable, and the shortcomings of that have been shown up very starkly. I welcome the heads of the Patient Safety Bill. It provides legal liability in respect of disclosing basic information to patients. I think it's very important that we get clarification from the Minister that the legal liability will actually apply to individual clinicians and not to healthcare providers. That is, I think, the obvious interpretation of the heads of the bill as they stand at the moment, but that is not good enough, and you have to go much further than that, Minister, and I'd like you to clarify that. This legislation, I believe, is absolutely critical in changing the culture that Dr Scally discovered. And Dr Scally has lifted the lid on a very highly paternalistic and, as he said himself, bordering on the misogynistic culture on the part of many of the 30 consultants who were involved in this. Stephen Teep himself referred to the God complex, which was a factor in this entire matter, and I think we're all too familiar with that kind of God complex that some of our legal profession display. Not only did these doctors fail to disclose key medical information to their patients, but when, thanks to Vicky Phelan, all of this issue came out into the open, the attitude and approach of those consultants was a disgrace. There must now be early follow-through in respect of those clinicians engaging with and apologising to the women and families concerned, as recommended by Dr. Scally. In respect of cervical check itself, Dr. Scally found major shortcomings: governance, in respect of governance, quality assurance, risk assessment, understaffing, accountability and so on. But of course this was only a microcosm of the HSE, and Dr. Scally said that everywhere he went within the HSE there were problems. Many of these issues of course have been addressed in the Sláinte Care report, but we need now to ensure that we take the steps recommended by Dr. Scally, the principal one being to reinstate the Independent Oversight Board. And, I think it's important to point out that 88 members in this House, just 5 years ago, voted to abolish that Independent Oversight Board. So there has to be accountability in here as well as in other places. The political mishandling of this issue too, I think, needs attention. There was certainly competitive outrage, and I think a lot of the comments and the behaviour of members of this House, including members of government, did little to help the situation. Look, the issue now is how the government and you, Minister, are going to respond to these 50 recommendations. And what we need to hear from you now is what mechanism you're going to put in place to ensure that those recommendations are implemented swiftly and that we keep the focus on this issue until they're implemented in full. Thank you.
I want to first just focus on one point that I don't think has got a lot of attention on this, but which is important. I think the clear recognition that a mistake was made, and this is a political point, back in 2011 in the abolition of the HSE board. I think that was a mistake and that has to be rectified now, and Dr. Scally makes that front and centre. And I say that because I think to a certain extent we have to be careful that in our own work and that we don't always look to maybe that the public service is bad, or structures around the public service are always inevitably bad. And I think Minister Riley at the time said, I'm going to take all the responsibility, I'm sweeping away all those structures, I'm going to be the single-handed great orchestrator of everything. We have to be careful in the political system. We have to work with our public servants to make sure that we deliver the services that our people need. But I say that then, which colours the second comment I want to make, that I think this Scally report has done huge service because it does highlight a problem in our public service in relation to the nature of the communications between doctor and patient, particularly, as has been said several occasions here, between often male doctors and female patients in terms of the sharing information, just the very attitude. And it's very hard to define that, it's very hard to regulate for that, it's very hard to be scientific about what is actual real empathy and how do you listen and how do you provide that the true Hippocratic oath being fulfilled in terms of how you actually share information with the patient that belongs to that patient. I think there's a huge learning here because this whole issue about how we share data in the modern world is of increasing importance, and the ownership of data and the ability to get access to one's own, particularly health data, should be enshrined after this crisis, after this terrible disaster for those patients. We should hopefully get one good thing out of it, that we have a system in place that patients do have full transparency to access to the data. And where the state makes a mistake, and in some instances the mistake will be unavoidable in the sense that there are some instances going to be screenings that are not accurate in the end, we have to develop a mechanism where the state can share information about those failings without it being a court legal wrangling, where it's not doing down the state or the public service to admit mistakes. And I hope that is one of the outcomes of this, what has been a terribly trying process for the women, 250-odd women involved, that at least that's one positive outcome. I think the way the report was written Putting them centre stage and their comments centre stage is absolutely right. It indicates the general approach we should take in terms of our medical profession, obviously, in our sharing of data, and in how the public administrative system works. Dr. Scally has done us a huge service, as have those women who've done an incredibly difficult thing in going out speaking publicly about their own personal tragedies. They've done a service as he has. We should live up to that in the work we do from here.
First of all, and again, I think it's important to commend the bravery and determination of Vicky Phelan and her, the other women involved. And of course, without their courage, we probably would still be blissfully ignorant of this particular scandal. I welcome the Scally report and the 50 recommendations, and hope that those recommendations will be implemented immediately. And I also welcome, of course, now the absolute certainty of mandatory open disclosure. Dr. Scally rightly highlights the outrageous treatment of women by their doctors, and he correctly says that these women should be personally apologised to by those doctors. Indeed, that must happen. We also have to have, in my view, accountability for this debacle, and to do that, there's no doubt in my mind that we need a full public inquiry which can compel witnesses and compel documentation. And without such an inquiry, I believe that senior management, ministers, Secretary of Department, Chief Medical Officers will be able to avoid having to take responsibility for what has happened. And of course, it also will avoid having to make fundamental changes to the health governance model, which I believe is at the root of this particular scandal. It will also mean that there will be no investigation of the very problematic outsourcing of these tests, and that is a very important point in my view. It also means, without such an inquiry, I believe it means that similar outrages and similar scandals will happen in the future. So I believe that such an inquiry is necessary and should be set up forthwith.
Now, we have 15 minutes left, so there were a number of questions raised. The Minister will take 3 minutes to respond to those as best he can, and then I have indications from Deputy Donnelly, Deputy Breed-Smith, Deputy Louise O'Reilly and Deputy Alan Kelly that they may want to raise questions.
I'll be as quick as I can so we can have as many questions as I can, but just in relation to Deputy Healy's point about ministerial responsibility, the Scally report is very clear that I didn't know. So whilst I didn't cause this problem, I absolutely have responsibility in the office that I hold to fix it and to make sure that the recommendations are implemented in full, and that's what I want to do. This is a scandal about women not being told. What Dr. Scally called a laudable audit in terms of its objective, being absolutely botched in terms of its execution and the pain that it caused. I take Deputy Connolly's point about it not being the job of people in the Oireachtas to promote screening. But there were people in the Oireachtas, and not you, Deputy Connolly, who did allow situations to sit out there that labs were not safe. And I don't know about you, but the biggest number of queries I got into my office, the biggest number, was women emailing me, and the biggest I got from women I know in my own life. If I get my smear taken today, is it safe, the lab it's going to? And Dr. Scally, who we asked to do a job, said yes, it is. And I think that's a really important point for us to make. Implementation is what you've all focused on. Implementation is absolutely the key to this. And people ask me what's going to be the implementation structure. Dr. Scally has offered to stay here for the next 12 months, or to continue to work, if you like, rather than stay here, but to continue to work on the delivery of the recommendations and overseeing, from an external point of view, the delivery of those recommendations. I've taken him up on that offer, and I intend to meet him in the next week or so to finalise how best to do that, but patients will be involved. I would suggest, he's already been invited by the chairman, that Dr. Scally would attend the health committee. I know he'd be very willing to do so, and I'd suggest that perhaps the Oireachtas through the health committee could maybe play an overseeing role as well in making sure that we are making progress and sending reports and the likes to that. In terms of the timeline, I intend to keep to the timeline as envisaged by the Dr. Scally's report, where he asks me to publish a full implementation plan for all 50 recommendations within 3 months, which is December, and that is the timeline that I'm working to. Deputy Smith, I don't like being adversarial on this, but you did say outsourcing is at the heart of this issue. It's not. It's factually not. So we can't have our own facts. You can believe, and you have every right to believe, you can believe that we should insource our screening. You should believe, you can believe, and you do believe that we should do it here in Ireland. That's a perfectly legitimate view. I believe that I'd like to build up capacity to do it in Ireland too. But outsourcing is not at the heart of this scandal, because to say that allows it hang out there that women should have doubt. And Dr. Scally, who quite frankly knows a hell of a lot more than you or I do, reviewed 12,800 documents. He or his team visited the labs and they interviewed all the key people, and they said, 4 doctors, a senior counsel and a barrister, they said that the labs today are safe. So outsourcing, is not at the heart of this scandal. So we can have ideological debates about outsourcing all day long. But at the source of this scandal is non-disclosure of personal information, women's information that was withheld from. That's the scandal. So let's be clear on that. In relation to open disclosure, yes, we need legal changes. Deputy Shortall is entirely correct, and I will work with you and anyone else in this House to make sure it does need to apply to individuals. They didn't do this in the UK. They watered it down. We needed to apply to individuals, and I believe the institution. That is my intention. It's Dr. Scally's recommendation. I will work with you and others to make sure that happens. But I think, as we've all said, we don't just need legal change. We need cultural change as well, because whilst it mightn't have been had a legal underpinning, the policy of open disclosure clearly wasn't implemented and indeed was contradictory. So we do need a cultural change. I don't buy into this narrative, and no one's suggesting it, that we're going to blame all our doctors, that all doctors are bad. We have many dedicated healthcare professionals. But the ones who said what we read in that report, and the ones who said the things that Deputy O'Reilly illustrated to me when she brought the transvaginal mesh women to see me, the people that speak to women like that have let us all down and have let their profession down as well. So we do need a cultural change as well. There will be further investigation. Let me be clear on that, because Dr. Scally is clear on that. And I don't have it in front of me, but from my memory, there's at least 3 places that he calls for further inquiry. The CPL lab, pre-2012, not used today. Can't let anyone suggest it is. That's one. The issue of procurement in general, he's not suggesting anything was illegal, but there's clearly more work that needs to be done on procurement and contracts. And he also makes the point about having a common data set so that we can all see across, that we have the same kind of data being put out about all our labs in a transparent way. On the issue of leaking, Deputy MacDonald asked me about this. Let me just say, whoever leaked that is absolutely cruel. Absolutely cruel. I have spent, and I don't speak for the patient advocates, I, like so many of you, have gotten to know these people extraordinarily well. I believe obviously the report was not leaked, but somebody who knew something about some element of the report leaked it. It suggested that was the report. It caused huge upset, and it was absolutely cruel to do that. In relation to governance, I agree with the points about the HSE board. I agree with the fact that there needs to be 2 patient reps on it. I think we need to use this report now as momentum in terms of delivering on that. Deputy Connolly asked me about, and Deputy Kelly perhaps, about the continuance of audit. So Dr. Scally said the idea of an audit is laudable. We all get that. We know the way it was done was so poor. There are 2 key recommendations on audit in his 50 recommendations, recommendation 26 and 27. It says that patients effectively must be at the heart of developing and designing audits. So we will work to deliver that before audit recommences. It's really important that audit is gotten correct and we don't see repeats of the mistakes. And finally, can I just say, on the issue of political mishandling, I think Deputy Shortall makes a fair point, and I include myself in that. Mistakes were made by all, including me. I think many of us made mistakes trying to do the right thing, but I think there are serious lessons for all of us on all sides of this House, and indeed for elements of the media, in terms of how we deal with an issue in a calm, rational manner and establish the facts, which is what the people affected always want to have.
Question, short, snappy, focused question.
Here, look, Minister, I'd like to come back to the women involved and the briefing. My understanding was that they would be briefed before the report was published. My understanding was that that was a commitment you had made to them, and it hasn't happened except in very few specific circumstances. Can you ask, will you liaise with the women and with the families as a matter of urgency to offer them a briefing directly with Dr. Scally? Certainly, we were briefed by Dr. Scally. It was very useful to be able to ask him directly various parts and get his thoughts on things that maybe you wouldn't necessarily write down in a report. So can I ask you, is anything underway, and when can the women and the families expect to get a briefing directly from Dr. Scally and be able to engage with him and his team? Thank you. I've
heard you make this point a number of times, and I accept you make it from the point of view of wanting to achieve good and stand by the people who have been impacted. My understanding is Dr. Scally firstly made the decision about how best to brief those impacted, as is appropriate. It was an independent process. He took the view, I share it, the best way was to brief Vicky Phelan, who we wouldn't have had this without. We wouldn't have had this report without her, and the 2 patient reps on the cervical check screening committee, Lorraine Walsh and Stephen Teep. group. Dr. Scally himself wrote, and was circulated via email, to all of those women whom he had contact details for, their next of kin, providing them with a view on the report and also a copy of the report. And the advocacy group, which is independent but funded by my department through the Irish Cancer Society and the Marie Keating Foundation, had a meeting in Athlone on Sunday where those impacted had an opportunity to discuss the report. I'm absolutely open to, and I'm sure Dr. Scally can speak for him, providing a further briefing. So what I would suggest I'll do is I'll ask the advocacy group, which seems to be the best representative for him, would they like that to happen, and if they would, there's no issue with the arrangement.
Smith, short question.
Short question. I'm glad you qualified that the labs are safe today. This is a historical question and investigation that needs to be done on outsourcing. So I'm asking you again, this is probably the 6th time, will you give the Oireachtas the information from where did the 221 false negative tests come, from what laboratories? I am told by reliable scientists that that is a very simple thing to find out. I'll ask you that question again, and I welcome your statement that you would like to see the repatriation of the service, and I'd like to ask you further, would you consider investing in laboratories and the training of clinical scientists in our colleges, since we let go hundreds of them 10 years ago?
The continuance of the service, and some of the comments that have been made in this House make that harder. Make that harder, because the labs we're using today are safe. The labs we're using... Yeah, but I'd appreciate if you'd say that the next time you'd rise. The labs we're using today are safe. That's what he said. That's what he found. In relation to pre-2012, he did not find they weren't safe, but he said he'd like to do more work. And contractually, did they have the right to use that lab? He believes not, and he should, and he will, and he will, and he will investigate that. But Deputy Smith, you're very interested in this issue. You've read the report. You've seen what he said about the labs that we've used in the past, and you're trying to create a cloud of doubt for an ideological reason. You're correct. They're not. That point you're correct on. He did say that. You're correct. I was misinformed in the past. But he's not suggesting. There's women watching this debate today, and he's not suggesting that those labs are in any way inferior from a safety or quality point of view. That's what the report says. That's what he said. If you met him, that's what he would have said to you. In relation to, as we move to HPV testing, which I expect to happen in 2019, that will provide an opportunity and indeed an obligation to retender and reconfigure our use of the labs. We need to look at the capacity in this country, and if it's possible to do more here, of course we should do more here. But the continuance of screening, which is saving lives, has to be the priority. I don't have the data you're seeking, and it's not as simple as 221, because many of these women would have had multiple smears sent to multiple different locations.
Deputy Louise O'Reilly. Well, Deputy Louise O'Reilly, short question.
Minister, what are you doing about the leak? You said it's cruel, we all agree that. What are you doing about it? I also want to know, with regard to quality assurance, it's really not enough, and it is a little bit paternalistic, if you forgive me saying, to say the labs are safe, the labs are safe, the labs are safe. We need that demonstrated. They're not ISO accredited. Where are they getting the accreditation from? How are you satisfied that they are safe? Will you agree that HICWA have a role in terms of oversight on this? Because we all do need to put people's minds at rest, and we need to get rid of that paternalistic attitude.
Minister, short answer.
Never been accused of having a paternalistic attitude, but just because I'm a man, I am the Minister for Health, that I do have a duty to tell people who rely on me to tell them the facts that the labs are safe today. That's it. In relation to the leak, the Taoiseach has said he's going to investigate it. I hope he does. As you know, it's often not possible to find how these things are. The number of people had it both in government and outside of government. The report wasn't leaked, but I take the point that the element that leaked was cruel. In relation to HICWA and the suggestion by yourself and your party leader, I think it's a very constructive suggestion. I'm not going to make a knee-jerk announcement on the floor of the Dáil, but I will consider it and I will engage with you.
Deputy Kelly. No.
Oh, sorry. In terms of the accreditation, Dr. Scally has said that there are different accreditations, but that the quality is still safe. Dr. Scally has made a very important recommendation in terms of accreditation, but also in terms of data. He suggested we do an English HTA, so we can measure them, and that's what we'll do.
Deputy Kelly.
That is what he said.
Two quick questions. I've asked this question before, but I'd like an update. In relation to the audit, when is it going to commence again? Because there are ongoing issues, Minister, if the audit isn't continued. And may I say, we'd all be irresponsible if the audit doesn't commence again, because it could result in other delayed issues, potentially, because it's not happening. So can we put an urgency under this? I think it's just good practice. I think doing the audit was good practice. Obviously, after that, there was a problem. Second issue is just in relation to, and this is not specific to any case, but obviously there has been legal cases and there has been issues of liability and errors have been admitted. So my second question is, I have absolute great confidence, and I was delighted to hear that Dr. Scally said that the labs were safe. I read the report. I question him on it. I believe for everyone watching here, it is very important that we say that. I agree wholeheartedly with you. However, just quickly, in relation to the errors that have been admitted and found in individual cases, I presume Cervical Check and the HSE have been onto those labs, have flown to those labs, have investigated what has gone on here, because that would be pretty normal practice in every other scenario.
Minister, short answer.
In relation to the audit, appreciate what Deputy Kelly said. Audit is a good thing. Dr. Scally found audits a good thing. What we don't want, no one wants the outcome to be from this, that people in the clinical community are less likely to audit. In fact, in many ways, the audit that was completely botched, not defending it, but the concept of the audit to be carried out in Cervical Check would have been in line with one of the best forums in terms of wanting to openly disclose. Not every country does that. I don't have a timeline for it recommencing because Dr. Scally's made 2 key recommendations, but yes, they will be prioritised. We'll come back with a timeline in terms of the implementation plan. I don't know the answer to the second question. I'm not going to guess it. I know obviously that the labs would have presumably produced expert reports for that, but I will find out. And I do hope the Judge Meenan process, I do think there's benefit in it. I agree with you, nobody can constitutionally tell anyone they can't go to court, but we do have to provide people with other avenues, and that's what Judge Meenan has been charged with doing.
2 minutes, 2 questions, Deputy Shortall and Deputy Rabbit. Deputy Shortall.
So what's the timeline for the HSE governance bill? I welcome the fact that you've confirmed that there will be 2 patient advocates on it. And the other question is in relation to the mechanism for the implementation of the 50 recommendations, and indeed looking at issues outside of those. What do you envisage in terms of Dr. Scally's involvement in this on an ongoing basis until all of those issues are resolved?
The plan is to have the HSE governance bill passed this session, so that the HSE, I'd like to see the HSE board take office at the start of 2019. That's why I started to, obviously it's to go through the normal processes, including the health committee, but that's why I put forward a chair designate yesterday to begin the ball rolling in relation to that. Regarding the implementation, I presume your question is getting at the point that Dr. Scally has a major role to play in relation to this. I think he has the credibility of those impacted. I think he has the credibility of all parties and groupings in this House, and I think crucially he has the credibility of the public and a clinical record and a vast experience that is really important. So I'd like him to stay involved. I'd like him to stay involved until we implement the recommendations. He has said to me he'd be happy to stay involved for the next 12 months.
Thank you, Minister.
And I'd like his reporting mechanism, as well as linking with me, to also be going before the Health Committee on a regular basis.
Question, Deputy Rabbit.
Question, Minister, I do welcome that Dr. Scally has offered his services for the next 12 months and that you've taken him up. 2 short questions. Timeline for implementation of the 50 recommendations. Will that be within the 12 months? And is the HPV test still on track to be rolled out in October, or did I mishear you saying 2019?
Minister.
No, you didn't hear me saying 2019. It will now be 2019. And there is a lot of work that's been going on, including liaising with other countries that have introduced this and rolled it out. It is the major priority, that and the continuance of labs, so we can keep our screening programme going in the interim. The report asks me to come back with the full implementation plan within 3 months. So within 3 months, we'll have timelines, actions and identified owners, if you like, against each of the actions. Crucially, in the development of that implementation plan will be the voice of patient reps. So I hope some of those who have worked so well and constructively with us will continue to be involved. But also, I'd like Dr. Scally to be involved in that and to be satisfied that the implementation plan is robust. So within 3 months, we'll have a detailed published implementation.
Could I thank all contributors for their cooperation? And that concludes the statements on the scoping inquiry into the cervical check screening programme. And we now proceed to the next item. That's the Home Building Finance Bill 2018 and the motion to instruct the committee. So I will call on Minister Michael Darcy to move the motion. The Minister has moved the motion. So now the Minister has 7.5 minutes. Okay. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of remarks is to explain the background to and the need for the amendments to the Home Building Finance Bill 2018 in relation to local property tax that have been tabled by the Minister for Finance. The changes that are encompassed in these amendments are required firstly in relation to an extension of the mortgage interest deferral relief for local property tax liabilities for 1 year in respect of 2019 local property tax liabilities. Secondly, they involve continuing to provide for the administration and collection of local property tax by employers in line with PAYE modernisation changes that are due to come into effect on the 1st of January 2019. County Corla has ruled that provisions concerning the local property tax are not appropriate for inclusion in the Finance Bill. As proposed provisions must have an operative date of January 1, 19, they need to be provided for in law before that date. Hence their proposed inclusion in the Home Building Finance Ireland Bill 2018. Currently, in certain circumstances, it is possible to defer the payment of local property tax liabilities. Deferral is most commonly availed of by property owners whose annual income is less than $15,000 for a single person and $25,000 for a couple, whether this is a married couple, civil partner or certain cohabitants. This income threshold can be increased in the case of property owners paying mortgage interest. In relation to such mortgage interest payees, the higher income threshold will cease to apply for tax years after 2018, unlike the standard income threshold that will continue for an additional year. The next valuation date for local property tax is 1st November 2019, which will determine tax liabilities for the years 20 and 21. Arrangements for this are currently being considered as part of the review of the local property tax being carried out by an interdepartmental group, as well as how payment deferrals will operate in the future. Pending the Minister's consideration of the report of the review group and any government decisions that may arise therefore, the higher income threshold applied by Section 133 of the Finance Local Property Act 2012 is being extended until 31st December 2019, in line with the standard income threshold. This amendment is contained in Section 36. The bulk of the amendments are necessary to allow for the continued collection of local property tax when the PAYE system is modernised with effect from January 1, 2019. There are a range of methods for paying local property tax, and as many people choose to have their local property tax liability deducted from their wages under the PAYE system, this will be affected by the PAYE modernisation project. This project is the most significant reform of the PAYE system since its introduction in 1960 and is designed to deliver benefits for employees, employers, policymakers and the revenue commissioners. Pay modernisation is designed to ensure that employers, employees and revenue will all have access to the most accurate and up-to-date information available relating to payment of wages, income tax, PRSI, USC and local property tax deductions. This will ensure that the right amounts are collected at the right time from employees and that employers pay their correct liabilities when required. It will further allow revenue to manage taxpayers' records in an effective manner to ensure that the individuals pay only the correct amount of tax and that the individual gets the full benefit of their entitlements during the year. The PAYE modernisation changes were introduced by Finance Act 2017 and involved the move for employers to a real-time electronic system for engaging with revenue from the 1st of January 19. As will happen with income tax, PRSI and USC, employers who are directed to deduct local property tax from the salary of a liable person will be required to notify revenue of the making of the relevant deduction on or before the making of salary payments to that liable person. Employers must also file a monthly return to report the local property tax deducted each month. The changes to the collection of local property tax mirror income tax changes introduced in Finance Act 2017. The changes do not make any changes to the local property tax system itself. Rather, they simply involve change to the way in which local property tax deducted by employers is reported to revenue, and the documentation to be used for this purpose. The tax itself will be deducted at the same time as heretofore, and the amount will be exactly the same, with no changes in rates, computation or reliefs. The local property tax related amendments are procedural and technical in nature and are necessary to facilitate the continued operation of the PAYE system, including deduction of local property tax by employers and its remittance to revenue. The legislative changes underpinning the continued administration and collection of income tax under PAYE modernisation were enacted in Finance Act 2017. The changes proposed for the Home Building Finance Ireland Bill 2018 simply mirror for local property tax the changes already enacted for income tax in Finance Act 2017 in this regard. I hope my remarks will have been of assistance to members. We will have an opportunity at committee stage of the Home Building Finance Ireland Bill 2018 tomorrow to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Deputy McGrath, 7.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Your Look. And I think it's important just to put this in context, that we're not discussing the substance of the bill, or indeed the substance of the proposed amendments at this point in time. What we're discussing is a motion which would allow the committee to consider the amendments in question. That's my understanding of what the House has to decide upon. So in that sense, it is a technical question which the House needs to decide. And this microphone is on, but this one wasn't. So from a Fianna Fáil perspective, we have no difficulty in supporting the motion to allow the amendments be taken at committee stage, which is going to be taken tomorrow. That's the committee stage of the Home Building Finance Ireland Bill 2018. It would be remiss of me, Minister, not to express the serious disappointment of our party at the delay in bringing forward this legislation. We're now heading for the first anniversary of the announcement of this initiative for the provision of finance for the construction of residential developments, and it's taken this long. And I know the process of drafting legislation, taking it through all the various channels within the apparatus of government is not quick and is not straightforward, but when you consider the evidence given by the Construction Industry Federation to the Budgetary Oversight Committee yesterday, when I asked them about the environment for finance for construction, and they made it clear that while the pillar banks are lending a certain proportion of the cost of developments, perhaps up to 60%, the balance, as you well know, in many cases is coming from international funds, and it's very expensive debt. It can be 10, 12, even 14% or higher. And so this bill and what this bill is providing for is urgently needed. And that's why we want to see the committee report and remaining stages taken as quickly as possible. Obviously, we have to get it right, but we need that funding to be available. It's quite a modest measure overall, but it is necessary and it is important. I think it is worth remarking on the proposed amendments which give rise to this motion. They are related to the local property tax, which normally would not sit within this bill. They would sit within more relevant legislation, but I understand that Ceann Comhairle has given a ruling that the finance bill is not the appropriate place for these changes, and because these amendments were not envisaged and were not really part of the original bill as published, this motion is required to allow the committee to take them. The amendments themselves are really technical in nature, and to provide that the mortgage interest deferral relief can continue through 2019. pending further changes to the local property tax. So that really just allows for a continuation of the existing system for the mortgage interest deferral relief, providing for the higher qualifying thresholds which would allow people to defer the LPT bill. And that deferral mechanism is a very important provision for a lot of families who are paying for a mortgage and paying high interest rates in many cases. So we support the retention of that through 2019 and in advance of whatever reforms are being brought in, being enacted. And then secondly, we're very much aware of the POA modernisation programme, which comes into effect on the 1st of January next year, and the provision whereby the LPT can be deducted from the salary by an employer, that has a legal basis through 2019 is important, and is one that we do support, because under the existing provisions, as I understand it, that's due to end at the end of this year, whereas any changes to the LPT won't be kicking in until 2020. Following the revaluation, if it takes place, as is currently envisaged in November of 2019. On the LPT, we look forward to the review. We made a submission as a party some months ago. I would ask you, Minister, to look at the proposals we made, which included increasing the qualifying income threshold by which people could avail of the deferral mechanism, because it is quite low. It's as low as €15,000 for a single person who doesn't have a mortgage. But there are a lot of people, particularly elderly people, with high fixed costs, and they may have an occupational pension, a modest one, on top of the state pension, but for whom the LPT bill is a serious burden. And I think it doesn't come as a cost to the state if that deferral mechanism is there. The money will be collected. It's the first charge on the property, and I think the consideration should be given to increasing the deferral thresholds. We have suggested an increase in that, and similarly we have suggested that the interest charged, or the interest penalty as such, for a deferral, which is currently 4% a year. I understand it's simple interest, but given the environment we're in of very low interest rates, I don't believe that that is justified. I think you should look to reducing it. We have suggested 2%, which in our view strikes the right balance between there being some cost associated with a deferral, but not an unnecessarily punitive one, and that's a point that we would make. So look, we'll come to those issues when the LPT is actually being reviewed. I'm not sure if the Minister has got the report yet. The Sunday newspaper certainly seemed to have it, or leaks from it, in the last couple of weeks, but anyway, I'm sure he'll publish it and we can all consider it when it becomes available. And so overall, look, on the Home Building Finance Ireland Bill itself, we look forward to debating it at committee stage, report and final stage. We will be supporting the amendments that the Minister has flagged in the course of this debate, but the purpose of this debate is to decide whether or not the committee would be allowed to consider the amendments, and on that question Fianna Fáil supports these amendments being considered by committee, and so we support the motion that's before the House tonight. Thank you.
Chuck O'Brien, 7.5 minutes.
Brief, as Deputy McGrath has outlined, we're not even discussing the bill itself tonight. We're not even discussing the amendments which are being tabled for tomorrow. We're only discussing whether they can actually be moved and discussed tomorrow, because the Ceann Comhairle has ruled that's what needs to happen, and we agree with him. It's unfortunate. I hope it's not something that we're going to have to continually do, but I do honestly believe that the government, in this case, genuinely are doing it for the right reasons. You know our position in relation to the local property tax, Minister. We're completely opposed to it. And the amendments which are being proposed tomorrow, while they offer some little protection to people in terms of being able to pay it in instalments and the mortgage interest relief, we'll debate those amendments tomorrow. I also understand that we have actually put down a number of amendments ourselves, which will be discussed at committee tomorrow. So I'm not going to get into the pros and cons of those amendments or even the government's proposals. The purpose of this motion is just to allow us to discuss them tomorrow, and therefore we will be supporting that.
Very much, Deputy O'Brien. Now, next on my list is Deputy Boyd Barrett.
Yeah. This bill is apparently technical in nature. I got a call last week saying would I have a problem with this going through the Dáil without debate, and I said I did have a problem with it going without debate because it deals with two issues that are of very considerable importance to the people of this country: the local property tax, a tax which frankly is despised by huge numbers of people, which I resolutely oppose, and which is causing very, very great hardship for huge numbers of our citizens. And although this particular measure is just talking about extending the deferral period for people who have to, in most cases, defer it because they don't have enough money to pay it, we need to point that out. In discussing the local property tax, we need to point out that the deferrals that are being sought by people, and which are now, there's going to be an extension for those deferrals, are happening in 96%, I was just checking the revenue statistics on this, 96% of the people who look for deferrals on the property tax do so because their income is so low they cannot afford to pay it. And this was our point about the property tax when we marched and opposed it and encouraged a boycott, which the government cleverly got around by handing it over to revenue. But don't think for 1 minute that because you brought in the heavy hand of revenue to forcibly collect it off people, that that makes it okay. And it certainly isn't okay for people who are clocking up a debt on this property tax, a debt arising from the fact that they don't have enough money to pay it. Now, what is fair about that? So that debt is clocking up, and now it's going to clock up an extra year. And of course, for those that can't pay it, they're probably glad they can defer it for an extra year, but the debt is clocking up. For people whose income is below €15,000. How does anybody survive on €15,000, never mind pay a property tax? And this tax, is worth saying, at this opportunity, was justified at the time on the basis that it was going to be a sustainable source of income, but that it was progressive. It was a progressive tax. It was a tax on wealth, the proposers said. No, it isn't. It's a tax on the least well-off, who then are forced to defer it because they can't pay. And you can add to that 63, I think, in fact, it's 85,000 people who have it forcibly taken out of their wages by their employers at the behest of revenue. Why? You can be absolutely certain, because they're low-income workers who can't afford it. Are you speaking English, by the way? Am I sharing time?
Oh, you are.
How much time am I supposed to? 7.5 minutes, okay. So I think that's very, I didn't know you were speaking, Mick, sorry. So it's very important to flag it. It's very strange, by the way, that that's hidden in a housing building finance initiative bill. I don't quite know why it can't go in the finance bill, but it's a bit odd. So I would just say the property tax has proven to be unfair, continues to be unfair, and the other great justification for it at the time was that it was going to dampen the property market. That was the big thing. Has it dampened the property market? Not at all. The property market's gone out of control. It has had no impact whatsoever. So if you really wanted a wealth tax that would actually impact on the property market, how about a windfall tax on all the vulture funds and the corporate landlords and the people benefiting from Section 1110 who are land hoarding and speculating? Why don't we tax them and get rid of this unfair regressive property tax?
Thank you, Deputy Boyd Barrett, for your contribution and indeed for your mid-term intervention as well.
For my what?
Your mid-term.
Good enough time now. So, Chair, I want to make a few points about the home building finance bill. This is a market-based policy aimed at fixing a housing crisis caused by the market in the first place. It aims to route more public resources to private developers who have failed to invest during the greatest housing crisis the state has ever seen. The bill aims to finance developers who banks won't lend to at the moment, in many cases. The bill provides for a better deal for developers than that currently offered them by the banks. Why else would they use the proposed new lending system? In this sense, the bill aims to nationalise risk. Now, it would be far better to use the $750 million provided for by the bill for loans to developers for direct state-led investment on public lands. In this way, social and affordable, genuinely affordable housing can be delivered. Now, just a few days ago, property developer Cairn reported its 2018 half-year results. The report showed that Cairn owns zoned land banks for over 14,000 homes. 95% are in or close to Dublin. They completed just 399 homes in 2018 up to September, less than 3% of its zoned home capacity. In its report it stated, and I quote, "Housing market conditions remain very positive." Now, what better illustrates the fact that the housing crisis benefits the wealthy few at the expense of the many than that particular quote? Cairn also tells shareholders that the shortfall in new homes required during the last 5 years was over 100,000 homes, and that a large shortfall is expected to remain for many years. Good news for Cairn, who said that they expect to achieve average new home sale prices of 428,000 in 2018-2019, far above what is affordable for most people. It's no surprise, therefore, that Cairn reported a 7-fold increase in profits to 18.1 million in the first half of 2018. Total assets owned now worth €1 billion. Developers like this are brimming with confidence. They're allowed to continue hoarding land and drip-feeding the supply of new homes to make sure that prices and profits keep rising and the crisis keeps going. The Home Building Finance Ireland Bill will achieve nothing other than making more public funding available to increase developers' profits. And in conclusion, I would say developers are part of the problem, not the solution. You need to stop throwing public funds at them. We oppose this bill. We demand that developer-owned zoned land banks be brought into public ownership and developed rapidly with genuinely affordable housing. A manufactured housing crisis will not end until we have new public house building on a large scale. And finally, I would say to you, stop greasing the palms of your developer friends and start building public homes.
Thank you, Deputy McBarry. Now, Deputy McWallace, 7.5 minutes.
Thanks, Minister, it's almost a year since it was the Home Building Finance Ireland was first announced, and Minister Donoghue told us that it would deliver 6,000 homes with funding of 750 million. And it hasn't delivered any house yet. And at the time, Minister, and you might remember, I actually thought, you know, maybe this might be a worthwhile exercise, because I thought you'd actually give it to the builders. I actually find it soul-destroying at this stage, your failure to actually deal properly with the housing crisis, with the dysfunctional nature in which housing is supplied in this country. As we've had a problem for a long time. It didn't start under this government. It started a long time ago, but it's continuing under the two governments since I came in here, and the failure to deal with it properly. Now, you're talking about a principle of lending money, in this case here, for people to build. And you're talking with your land development agency of coming up with state lands and getting people to build on it. But you're not going to, I mean, with the Land Development Agency, you're talking about 10%, 30 and 60 in terms of social, affordable and private. In this one, and for the life of me, I'm wondering why, given that the private developers and land bankers are sitting on so much land at the moment, as they watch the price of it and value of it rise, why you're actually giving in to them and giving them state land to build private housing. Now listen, I'm all for building private housing, right? But I think the state is not the one that we should be building it. I'd be okay with you guys giving money to builders to build housing on condition that it was going to be affordable. On condition that it was affordable, right? So what's affordable? Now, I mean, Minister Murphy was talking last week about affordable price being somewhere from the 325 or 350 range, in that area. That's not affordable for most people in Ireland today, and it isn't going to be. And what's more, I can assure you the price won't stand still either. Listen, you know a bit about the industry, right? There's a big difference between the builder and the developer, and you just keep mixing them up. This government keeps mixing them up, and so did the last one. The developer is looking for something in the range of between 60 and 80,000 profit per unit. The builder isn't. You and I know plenty of builders that if they got 10,000 a unit profit on every unit they built, they'd be happy bunnies. But not to the developer. And you're talking about engaging developers. You're not going to the small builders that can rescue and work for you at a fair price. They're not the people you're talking about. You're going to the big buys, the same as NAM have done. I mean, the principle how NAM have been working for 4 years isn't much different from this, or from the Land Development Agency. Just for example, I mean, NAM have been given money to their favourite chosen ones to build out land. For example, Maryborough in Cork, NAMA funded it. 4 beds are starting at 470,000. Why would a state body give money to a developer to provide housing at 470? I don't understand that. Piper's Hill in Kildare, NAMA funded it, got Mulrine to build it. 3 beds starting at 345. Culdove in Malahide, NAMA funded it. 4 beds were going for 460,000 back in 2016. There's other schemes. I've mentioned several of them before. There's no rationale behind this. This is actually inflating the price. Ye are throwing diesel on the fire by allowing the likes of NAMA fund developments where the builder, or the developer, can end up charging a price that's unaffordable for most people. This doesn't stack up. Ye have an immense amount of land to build on. I don't understand why ye don't. You say the local authorities are not fit for purpose. First of all, I don't understand why you don't make them fit for purpose to build out the land. Now, they're not going to build it themselves, right? They're going to hire builders to do it. Builders, not developers. I don't know why you don't go for that model. And if not, I mean, with this Land Development Agency, why don't you just put the people you need in the local authorities? If the expertise is not in there, put them in there. Get them to run it on a regional basis, on a county basis, whatever it takes. And get them to hire builders in their area to build out schemes and to provide them at a certain price. Give them a certain price. They'll price it. You get 10 builders to price any project. And you pick one that you think is going to do you a good job and you're getting a fair price from. It's not rocket science. Minister, you know that since we came in here in 2011, it's got worse and worse and worse. The manner that you're dealing with it isn't the right way. It's not. I'm frustrated to death because I know how the industry operates. I know where the bodies are buried, and you are just throwing diesel on the fire. It really doesn't make any sense. And I really wish you should stop listening to the wrong people, because you're listening to the wrong people. You're listening to people who have a vested interest in housing being very expensive at the moment. I can guarantee you, today is the 19th of September 2018, I guarantee you, within 3 to 4 years, I guarantee you, the price of property in this country is going to fall again. Guaranteed. We have not dealt with the fundamental problems of the last recession. We are not handling this properly. We're going in the wrong direction, and we're just walking into trouble. And we are not going to be supplying affordable housing in the next couple of years. It's crazy, Minister. Please, someone needs to get a grip. Stop listening to the vested interests who want property to be very expensive in Ireland. I can assure you, I mean, I brought in a bill in July about land bank, tax and land banking, a 25% tax, right? And that's where our expensive supply of housing starts. I can assure you, 99% of Fine Gael supporters would benefit from cheaper housing in Ireland. 99% of Fine Gael supporters, plus 99% plus of Fine Gael supporters would benefit if ye do this properly and deal with this properly. Now talk about everybody else, but obviously you represent a better off clientele in the country than the other parties in here. And they will benefit from it. The people that are wealthy in this country, their kids can't get mortgages. They can't afford most of the houses that have been built. It's nuts.
I must shock that. Now, as there are no more speakers offering, I will bring the debate to a conclusion. Is he on Kishna go naintir on Tarlashtant that the motion be agreed to? The deputies who are in favour of the motion say tá. Those against the motion, kneel. Sheelam go will on Kesht Richa. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, officials. Hugjeag Igan Cúpla Nómad. Can be procedures. Move on with the Coroner's Amendment Bill 2018, Order Dundara came, August and Dara came. Firstly, I call on the Minister of State of the Department of Education and Skills, Deputy Mary Mitchell O'Connor, to move the motion that the second stage be taken now.
I move that the bill be now read a second time.
And you have 20 minutes.
On behalf of the Minister for Justice and Equality, Mr Charlie Flanagan TD, who much regrets that he is unable to be here in person, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to move second stage of the Coroner's Amendment Bill 2018. This bill makes a series of amendments to the Coroner's Act
1962 in a far-reaching and a very important modernisation of our coronial law. Firstly, it will significantly strengthen and clarify the powers available to coroners in the reporting, investigation and inquests of deaths. Secondly, the bill responds to the private member's bill brought by Deputy Clare Daly regarding maternal deaths and also addresses similar concerns that have arisen in some perinatal or infant deaths. Thirdly, the bill will provide for a wider scope of inquiry where necessary at inquest and makes a range of other changes which will enhance our compliance with our obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights. On behalf of the Minister, I wish at the outset today to acknowledge the contributions of Deputy Clare Daly through her earlier private member's bill on the issue of maternal deaths. Arising from Deputy Daly's private member's bill, significant work was undertaken in the Department of Justice and Equality to introduce a suite of additional reforming legislative provisions in addition to her proposals. Minister Flanagan is deeply committed to these reforms, and he has informed me that Deputy Daly and her office kept in very regular contact with his department to ensure that this bill reached the floor of the House at the earliest opportunity. I again thank Deputy Daly on Minister Flanagan's behalf for her steadfast commitment to these issues and for her work. Deputy Daly's bill addressed the findings of inquests and inquiries in a number of high-profile recent cases that have caused great public unease. Some maternal deaths occurring in hospitals which should have been reported to coroners because they raised issues of medical error and were unnatural deaths under the Coroners Act of 1962 were not so reported. I am conscious that these cases remain very live for many of the people here present tonight. Bereaved families, and in some instances even coroners, experience considerable difficulty in obtaining basic information that should have been provided for them. This was and is not acceptable. Deputy Daly's bill received broad support from all sides of the House and was not opposed by the Government. The Government bill I am introducing tonight accordingly incorporates all the amendments sought by Deputy Daly regarding maternal deaths. This bill will require mandatory reporting to a coroner, mandatory post-mortem examination and mandatory inquest in all cases of maternal or late maternal death. It will also extend the legal aid scheme for family members at certain inquests to cases of maternal or late maternal death. The coroner will have a discretion to make an exception to mandatory inquest after consulting with the family, if having regard to specified conditions, including the views of the family, that the coroner is satisfied that the death is a natural one. The bill, in addition, provides for mandatory reporting to a coroner of all stillbirths, interpartum deaths and infant deaths. And as I mentioned, this requirement responds to similar public concerns which have arisen in a number of cases regarding perinatal and infant hospital deaths. However, we're not proposing mandatory post-mortem examination or inquest in these particularly sensitive cases. Post-mortem and inquest in such cases will remain as currently at the coroner's discretion. The wishes of the bereaved parents are a key consideration for coroners in such cases. These provisions fit logically into the overall purposes of the bill, which sets out in a more clear, comprehensive, specific and stringent manner the legal framework for reporting and the investigation of certain deaths. Section 6 of the bill specifies that the situations where a death must be reported to the coroner. They include any death which appears to be violent or unnatural, where the circumstances may be in the public interest require investigation, or simply where the death is unexpected and the cause is unknown. In addition, the bill inserts a new schedule setting out specific types of death which must be reported to the coroner, including, for example, all maternal or late maternal deaths and all infant deaths. Section 6 also sets out clearly what persons are legally responsible for reporting a mandatory reportable death to the coroner and provides for updated penalties where this is not done. In a limited range of situations, which I will outline shortly, the bill provides for mandatory inquiry or mandatory inquest by the coroner. I should emphasise that this is, in the vast majority of other cases, mandatory reporting does not result in a post-mortem examination or an inquest. Most reported deaths are cleared by the coroner, but mandatory reporting does ensure that in situations of concern or doubt, coroners have the necessary information to assess whether their death is one that requires further inquiry. Regarding post-mortem examination, Section 16 of the bill inserts a new Section 33A, which sets out in a clearer, more comprehensive and a more stringent manner a limited range of situations where a post-mortem examination is always required. These include deaths which, following inquiry by the coroner, appear to be violent or unnatural, or where the death is unexpected and the cause is unknown. They will also include, more specifically, any death occurring in state custody or detention, and any maternal death or late maternal death, as well as certain deaths where a post-mortem examination is a statutory requirement. The coroner retains a discretion to direct a post-mortem examination into other deaths under proposed Section 33. Regarding inquests, Section 7 of the bill amends the 1962 Act to expressly set out the situation where an inquest is already required by law, including where the death appears to be violent or unnatural, or to have occurred unexpectedly and from unknown causes, or in certain situations where an inquest is a statutory requirement, and specifies that, in addition, an inquest must be held into any death occurring in state custody or detention, and into maternal death or late maternal death. The coroner retains a discretion to direct an inquest in other cases under Section 8 of the bill. The bill introduces other important reforms. It strengthens the coroner's powers to summon witnesses to an inquest, to direct production of relevant documents, or to enter premises and take possession of relevant records, to update sanctions for a person obstructing an inquest, and it also requires family members to be informed regarding post-mortem examinations or inquests. In addition, I wish to inform the House that, on behalf of the Minister for Justice and Equality, that the Government has agreed to priority drafting of a number of further amendments which the Minister intends to bring forward at committee stage. Subject to the Attorney-General's advice, these will include providing a statutory basis for a coroner to inquire into a stillbirth where there is cause for concern, for example, arising from matters raised by the bereaved parents, permitting a coroner to seek directions from the High Court on a point of law relating to his or her functions, providing a power for the coroner to direct a hospital or other health institutions to make available relevant medical records of a deceased person for the purposes of the post-mortem examination, and empowering the Minister to make regulations which will be developed together with the Minister for Health and relevant professional organisations to guide the best conduct of a post-mortem examination for coronial purposes and the proper storage and the ultimate disposal of human tissue or organs removed for the purpose of the post-mortem. Many of the bill's provisions build on an extensive review by my department of the Coroner's Bill 2007, which also proposed to modernise and to strengthen the coroner's powers, but had become, in some respects, outdated. Of course, the 2007 bill also provided for a major administrative restructuring of the coroner system. Due to the major challenges then confronting public finances, this aspect of the 2007 bill was not progressed following second stage in the Channel, and now it needs significant updating. However, we must continue to examine the optimum organisation of the coroner service. Further elements of the existing law and structures will require significant improvement. Ceann Comhairle, I now want to address the main provisions of the bill. Section 1 is a standard provision stating that the principal act referred to in the bill is the Coroner's Act 1962. Section 6 of the bill inserts into the principal act a new part, the IIA, on reporting of death. It consists of two proposed new sections. Firstly, proposed section 16A sets out comprehensively the general types of deaths which must be reported to coroners. It should be read in combination with the new second schedule contained at section 28 of the bill, which sets out a list of concrete examples of mandatory reportable deaths. This list expressly includes any maternal death or late maternal death, and any death of a stillborn child, a death intrapartum, or an infant death. There is a power for the Minister to amend the list of reportable deaths by statutory instrument. Secondly, proposed section 16B sets out comprehensively the various persons who are under a duty to report a mandatory reportable death to the coroner. Reporting does not mean that the death would automatically be subject to a post-mortem examination or an inquest. A doctor reporting the death to the coroner must indicate whether he or she is satisfied in the circumstances to certify that the death was due to natural causes. Where no cause for concern arises, such a certificate is sufficient under the Coroner's Act. The section then updates the penalties for failing to report a reportable death. Section 7 updates Section 17 of the Principal Act to provide that an inquest is mandatory if the person has died in state custody or detention, and also in all cases of maternal death or late maternal death. Section 7 also provides for the possible exception to mandatory inquest in maternal death cases, subject to a number of specified conditions. The coroner must be satisfied that the death was a natural one and that there are no matters of concern requiring inquest, after consultation with the bereaved family and taking into account of 4 specified conditions, including the outcome of the post-mortem examination, the family's views, and whether sufficient information has been provided by the coroner regarding the death. Section 8 amends Section 18 of the Principal Act to provide that the coroner has a discretion to inquire into the circumstances of death, and if the coroner thinks proper, to hold an inquest, and if a medical certificate of the cause of death has been provided, but the coroner considers that the certificate is not completed in a satisfactory manner. Section 9 is a significant provision which extends the scope of the inquest to include establishing the circumstances in which the death occurred. This is a key issue in certain inquests, for example, those occurring while the deceased was in state custody or detention, for strengthening our compliance with the European Convention on Human Rights. However, it will remain the position that an inquest does not make any finding of civil or criminal liability. Section 10 requires the coroner to give at least 14 days' notice to family members and interested persons regarding the holding of the inquest. Section 12 modernises the current provision for identifying the body of the deceased person. Section 13 of the bill amends Section 30 of the Principal Act to delete the restriction that an inquest shall be confined to ascertaining the identity of the deceased person and how and when, where the death occurred. This change flows from the new provision at Section 9, widening the scope of the inquest. Section 14 amends Section 31 of the Principal Act to include reference to the findings made at inquest in that section's prohibition of censure. Section 16 replaces Section 19 and 52 and amends within Section 33 of the Principal Act concerning post-mortem examination directed by the coroner. It introduces 4 new sections, 33A to 33D, providing for a modern process for directing the post-mortem examination, a requirement for information about the post-mortem examination to be given to a family member, a more detailed statutory framework where there is a mandatory post-mortem examination, and the making and reporting of a post-mortem examination by a pathologist, and a new power for the coroner to direct a further post-mortem examination of the body of the deceased if the coroner thinks necessary. Section 17 amends Section 37 of the Principal Act to provide that if a witness fails to attend the inquest without reasonable excuse, the coroner can seek a High Court order directing the witness to attend. Section 18 amends Section 38 of the Principal Act. It will empower a coroner to direct a witness to reply on oath or affirmation or to answer a question, and to direct a person to produce to the inquest documents or objects in that person's possession or control. It also allows the coroner to seek a High Court order that a person complies with the coroner's direction. Section 20 amends Section 40 of the Principal Act to remove the requirement that the coroner must sit with the jury in every road traffic death, This change has long been sought by coroners. Currently, the jury requirement even applies in straightforward cases where no other vehicle is involved. Coroners advise that it is increasingly difficult to impanel juries for such a large volume of cases. The coroner instead would like to keep a discretion to impanel a jury in any road traffic case where appropriate. Section 22 provides a significant new power for the coroner, acting under a warrant from the district court, to enter and to inspect premises and to take copies or take possession of any documents or material relevant to the inquest. Section 23 is a new provision that the coroner may obtain advice and assistance from an expert if he or she considers it necessary on a particularly specialised subject relative to the death. Section 26 extends the scheme of legal aid in the Principal Act for a family member of the deceased at inquest, introduced in 2013, for certain categories of death, to include cases of maternal death or late maternal death. Section 27 inserts a new provision that if a body corporate commits an offence under the Coroners Act, its officers may also be personally liable if they consented or connived in its commission. Section 28 provides for the new second schedule that sets out for the first time in statutory form a specific and a detailed list of concrete examples of deaths which must be reported to the coroner. The proposed changes to the law in the reporting of death will, I believe, ensure clarity for responsible persons, including hospital authorities, and will support the development of transparent and accountable oversight for checking and investigating certain types of death. Most importantly, they will support timely and transparent provision of information by health and other authorities to bereaved families. The Minister hopes that with the cooperation of all sides that we can facilitate its swift passage. I commend the bill to the House and thank you for the time.
Not at all. I did let you run over 2 minutes on the basis it's important what you were giving out there to let you complete it. Now I'll move on to Fianna Fáil side of the House. Deputy Fiona O'Loughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Less than 2 hours ago I spoke here in the Chamber about the Scally report and how sometimes it feels that all we seem to do is discover another failure of the state in relation to how they treat women, how they look after women's health, women's children, their rights in terms of equal pay and equal pension. And here we are again, less than 2 hours later, speaking about more failures. And I also referred, when I spoke then, about the trust that women place in our health system and how they were let down, and here we go again. In relation to this particular bill, Fianna Fáil is supporting this bill, which does strengthen and modernise the current law governing coroners' inquests. And I want to particularly pay tribute to Deputy Clare Daly, who proposed a set of changes in 2015. And her proposal was prompted by inquests into maternal deaths between 2007 and 2013, which returned verdicts of medical misadventure. And can I say, in particular, my party, Fianna Fáil, supports the requirement that maternal deaths will now automatically be the subject of an inquest, and the fact that the bill will also allow a coroner to inquire into a stillbirth where there is cause for concern for instance, raised by the bereaved parents. Between 2011 and 2013, if we take a snapshot of 2 years, there were 27 maternal deaths recorded. That's almost 14 maternal deaths a year. That is a very, very high number. Of these, only 3 were the subject of an inquest. And those 3, and I've reason for being close to it, because one of them was a friend of mine, married to a friend of mine, and that was Nora Hyland, and I remember her death very well in February 2012, and I remember on many occasions afterwards sitting with her bereaved husband and her motherless son, a very small baby who was born about 2 hours before Nora passed away, and trying to understand the grief, the trauma, all the unanswered questions as to why this lovely woman had died. Lots of questions and absolutely no answers. And the other 2 that were granted inquests eventually were, of course, Savita Halpanavar and Sally Roulette. But I'm going to mention one other woman, and that's Dara Kivlahan, who had complications in Sligo but was referred to Ulster Hospital and died there. Now, the reason that I mention her specifically, I spoke to Stephen about an hour ago in terms of, that time and just the difficulties that they went through. And I remember when I was first elected here 2.5 years ago, he sent me a text and he said, "Well done." And he said, "I might need to contact you in relation to the automatic right for an inquest after a maternal death." And I was happy to ring him because, as we know, this only came in pretty much at the last minute, and to say, I have that opportunity now to repay our friendship and to be able to talk about that. But he told me very clearly that lives could have been saved if there was an automatic inquest, because very sadly Dara died having been referred to Sligo and been brought up to Ulster. But her family had to fight and fight and fight to get an inquest, and during that fight another woman died, Sally Roulette, who was also referred to Sligo. And it turned out, after both inquests were done, that they both died of the exact same syndrome. And if an inquest had been done into Dara's death, well, then the hospital would have known what to watch for, and more than likely Sally's life could have been saved, because the doctors would have recognised the symptoms. So, here we are 5 years later, and it should have happened before now, but it's happening now. And there are other changes that need to come in. But we need to move on it, and we need to talk about the good elements that are proposed in this. This bill addresses a key problem which the Minister referred to, which did cause and still causes great public unease, that in a number of high-profile cases, and some not so high-profile, regarding both maternal deaths and perinatal deaths, deaths occurring in hospitals which should have been reported to coroners because they raised issues of medical error and were unnatural deaths under the Coroners Act 1962, were not actually reported. And this certainly led to inconsistencies in the way in which maternal deaths have been recorded in official statistics. And a strengthening and modernising of our current law will allow lessons to be learned to prevent the reoccurrence of errors and of such deaths. And the bill will also allow a coroner to inquire into a stillbirth where there is cause for concern, and, as I mentioned, raised in particular by bereaved parents. And we have to remember in all of this, these are incredibly sensitive matters and very private matters for traumatised mothers, husbands, partners and families, and the need to be dealt with in the most sensitive but the most professional matter. They should not have to fight to obtain basic information at a time when they are at their most vulnerable. Families through the years have spent years, wasted years, fighting for inquests into the deaths of their loved ones. And the fact that it has in the past proven really difficult to persuade a coroner to hold inquests into maternal deaths has resulted in a lack of transparency about the incidents and causes of maternal deaths. And as I said, this absolutely prevents lessons being learned that could prevent the reoccurrence of errors. And the inconsistencies with which maternal deaths have been recorded have led to significant underreporting of these incidences, because I myself was quite shocked when I learned of 27 maternal deaths within 2 years. I couldn't believe that it was that high. Decisions of the European Court of Human Rights have stressed the obligation of states to investigate unexplained deaths, or those that occur in circumstances that involved official persons or authorities. The Court has explicitly pointed out that the state's obligation can extend to deaths that occur in hospitals, so as to be able to establish the cause of death and any liability on the part of health professionals. And it is clear that this legislation is required to ensure that Ireland is compliant with the European Court of Human Rights. On a broader note, bereaved families and coroners have experienced considerable difficulty in obtaining basic information which should have been provided to them. They should not have to fight to get this information. So the increased powers afforded to coroners by this bill is very much welcomed. And I say to you, Minister, that my party will bring forward amendments at committee stage to help strengthen these provisions. A complete reorganisation of coroner services under a national coroner services, as was envisaged by 2 previous bills, a government bill in 2007 and Deputy Clare Daly's PMB in 2015, is not provided for in this bill. This bill did not go through pre-legislative scrutiny, and so it's not clear what your government's rationale is for limiting the extent of the overhaul. And we want to know why, and once the government have outlined the reason for this, we will consider the merits of that decision, or decide not to support that and to bring in our own amendments in relation to it. I think that it's important just once again to look at the main provisions, and those being, and I'm just going to pick out the most significant and important ones. Number 1, to provide for the new categories of deaths that must be reported to a coroner: maternal deaths and late maternal death. And the definition of late maternal death is the death of a woman more than 42 days but less than 265 days after the end of her pregnancy. Stillbirths, deaths of infants during birth or in the first year of their lives, deaths by suicide, deaths by drug reactions or overdoses, deaths that may be due to a healthcare acquired infection. Item number 3, section number 3, which allows inquests to examine the circumstances surrounding a death and not just the cause of death, as is currently the case. This will not entail the coroner considering questions of civil or criminal liability, but rather the coroner will be concerned with establishing the circumstances of the death as distinct from making findings in respect to it. Section number 4, enhancing the powers of the coroner to procure post-mortem examinations, to obtain documentary and other evidence, to summon witnesses, to apply for search warrants, to take evidence from a witness who is likely to be outside the state at the time of an inquest at any time before the inquest, and to obtain expert advice or assistance. Section 5, new offences for failing to abide by requests of the coroner. Failure to answer a question at an inquest is an offence. A new offence of giving false or misleading evidence to an inquest. And section number 6, improvements for families of deceased persons. which provides for families of deceased persons to be kept informed about the work being undertaken by a coroner. Communication is absolutely vital to families that are going through grief. We heard again, I mentioned the Scally report earlier, and a doctor's response to a woman was, when she asked, when will we know, you'll see it on the news headlines or you'll see it on the television. We absolutely cannot and do not want that here. And it also provides for civil legal aid to be provided for families of deceased persons. I acknowledge that the Minister has indicated that he will, subject to advice from the Attorney-General, seek to put forward amendments at committee stage to authorise coroners to inquire into stillbirths where there is a cause of concern, and to allow a coroner to seek directions from the High Court on a point of law in relation to the performance of their function. Also, to provide for coroners to direct a hospital to make available the medical records of a deceased person, providing for the Minister to make regulations on the proper storage and disposal of any material removed during post-mortem examination. Minister, you mentioned when you spoke earlier about the public unease that all of these very sad cases brought about, and you were right in that, because there was huge public unease. But we absolutely have to remember the private grief, the private trauma, the private sorrow of lost daughters, sisters, wives, partners, mothers, friends. And we have to make sure that in cases, I would love to stand here and say we'll never have a maternal death again. Of course we will. But we have to ensure that when there is a maternal death, that all the supports of the mother's family will be met, and that straight away there will be a post-mortem into the death and into all of the circumstances surrounding it. I commend this bill, and I also wish to commend again Deputy Claire Daly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy O'Loughlin. Now, next speaker here is for Sinn Féin Deputy Louise O'Reilly. 20 minutes, if you wish.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on the bill this evening, and I want to start by joining with Deputy O'Loughlin and thanking Deputy Daly, who I know had her own bill covering mandatory inquests for maternal deaths. And I believe in many ways her work on this has actually forced it onto the government's agenda. I hope that Deputy Daly is happy with this legislation, and I hope that the families who have suffered with regard to maternal death are happy with it too. We in Sinn Féin believe that it is incredibly important that the remit of inquests be extended to look beyond the medical cause and into the circumstances leading to the death. Issues of death can be tragic, and it is vital that a coroner can look at all of these matters holistically, if the situation should necessitate it. I'm glad that this bill will eventually extend the powers of the coroner when requesting witnesses and evidence, and allow for questioning if required. I feel that the powers that this bill gives to the coroner are proportionate to the job that they have to do, and most especially in cases where a thorough investigation is needed, such as in the case of a violent death or a medical misadventure. In such cases, as we have seen many times before, such as in the cases of maternal deaths and others, the coroner's powers have proven to be ineffective when dealing with investigations. This bill seeks to give the coroner powers of warrant, powers to search and seize documents, and also penalises those who refuse to cooperate with inquests. I'm glad to see that mandatory reporting to the coroner will be extended where the cause of death is unknown, and if deaths are somewhat suspicious or unnatural, such as where a death has occurred in a violent or unnatural manner, or by unfair means, by misadventure, or in other areas. As stated at the outset, this bill responds to Deputy Daly's bill introducing mandatory inquests in all cases of maternal death or late maternal deaths, and extends legal aid to family members of the deceased. As it currently stands, maternal deaths are treated as deaths which must, as a rule or practice, be reported to the coroner. However, inquests are not automatically granted in these cases. Between 2007 and 2013, 8 inquests were held following maternal deaths.
All 8 cases resulted in rulings of medical misadventure. It is the duty of the state to investigate deaths that take place in suspicious circumstances or in circumstances that leave them open to question. Too many families in this state have been left facing the wall of bureaucracy on their own and without any supports. But if we are to correct this and ensure that there are mandatory inquests, then we also have to address the failures which lead to the need for these inquests. For instance, Ireland has the lowest number of consultant obstetricians per 100,000 women in the OECD. That's 1 consultant obstetrician for every 597 births per annum. And we can compare that to 1 for every 268 in Scotland, just in case we need any illustration as to how poor the service we provide women with is. The shortcomings in maternity services are numerous and have directly led to heart-rending incidents involving mothers and children, including in some cases tragic death. As legislators, we must acknowledge that while it is right to ensure that there are mandatory inquests in the event of maternal deaths, we also have to act on the National Maternity Strategy and other relevant measures. The National Maternity Strategy has no statutory underpinning, and huge swathes of it have not been implemented. We also need to address these issues while ensuring that there are mandatory maternal death inquests. However, it is unfortunate that this bill does not appear to facilitate what has become known as Jake's Law. This would be a change in the coroner legislation that my colleague Senator Padraig McLaughlin has been advocating for many years. In 2013, 14-year-old Jake McGill was prescribed the antidepressant Prozac. He ended his life using a firearm. Jake was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, but was given the antidepressant drug despite research stating that the drug has no benefit for children with Asperger's and despite the emerging evidence of harm. The coroner in Jake's case rejected a suicide verdict. This was due to an email that Jake wrote 24 hours before he took his own life. He was writing to a friend and he conveyed his concerns about the medication he was taking and that he was feeling worse because of it. The bill that Senator McLaughlin put forward a few years ago amended the Coroner's Act so that it could return a verdict of iatrogenic suicide, essentially suicide brought on by the side effects of prescribed medication. Despite many assurances to Jake's family from Ministers of Justice, this bill does not cater for the measures that they wanted to see included. I wish to state now that Sinn Féin will submit an amendment at committee stage to introduce this measure. This will not be the only way in which we will seek to strengthen this legislation. I am sure that many will agree with us that we should include provision to provide a statutory basis for a coroner to inquire into a stillbirth where there is cause for concern, for example, arising from matters raised by the bereaved parents. We also feel it is essential that this legislation provides for the Minister to make regulations on the proper storage and disposal of any material removed for the purposes of a post-mortem examination, including return to a family member for disposal where requested and appropriate, and to provide power for the coroner to direct a hospital or other health institution to make medical records of the deceased person available for the purposes of a post-mortem examination. These are just a number of areas in which we will seek to be constructive and to strengthen this legislation. I would like to ask the Minister to look at an issue before we return for committee stage and to see if there is scope for it within this bill. And it might be that there isn't, but we would just ask that it would be examined. The issue I refer to is that of allowing a family of a missing person to deal with any immediate financial issues for missing persons and to allow a family to apply for a declaration of presumed death to a coroner or to the Circuit Court. It is a very sensitive issue for which I know my colleague Deputy Pearse Doherty has a bill before the Dáil entitled the Civil Law Missing Persons Bill. That bill aims to provide for the effects in civil law of a person who are missing, including arrangements for interim management of the missing person's property, and to provide for the civil status of the missing person where the circumstances of their absence leads to a presumption of death. I may correspond with the Minister in writing on this to ascertain if it will be possible for such a measure to be included within this bill. Overall, Sinn Féin supports the aims and objectives of this bill, and I would like to once again thank the many deputies who have in one way or another been raising issues around inquests into deaths in the state for many, many years. This legislation is the result of their tireless pursuit on behalf of many bereaved families.
Margaret Tuhane, Chuck O'Reilly. Now the next speaker on my list here is Deputy Clare Dale.
Thanks very much, Count Corla, and I think it's absolutely incredible in some ways that we're dealing with a situation where our coronial service is operating under legislation from the 1960s and all of the massive changes that have taken place in Irish society since that time, and yet we haven't been able to get our acts together in order to change and update and modernise that. I'm aware that secondary legislation, obviously behind the scenes, did change, but having had the privilege of attending one of the conferences of our coroners 2 years ago, I know the good work that they do. I know how under-resourced they are. I know how they've striven might and main actually to demand of this House that legislation should be changed to allow them to do a job that they could do in the public good. And I think in that sense it's absolutely tremendous, in some ways shocking in many, that we're dealing against that backdrop, but at least we're here now with the first piece of legislation finally, and hopefully that's going to be seen through to update them somewhat. I'm not going to go hugely into the details of the legislation. I think the Minister has done that. Other speakers have done that as well. But it does arm the coroners more. It does give them more powers, and that is to be absolutely welcomed. I will reiterate also the points made by the Minister, that we have been in discussions about the amendments that unfortunately didn't make it into the original draft of the bill, but the commitment by the Minister's office and the department to ensure that when we get to committee stage some important amendments will be included in that, and I can assure the people in the gallery that we have gone over that with a fine-tooth comb, and we are by and large very happy with the amendments which will be put in at the latter stages. And in that sense I would like to thank Brendan and Madeleine in particular. This House is very good at criticising particularly the Department of Justice, which comes in for a justifiable kicking a lot of the time, but it's also very important to recognise the good work done, and I know certainly any delays in this area weren't as a result of the staff at the coalface. And I'd probably say as well that they weren't as a result of the ministers either, because this minister has said it's a priority for him, but I know it most definitely was a priority for Minister Frances Fitzgerald as well, who elevated this as a key project item of her department. But what does that say about the society that we're in, that not one but two ministers prioritise this important area, and yet it has taken an almighty uphill battle to get us where we are today, to get a recognition which actually wasn't there in 2015 when we moved the legislation, despite the fact that the government at the time largely welcomed that bill. They did have reservations about a lot of the clauses in terms of mandatory inquests in cases of maternal deaths, which are now being incorporated in this bill. And that's great in one level, but it's a tragedy that it's taken that long to get us here, and we have to be honest about it. The only reason it is here has been because of the actual heroic struggle led by the people in the gallery in support of the victims of our lack of mandatory inquests, the people who've been at the coalface, whose human tragedies actually they've turned into a movement to try and change the law for the betterment of others. It's quite incredible to meet the families of the women who died in our maternity hospitals. People who in many cases, and I'll be mentioning them all later, but people like Sean Rowlett, to lose your partner in childbirth, to come home to 3 children and a new baby, to run a farm, when you probably never did a household thing in your life before, and have to deal with all that, and not just deal with that, but raise your children on your own and still have the courage and the decent humanity and empathy to turn your grief into something constructive so that no other family would have to do that. And that's what people like the partners of many of the women who died, the midwives and the foot soldiers in the Elephant Collective have done to get us here, because I've no doubt, and they shouldn't have any doubt either, that this wouldn't have happened without their efforts. And that's, you know, it's a recognition of them, but you know what as well, it's an absolutely shocking indictment of our system, because we have a problem with women in this country. The problem isn't the women, but we have a problem with the health care given to women in this country before, during and after they give birth. Our health system has infected them with hepatitis C, taken hacksaws to their pelvises, removed their wombs unnecessarily, refused them abortions in the most unspeakable circumstances, dismissed their pain in the recent vaginal mesh scandal, that it was in their minds. They go to doctors and they report these appalling pain and problems, and not a single doctor reports the problem to the HPRA, but yet it continues to prescribe vaginal mesh to women, refusing them treatment, treating them as incubators in circumstances even as their families beg the state to let them go, threatened to imprison them if they didn't want to undergo unwanted C-sections, insulted them, ignored them when they tried to speak up, left them traumatised and reeling. And after all that has been done, the state inevitably gears up for another go at them, dragging them and their families through the courts. That's the backdrop to this. And the reason why it's so shocking is the difference in relation to maternal deaths is this is women interfacing our hospitals, healthy women who should have and had a justified expectation that her experiences in the hospital wouldn't leave her scarred either psychologically or physically. Women with a justified expectation that their death in a hospital would be almost unimaginable, and a justified expectation that should actually something go wrong, that she and her family will be dealt with honestly, openly, respectfully and transparently. But actually, how often does that expectation get lived up to? And it doesn't give me any, comfort to say, I'd have to say, rarely. It took the Hep C victims years. The symphysiotomy victims are still fighting of it into their latter years of life. We know women who've walked into our maternity hospitals and walked out days later with PTSD. Thousands of women, according to the charity Nurture, who experience postnatal, post-traumatic stress every year. Now, we're told that the Coombe and Holles Street aren't war zones, although I'd say some of the midwives in the gallery would probably disagree with that and say that they actually are, to many intents and purposes. But if they're not war zones, what are the causes of post-traumatic stress when pregnant women go into our hospitals? And one of the mechanisms identified, or one of the problems on the list, is impersonal treatment or problems with hospital staff, not being listened to, lack of information or explanation are 3 of the 15 circumstances. And dismissing, ignoring or denying information to patients has real lifelong consequences for them. It's not a minor thing. It's actually a frightening mark of the paternalism that still infests our maternity services, that we're still so far behind the curve on being honest with women about what's happening to them and why it's happening to them. We know of the families whose healthy babies ended up with catastrophic birth injuries leading to lifelong disabilities, families who fight for a decade and more to get their resources for their children, maybe take 10, 15 years before finally the HSE coughs up. We know elsewhere, in a sample of 30 baby deaths due to negligence in Irish hospitals between 2008 and 2016, that in every single case where there's a record of an apology or a settlement, it was received 3 to 9 years after the baby died, and in many cases with no admission of liability. Now, why is this abject cruelty put on innocent people? Why is it happening? Because, you know, we could look back at this, but part of this discussion should be about looking forward. What is it about? Like, is it to keep the insurance companies happy, to keep premiums down? Is that it? Is it just institutional inertia? Is that the reason? Is that why our hospitals treat people to what is in some ways arbitrary torture? Because all of the international evidence points to the fact that if doctors and healthcare staff are open and honest with patients when something goes wrong, then those patients are much less likely to sue. All of the international evidence suggests that many of those people who do sue do so to get answers, not to get redress. And I'm making the point because it's very relevant in the case of inquests and getting information, and it has to be said. A year to the day, myself and Mick Wallace sat down with senior officials from the HSE to talk about mandatory open disclosure. They were totally against it. The only reason why we even got a meeting with them was because we'd unexpectedly got a few amendments through in the civil liability bill calling for mandatory open disclosure, and suddenly they all wanted to meet us to get us to reverse that and to tell us it was such a bad idea without any supporting information. Now, of course, on the back of the cervical crisis cancer, mandatory open disclosure is the order of the day. Everybody wants it now, including the ones who voted it down last year when we had the chance. What a sad indictment for the people who've been the victims and who could have got answers in the last 18 months if we had put the legislation in at that stage. So tonight's bill is actually very much a piece with the push for open disclosure, because we need a health system that works for women and their families, that doesn't compound the suffering by denying, defending, covering up in the face of tragedy. That's why we need mandatory inquests. That's why we need mandatory open disclosure. We need pre-action protocols to get the lawyers out of our hospitals. That's not news. A recent editorial in the Irish Medical Journal made the point that in many hospitals, the medical risk management department is in larger and better staff than the library. There's something deeply wrong with a system that spends more on damages and legal fees than it does on funding our maternity services. And this bill really should be part of a suite of measures that addresses that. We talk about a litigious culture in this state. Is it any wonder when people aren't getting any answers that they're forced to go to the law? And we do see this bill as a start. It's been a long road getting there, but it should be a start. Now, just my own involvement on the issue of maternal deaths did begin more than 7 years ago, in May 2011, when I was contacted by AIMS Ireland to seek help in raising parliamentary questions as to why there hadn't been a full inquiry into the tragic death of Bimbo Ononugwa in the Rotunda in March 2010. And from the first questions that we put down in relation to that case, we've stayed in touch with the warriors in the gallery. We did what we could to support them to gain an inquest for Bimbo. And finally, on the 12th of December 2012, the coroner agreed to hold an inquest. In November 2013, after 4 long days, of hearings spread over 8 months, he recorded a verdict of medical misadventure in Bimbo's death. And I did attend that inquest, which was shocking and devastating, actually, in equal measure. But what was even more shocking is the fact that before her inquest took place, in the autumn of 2012, 6 women lost their lives in our maternity services, with inquests in only 2 of them. In the autumn of 2014, there were 3 further inquests, all with verdicts of medical misadventure. And the onus was on all of us to do everything that we possibly could to prevent more tragedies and to step up the fight in honour of the women who died and indeed their families. So we did introduce the bill in 2015 and it's been a long road since then, let's be honest about it. From 2007 to 2014, the families of Tanya McCabe, Evelyn Flanagan, Jennifer Crean, Bimbo Ononugwa, Dara Kivlahan, Nora Hyland, Savita Halapanavar, Sally Rolette, not satisfied with the very partial explanations offered to them by the HSE, had to fight tooth and nail for inquest. They needed to know why healthy women who came early and appropriately for antenatal care, who were fully in the care of our system, died for all of the reasons pointed out by Fiona earlier, in order to learn the lessons to prevent it happening to other women. That's the step that we have to get to today. We have 2 or 3 maternal deaths in all categories in Ireland every year. We need to know in full what's happened, what lies behind the deaths. We can't rely on confidential inquiries, on internal inquiries and all the rest of it, because hospitals and the HSE hide behind them and hide the truth. That's a fact. We know it, and it is timely and relevant, I think, that we're having this discussion on the back of the earlier discussion with the Scally report. And that's why we need public inquests for the families involved in these terrible tragedies, in order to enforce genuine accountability for the terrible failures that are there. In the known cases, but not just the known cases, all the cases where there should have been an inquest, but there wasn't. And the pain doesn't go away for people. Only last week I happened to meet a Polish man who's lived in Ireland for many years, whose wife died in childbirth in 2011. That man's family and his story and his name hasn't appeared in any statistic or any book, and I'm not going to do that here tonight either by doing that. But I will say that the pain of that man 7 years on is just as fresh as it was on that day. He still hasn't had the answers during the traumatised birth of a child that, because of what happened, the child was also damaged in the birth. He's been raising that child alone for the past 7 years, and he's never had an answer since the time he was sedated in the chamber as he begged the staff to save her life, only for it to be too late. So there are cases out there where people never got the answers, and I do want to mention the partners of the women who championed this issue and to put it on the record, but I do so very much in the spirit that there are names of women, their partners, their families and their children who haven't made it onto the Dáil record, who never got an answer. And I mention the names of those we do know, out of respect also for those that we don't know. So for Sean Rowlett, Michael Kivlahan, Abiola Adesina, Aidan McCabe, Stephen Hyland, Francis Crean, Padraig Flanagan, Praveen Halaparnavar and Alec Tawley. Because let's be clear, since we moved this legislation the first time, Malik Tawley sadly died also. An unnecessary death, a death that had to be dragged out through litigation by her partner, Alan, and it happens all over again. And the reason why people sacrificed their time and their energies, who laid bare their most personal tragedies, was in order to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. And that's why we're here. So, look, I just want to say, I suppose the tribute for the night, people thank me. There's no need to thank me, and it's not me anyway. I'm an office. I'm a brand. The brains behind my office are the ones who did work, namely Aideen O'Sullivan, who's in the gallery, but also Liz Casson and Rona McCord in my office, who do liaise and regularly fight this battle and liaise with all of the people that we've had the honour to campaign with. So there's no need to thank us. That's our job. But for the people in the Elephant Collective, these people have been absolutely tireless campaigners in the run-up to this bill. Let's look at what they did. They travelled the country with their Picking Up the Pieces exhibition. They've written letters, postcards, press statements. They've talked to local councils. We've the privilege of knowing that many, many local councils, the length and breadth of this country, with members of all parties and none, have all supported their call for mandatory inquests in cases of maternal deaths. They are the most amazing group of people who've ever got together, as far as I'm concerned, and their work on this campaign, their doggedness, their tirelessness and their kindness has just been incredible. It's actually a lesson to the type of approach that we should have in our health service, that caring, collective empathy, a human understanding. Everybody makes mistakes. The best health service in the world is going to make mistakes. There are going to be women who go into hospital healthy and happy who are going to die in childbirth this year. Sadly, that's a fact of life, but we can minimise those cases if we learn the lessons, and mandatory inquest is part of that. And to that end, it will be, and this legislation will be, a testament to Jo Murphy-Lawless, who's retiring tomorrow, that's why she's making me cry, from a lifelong service to women, pregnant women in particular, to student midwives. Trinity College have been so lucky to have the brains and the passion and the commitment of this tiny woman who's an absolute giant. And I think the fact that she's retiring from this active phase of her life with Trinity and going on to bigger and better things is an incredibly fitting testament to her that we're here tonight, and I think we owe it to her to ensure that we try and get it through all stages and enacted before Christmas.
And the rural independence start with Deputy Michael Collins, who is sharing with his colleagues.
Thank you. Yes, Concorla. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill tonight, and I would like to thank Deputy Daly for her work on this bill also. The purpose of this amendment to the bill is to clarify, modernise and strengthen the legal powers of coroners in relation to the reporting of deaths and the conduct of post-mortem examinations and inquests, and I support it going forward. The loss or death of a loved one can be a deeply distressing time. It has been brought to my attention that when an Irish person dies abroad, their death cannot be registered in Ireland. This is most heartbreaking for the family and the loved ones of the deceased, and I sympathise with any family who are left in that situation. This is such a difficult time for the family. We need to look at ways of supporting bereaved families and allowing that these deaths can be registered in Ireland. And from my information, registration of these deaths of Irish people who have died abroad is very little short of being resolved and has cross-party support. So I ask, why has this not happened? This is a case of real urgency and has to be looked into. When a person passes away in Ireland, this bill retains discretion for the coroner after consulting with family members of the deceased whether to hold an inquest into the death. If the coroner is satisfied, taking account of the specified matters including the views of the family members that the death was a natural one, then an inquest will not be needed. In the situations where an inquest is required, I believe that this inquest should be carried out in a timely and efficient manner. Having spoken to some of my own constituents who have relayed their experiences to me, I know that these families can have problems in receiving farm payments, etc., if the farm is in the bereaved's name until the inquest is completed. Therefore, I believe it is very important that strong supports are put in place to support families such as these after a bereavement. This bill further provides for mandatory reporting to a coroner of a stillbirth death or an infant death. I have 100% sympathy for any parent who loses a child, and I would be clear that I feel this bill should not place any extra burden on grieving parents at such a difficult time, and I ask that this part of the amendment would be looked at and implemented in a way that will not distress these grief-stricken parents any further. I welcome that this bill will make provision for information to be provided to a family member of the deceased. It is important that families of the deceased are kept informed during this difficult time. I welcome that this bill will widen the scope of an inquest from investigating the proximate medical cause of death to establishing in what circumstances the deceased dies. It will provide new powers for a coroner to enter a premise with a warrant to inspect, copy or seize documents required for the coroner's inquiry into the death of a person, and will allow a witness to answer questions at an inquest. Overall, I support the amendments to this bill, but I do stress that these amendments need to take into account the difficulties of the families and the loved ones of the bereaved, and these amendments should help support people who have been bereaved. Thank you.
Deputy Michael Hartley.
Thank you very much, Nasscan Corla, and thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. The mandatory reporting and the automatic inquests on all maternal deaths should be enshrined in law, and it was very shortly after I was elected that I met a lady in Ennis, Martina Heinen, who brought to my attention that all maternal deaths did not have a mandatory inquest, and I was quite shocked at that, because I did work in maternity hospitals as a junior hospital doctor, and I worked in the Coombe, and if there was a maternal death there, it was a very serious event. It was taken very seriously by the medical personnel and by the nursing personnel, who felt it as a failure on their part that somebody would die in the maternity services. And I understood that the internal inquiries did lead to inquests at a later date. And I was quite shocked to find that that is not the case. Martina Heinen is an artist who is part of the Elephant Collective. And that was is a multimedia exhibition which goes around Ireland, and it's there to commemorate the deaths of those who died in our maternity services and to try to heighten the awareness of those deaths. And I was very impressed with her, and I also saw the Anne-Marie Green's documentary, Picking Up the Threads, Remaking the Fabric of Care, again highlighting the issue of those who die in our maternity services or shortly after their deliveries. And I know the bill talks about indirect maternal deaths and direct maternal deaths and late maternal deaths. It covers all aspects of care. And it is quite shocking that we have reached the year of 2018 and we do not have automatic mandatory reporting. Those ladies and men who have campaigned tirelessly for this went to county councils around the country, and Claire Daly has mentioned many councils, Clare, Sligo, Donegal, Wexford and probably many others, who have endorsed the campaign to have mandatory inquests on all maternal deaths. And I know Claire Daly doesn't want to be thanked, but we as rural independent TDs generally end up speaking after her. So we do want to thank you for all the work that you have done in this regard and in many other campaigns. So I think it's very important that this aspect of the coroner's bill is taken seriously. If amendments need to be made to it, Minister, I think they should, because it's absolutely essential that women get proper care, but also that the families of those women who die, their husbands, their parents, the children who are left behind, do get answers on what the circumstances were in relation to their deaths. That does not in any way state that there was any negligence in those deaths, but it's very important that they are properly investigated so that those who care for them can learn from what happened to prevent that happening in the future. So I would like to commend this bill to the House, and I hope it makes a rapid passage through the Oireachtas. Thank you.
Danny Healy-Rae.
Thank you very much, Yes, I'm glad to get the opportunity to talk on this very important bill, and to also thank Claire Daly for her input and her long-standing work on this in this matter, in parts of the bill. I suppose the coroner service, which is operated by the local authorities, in many instances for families is the final verification of what happened their loved one, and in all occasions it's a very sad time for families, and so many families have to endure and wait for this inquest, which in some cases takes a very long time. And I would ask that going forward that these inquests would be expedited, because if they go on for a long time and families are kind of getting back and starting to live without their loved one, but the inquest brings it all back again maybe 2 or 3 years later. That's not good enough. I think inquest should happen a lot sooner. I suppose the key provisions of the bill include clarifying that the purpose of the inquest goes beyond establishing the medical cause of the death, and to establishing the circumstances in which the death took place. I suppose farm accidents or road accidents, it's one thing to know, and it's very final and it's very sad to how the person died medically, but what caused the accident is very important to determine, so that we could eliminate that cause or that case, or a case like that ever happening again. I think that's a very important aspect of this bill, and strengthening the coroner's powers to summon witnesses to an inquest and to direct a witness to produce documents and evidence and to answer questions. And I think that's only fair because, again, families are waiting for the truth, and that's very important. And I suppose in some cases witnesses maybe after travelling very far away, and when the inquest takes place, they have to travel a very long distance and maybe they don't have finances. Things like that have to be taken into account and to try to help or finance someone who's having a difficulty coming to the inquest. New powers for the coroner acting under one from the district court to enter and inspect premises and to take copies or possession of documents, material relevant to the inquest, very, very important, because otherwise cases and the truth will not be made available if that, and it's very important, and appropriate penalties for witnesses not cooperating with the inquest. I believe that's very important also. I suppose at this juncture I'd like to thank our own coroner in Kerry, who was our coroner for many years. He retired last year, Terence Casey, after giving more than 20 years service to South Kerry, and he did a wonderful job in tough conditions. And when I say tough conditions, it's always tough when we have to go through the real aspects of what happened, you know, and sometimes that's very tough, and you need good people to be able to withstand what they see. And we're also very lucky in relation to farm accidents and road accidents that we have Inspector Jim O'Brien, and who operates out of Tralee, and is doing a tough job brilliantly. He has massive and vast experience, and he's most helpful, and he is the person who is doing a tough job in our part of the world, and we respect him for his expertise and his honesty and the great work that he's doing. There's greater clarity and transparency in the mandatory reporting of certain types of debts, including a detailed list of specific examples of mandatory reportable debts. Well, now, I hope that suicide is not going to be one of these mandatory reportable debts. Suicide is such a tragic death when it happens in a family, and I don't think that any of the public or the public or anyone needs to know what in those instances that it was suicide. I mean, families are gone through enough, and they try to retain their dignity, and I think it would be very unfair on these people if it had to come out publicly that their loved one's death was caused by suicide. It will be an offence for a responsible person not to report a mandatory reportable debt to the coroner. I think that's very important. Updating and modernising of the provisions regarding post-mortem examinations to take account of forensic developments and current practice. That's very important as well, because as technology has improved, we need to make provisions for that, and that's very important as well. Reflecting on the provision of Deputy Daly's private members bill regarding maternal deaths, I think that's most important, and should have been there before, but at least we hope it's there going forward. The other thing, I suppose, that when a couple do lose a child, a baby before it's born in mid-birth or whatever, I think that shouldn't be public knowledge to anyone, just to the family themselves, because it's very tough on a couple who may be trying to have a child and lose them before they come into the world. So look, my time is up. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I wish to support the bill here in the Chamber.
5 minutes.
I too want to Kate she is awake as a call and talk to Daly. I want to thank Deputy Daly. I know she said she doesn't want any thanks, and her team and all the people she mentioned as well. And it's not only this piece of legislation in relation to Deputy Daly. She's championed many pieces of legislation since going in here. I worked on one or two of them. We can differ on many issues, but she's tenacious, and she's will fight the battle and will fight to have these very sensitive and delicate issues sorted out. And I want to support her on that. The principal changes proposed in the bill include new categories of deaths that must be reported to a coroner. These include maternal deaths and the deaths of children during birth or in the year after it. And just like all the speakers, it's such a sensitive and delicate and emotional time, and a tragic loss, and you can never understand it really unless you're involved in it. And you know, we just can't walk in those people's shoes. So it's timely that we have very, very necessary changes here and have them made in a sensitive manner also. As I said, the year after, they're requiring subject to limited exceptions, and those exceptions are very important too. Inquests to be held into maternal deaths. The powers of the coroners to investigate not just the proximate cause of death, but also the surrounding circumstances. Very important. Very, very important. There's no point in having, and I salute the coroners and the job they do, not an easy one, and indeed the jurors that turn up, and they're normally the same people that turn up. But I do have issues, and I campaigned here in the last Dáil with some siblings of loved ones who had died by suicide mainly, and you know, the whole inquest and the fact that you have to have the media present is very, very. I know it's public and it's transparent, but I do appeal, you know, to the media where there's some harrowing circumstances that they shouldn't have to report the minutiae and every little item. And I salute a well-renowned singer, Trudy Lawler, who championed this cause from County Laois, who lost her brother to suicide, and has done so much work to try and have the whole area of the coroner's inquest made more user-friendly. And it's not user-friendly. The first case is, and this bill I know doesn't address it, but I pity he couldn't, but maybe we can get some amendments. It should, first of all, not be held in an adversarial courtroom, which courtrooms normally are. It's a cold place. People are intimidated by it. And when your family have to go in there, you know, anyone who goes into court, whether they're going in as a juror or going in just to observe or worse, to go in on a charge, it's intimidating. And I think, and we tried very hard with Minister Shatter, to try and have them moved to a different location, to a hotel or someplace with a soft ambience, out of that adversarial liars, and you know, there's other cases going on before you, and you know, it's just not a suitable venue. We must be sensitive to the families who are traumatised enough to death, and as Deputy Healy-Rae has said, then wait maybe 6, 12, 18 months sometimes for the inquest. But it must be removed from that whole cold, archaic system. And I'm not saying we should lock out the press, but the press, they have these strict guidelines, because there's no need at times to report some of the, you know, of the gory details of a sad and tragic accident, or worse even still if it's self-inflicted. So I think it must be changed from that point of view. It has to be. The increased powers from the coroner to procure post-mortem examinations and to obtain documentary and other evidence. Vital. That's long overdue, because we have cases, sadly, in the country that have never been solved because of lack of powers here for the coroner, and that must be done. And the provision for families of deceased persons to be informed of decisions relating to examinations and inquests, and for civil legal aid to be provided. Of course, you have to get civil legal aid. It's a cold enough place, and as I said, coroner do their best, but it's the whole system, as I said. So as I said, the loss of a loved one is so traumatic, and we need to have, full disclosure. And it's a sensitive, delicate balance to try and get a balance between, what's important facts to find out and what the family have to go through and what the public need to know. I know you have to have as a transparent. Farm accidents then, and indeed road fatalities. Very, very difficult, for the families. And it's punitive then, if the inquest goes on so long that insurance claims or indeed payments or whatever, income, the family, the spouse and the children might be left without any income, waiting and waiting for this. So we have to be ever conscious of that. As I said, the strengthening of the powers is very, very welcome. But as I said, we must certainly have them held in a more sensitive terrain, and in venue, because there are plenty of places, and we know that now with counselling and other issues. We moved on a lot from a real inception of the state, and we must have these sensitive issues dealt with sensitively, not to skip on any laws or trying to do anything, but to make it more user-friendly to the unfortunate people and families who have to live with the loss and the grief, but also to try and get the inquest results. So I wish the bill well, and I hope maybe there might be a room for amendments to deal with the issues I spoke about.
I want to join the other deputies congratulating Deputy Daly and her team and the people who have been campaigning on this issue of reporting maternal deaths, and commend her and them for that work. I won't go into the details of it because it's not an area where I have expertise, but I hope they will not mind that if maybe I use the opportunity to raise an issue and hopefully raise amendments which we will present to the Department, the Minister, on another related area in terms of the Coroner's Court, where we believe, where I do have an interest and have I think some experience that might improve the coroner's process. And this is in relation to fatalities from cycling accidents. People have been killed. I mean, it could apply to other traffic accidents, but I have a particular interest in that area. And I know we were mentioning a great academic, a giant from Trinity, Deputy Daly mentioned earlier. My comments are very much based on the analysis of Dr. Mike McKillen from Trinity College Dublin, similarly, but who on behalf of the Dublin Cycling Campaign in recent years has been trying to attend as many of the coroner's hearings as possible in relation to road fatalities in Dublin involving cyclists, to try and use that avenue or mechanism to ensure that we learn the lessons of each tragedy that occurs, and that we try and understand what's happening, why there's so many cycling fatalities happening, and what could we do to avoid them. And in talking to Dr. McKillen, I suppose the amendments that we'll be presenting or the suggestions will be coming directly from that experience in Coroner's Court. It's coming from a very positive, constructive attitude and approach. So I hope this bill, just the timing of it, is very useful for us. And I suppose I'm thinking very much of Luby Magori Ramirez. I could name a whole host of other names, unfortunately, people who've been involved in tragic deaths on the roads. But I mentioned her. She died in March last year at the roundabout on the Whitehall Road and Templeville Road, if people know it. Typically, with so many of these incidents and cycling deaths involving an accident where a truck is turning left and the cyclist is caught under the wheels. We all know of other cases. I know personally of several friends who've died in such circumstances. And her coroner's report, as it happens, just happened 2 or 3 weeks ago, was attended at by Mike among various other inquests he's heard. And I suppose the suggestions we have coming out of that are very practical and very specific, but I hope maybe this bill might be a useful opportunity to provide that insight into the running of the courts, of the coroner's courts. The first, and these are very practical, but that's what we need, is that in many instances in such hearings, evidence is presented to the jury, often in relation to the vehicles involved, the mechanical evidence around the nature of the vehicle or the technology or the state of the vehicle. But from our experience, I'm talking about Dr. McKillen now, that evidence is not presented, in a sense, in a public way. It isn't on the record, and we believe it should be. We believe that that sort of evidence should be presented not just as evidence for the coroner and the jury to consider, but should be available publicly, which it isn't under our experience, so that the knowledge is shared, so that the full evidence is presented in a very public way. Secondly, and these are very technical and specific, and I'll come back to them at a committee and report stage, hopefully, if they're ruled in order. The evidence that often is presented, you would often have in these coroners' courts in relation to traffic accidents, you might have young Gardaí presenting in terms of reporting on the evidence of what actually happened. But it's never really clear, or often uncertain as to what their real expertise is, what their training has been in relation to the understanding and the reporting and the analysis of road traffic accidents. And there is a real science around the recording and reporting and understanding of what's happening on our roads and what's happening when fatal accidents, or indeed any accidents, occur. And our experience, as well, Dr. McKillen's experience in reporting or in attending all these hearings, is that it's often very uncertain as to what experience or expertise the Garda have. And a lack of understanding is what the training and what the development of the skills of the Guards. I'm not blaming the Guards in this regard. They are put in a very unfortunate situation if they end up attending a coroner's court where they don't have real skills and expertise. And I think one of the recommendations we have in that regard is that the relative experience and expertise and training of the Guards in such circumstances would be again shared and made clear, and to raise the quality of the forensic analysis and reporting and understanding of what's happening in such fatal cases. And I listened with interest from my own office, the Minister, in your own speech. I think it was section 20, you said that you're looking to maybe possibly remove juries from the instances of some traffic fatalities where maybe there isn't any, where it's very clear what might have happened, a single vehicle accident, no other vehicles involved. I'll be honest in terms of I'm slightly nervous around weakening the provisions of any analysis of road fatalities, and while I fully accept the difficulties that may arise where we can't impanel a jury and there's a series of adjournments, which is the last thing that you want a family to go through. So obviously there maybe needs to be flexibility, but I suppose the points we're raising is actually to raise the importance and significance and attention to this coroner's court process, because 160 fatalities a year are intolerable, and we should use the process to bring people with real expertise in to understand how could we avoid these accidents, where could we go to make that happen. And again, to add to that, we believe that there is a real case, or maybe a case, and we'll try and draft an amendment which encapsulates this, that in cases, coroner's courts involving traffic accidents, particularly cycling accidents, but pedestrians, every fatality is a tragedy, that there should be a provision that the National Transport Authority, or a suitable other authority, perhaps it could be local authority, has a road engineer with real expertise on hand to be able to give evidence to the coroner's court in terms of what might be possible. And I'll give an example where that might be, kind of why we call for that. You sometimes hear in a coroner's court hearing, let's say, for example, on a tragedy at a roundabout, that, oh, nothing could be done, you can't put a cycle lane through a roundabout, when actually from the cycling fraternity campaign side, we know that you can. We know that actually it requires a completely different design perspective in terms of how roads are designed, and we need to start bringing that in to the coroner's report, so that the real expertise, the highest level expertise, is available to coroner to say, if we've had an accident at a particular junction, what's the complete reconfiguration of the roads as possible? And you need the best experts there to be able to present that evidence, and so that the coroner's findings and the coroner's direction to the local authorities has real effect. And that's not happening in our experience in the reporting of Dr. McKillen back to the cycling fraternity, under the current system. So we're looking to see some sort of a technical provision where the best possible, highest level of advanced road design engineering capability that the state has is directed to be made sure that it appears in any such hearings. And then the last, and these are very technical but important provisions, is I suppose to just the experience that the actual scheduling and understanding the information around these coroner's hearings are often not that easily available. It may often be only if Dr. McKidd would only hear of a particular coroner's court hearing that he's able to attend if the family directly communicates and say, oh, listen, it's coming up next week. We would like to see greater public notice and provision for the likes of NGO organisations such as the Dublin Cycling Campaign or other people interested in road safety issues, including the Road Safety Authority, obviously, and others, to be able to contribute, to attend, contribute, and have clear notice regarding such hearings, because they are of huge public importance, particularly to those who are involved in trying to reduce the level of road fatalities. So, as I said, I hope that's not inappropriate. The bill does relate to the issue of technical amendments and other important amendments in terms of coroner's process. We think it's right to add to some of the experience we have on how we might reduce road fatalities and improve the process of coroner's reports in that regard. And I welcome the chance to speak on that basis tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy James Brown, to understand his sharing.
Thank you, Ash Cora. Yes, I'll be sharing my time with Deputy Scanlon. Thank you. Minister, I welcome the opportunity to speak on the new Coroner's Amendment Bill of 2018, which aims to strengthen and modernise parts of the Coroner's Act. I welcome this bill, which allows for a wider scope of inquiry and seeks to address public unease regarding high-profile cases, including maternal deaths. In the past, deaths relating to maternity care, which should have been reported because there is issues of medical error and were unnatural deaths, were not reported. Bereaved families experienced difficulty in obtaining basic information which they should have been provided. The increased powers afforded to the coroners in this bill are welcome in this regard. In particular, I support the requirement that maternal deaths will now be the subject of an inquest. The introduction of mandatory reporting, post-mortem examination and inquests of maternal deaths will now hopefully deliver transparency, accountability and oversight that is long overdue. And hopefully no more families who have had loved ones lost to them will have to struggle and fight to get the answers that they are entitled to. I commend Deputy Claire Daly for pursuing this bill, for her team and for the families who have had to suffer in the absence of these rights and powers. The bill will also allow a coroner to inquire into a stillbirth where there is a cause for concern and, for instance, if raised by bereaved parents. In effect, all stillbirths, perinatal deaths and maternal deaths should now have to be reported to the coroner. I believe this is the way it should be, and it is not before time. I hope this bill will pass through the Oireachtas in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Oireachtas Corla, and I'm glad to have an opportunity just to say a few words in relation to this bill. I would have personally involved Michael Kivlin and his wife, and Sean Roulette and Sally Roulette. And I remember being in the hospital the night with Sean Roulette and his young wife, healthy woman, on a hospital bed, on a life support machine, and he having to make the decision as to when they would turn off the machine. And quite honestly, it's unbelievable to think that that happened. It does happen, unfortunately, and it'll happen again. But afterwards, what I couldn't believe was the difficulty that those families, the Kivlin families and the Roulette families, the amount of trauma that went through to try and ensure that inquests were held. And it took so long to ensure that those inquests were held. And I think those families had to go through a lot of unnecessary hardship, I think, quite honestly, to get what should be a normal and natural right. And after that, Sean Roulette mentioned to me about Claire Daly had a coroner's bill, and I just want to mention the fact that Claire Daly did, in all honesty, push this bill. And he asked me to support it, and that's the reason I'm here tonight, to support this bill, in any possible way that I can, and I'm delighted that the Fianna Fáil, our own Fianna Fáil party, are supporting the bill in every sense of the word. And like previous speakers, I would hope that this bill would go through the Dáil very, very quickly, and that this bill would be dealt with long before Christmas, because personally I wouldn't like to see any family go through what I've seen 2 families go through. I think it's wrong, it's unfair, and I think the only right way forward is to make sure that this bill passes as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Now, no other members offering, so the Minister to conclude. Sorry?
How long have I got?
You can have 15, 30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you'll have sufficient time.
Yeah, thank you very much. So look, I'm going to try and answer some of the questions, some more of the questions my officials have taken, and we've taken a note of it, and we will be coming back at a later stage. First of all, response to Deputy Fiona O'Loughlin, and the reason that we have proceeded with the reform of the coroner's law in advance of reorganising the whole coroner's system is to ensure that the urgent changes needed on reporting of death, maternal deaths, and the legislation that the coroner powers can be made quickly. As I've indicated earlier, the Minister is also considering optimal organisation of the coroner service. This may take some further time, and I think that we all agree here that the urgent measures in this bill are needed now. Deputy Daly, you talked about the delay in bringing this bill, and the Minister for Justice and Equality has already acknowledged that it has taken a lot longer than he had wished to finalise the bill for publication. And I do acknowledge you as well, thanking Deputy Flanagan, or Minister Flanagan, Minister Francis Fitzgerald, and my colleagues here beside me, Brendan, Madeleine and Roisin. You also talked about, and so did Deputy O'Loughlin, you also talked about needing, within this new coroner's bill, now a change in communication and a change of culture. And I absolutely agree with you. Ignoring people, dismissing their concerns, has got to be changed, and we must deal with our patients and with their families with empathy and respect. And I know again that Deputy O'Loughlin brought up about the Scally report, and I heard her earlier speak about it, and I just want to put my words to it, that I absolutely abhor, as reported in the Scally report, how some doctors have treated women in a really disgusting, misogynistic manner. We need basic humanity in all areas in our hospitals dealing with patients and their families. Deputy Louise O'Reilly brought up about missing persons. We've noted the views of Deputy O'Reilly on the private members' bill proposed in this area, and we will bring them to the Minister's attention. However, I understand that the proposer of that bill has agreed, following advice, that a reference to the role of the coroner is not required for the achievement of the bill's objectives. Deputy O'Reilly also brought up about iatrogenic suicide, and if I can just give the response by the Minister. The introduction of a verdict of iatrogenic suicide at an inquest was raised during the debate on a Sinn Féin private member's bill at second stage in the Seanad on the 18th of October 2017. The Government opposed the proposal, and the Seanad voted not to approve the private member's bill. The Government cannot accept a proposal now on introducing a verdict of iatrogenic suicide. The position remains that the proposal, while well-intentioned, would risk the inquest apportioning liability on a medical practitioner who may have prescribed the treatment or medication for the deceased person. The coroner's inquest cannot consider questions of civil or criminal liability, and that's Section 30 of the Coroners Act 1962. and that specifically provides against such consideration. The Office of the Attorney-General has advised that the private member's bill was legally unsound. As such, a new verdict would be capable of ascribing criminal liability to a person or persons who would be readily identifiable. Deputy Healy-Rae, in response to Deputy Healy-Rae's concerns, we can all agree that it is desirable to reduce delays in holding of inquests, which can occur despite the best efforts of coroners. The strengthening of coroners' powers and other reforms contained in the bill should assist in reducing unnecessary delays. We've also taken a note of Deputy McGrath's proposal around the Coroner's Court and maybe having it in a less adversarial and in a more sensitive site. Deputy Ryan, we listened with interest to the Deputy's comments on cycling fatalities. One change proposed by this bill is already relevant in this context, and that's section 14. It introduces the possibility for an inquest to make general recommendations arising from the death in the interests of public health and safety. I think that's all the answers that I have at the moment, but as I said, the officials can revert back to anyone that wants other questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on stage 2, and I must put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Is that agreed? Agreed. I understand it is proposed to refer this bill to the Select Committee on Justice and Equality pursuant to Article Orders 48, 84A and 149. Does the Minister wish to move the motion of referral now? Minister, to move the motion.
I move the motion.
Is that agreed? Agreed. That concludes the debate, and Dáil Éireann Lania Jai Majinamara.